Good morning, Chetty Hughes.
Hi, everyone. Joe is at the home office today, so I have to run the show. No guarantees this is going to go smoothly. I feel good about it. I feel good about it. I'm confident. Rustock got the belt today. Congratulations, Rustock. Nice job. Yeah, Warren, we are up in here. We sure are. Hi, Wheezy. Good morning in my riches for Kyle era. We're still working on it. What's up, David? What's up, Map? And Zabo. Yeah, dude. This has been amazing.
Have you read this Dan Moore piece on the A's?
Nope. I literally have it bookmarked.
Okay.
Like, I just bookmarked it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I've not read it. I for sure will tap in, though.
Cool. Hello.
Hi, everyone.
You all, everybody.
Hey, thanks, man. I think they want to. I don't think they will.
It'll be like a king situation.
No, I don't think the Niners will be able to trade out of the 11th pick. I don't think anybody will want to trade it.
You think that now, but if teams are going to move up to 2 and 3, it's possible it changes.
Weird stuff could happen.
Changes the dynamic. Yeah.
Hi, Tyler. Hi, Torizo.
Hello, Kurt. Katrina.
Hi, Scooter.
Norm. Soren.
Here we go.
Chester.
It's time now to go beyond the headlines, and for the next 2 hours, go where every sports fan wants to go. Behind the scenes and into the practice facilities, locker rooms, coaches' offices, and press boxes to get the info before anyone else. This is the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
There's a lot going on a Tuesday. Goodness me. I had something I thought for sure we were going to open the show with, but then something else popped up that we're going to talk about.
Okay.
And now I've got people asking me questions in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 that I would also like to address. We have so much to get into, and it's not even the stuff that we're actually going to get into.
I'm here for it.
Hi, everyone. If you're listening on 1320 a.m. on the radio, good morning. Hello. We appreciate you. Of course, everybody watching on YouTube and Twitch at youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Hello. Good morning. While you're here, go ahead and hit the little thumbs up for us. We would appreciate that immensely. And subscribe to the channel, hit the little notification bell. That way, when we go live on YouTube and Twitch, you get notified. Or excuse me, when we go live on YouTube, you get notified. And you're able to tap in and watch us every single day, 10 a.m. to noon, right here on ESPN at 1320. Free Odyssey app, people. Hello, good morning. And podcast listeners, the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show, available wherever you get your podcasts. It's this program, just has a different name for reasons that go well over our heads. I actually don't think it goes that far over our heads. The decision was made above our heads.
Well, yeah.
The reasoning makes sense. There's like copyrights and trademarks.
Of course.
That's easy enough to understand. Yep. So they called it the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show, which was not trademarked or copyrighted. Oddly enough, it's available wherever you get your podcast. We would appreciate it if everybody subscribed. Thank you so much. Okay. The NFL draft stuff, I see it. I want to save it. we'll have plenty of NFL draft content coming up for you because, of course, we have our show that we're doing at Cache Creek from 4 to 5 p.m. on the day of the NFL draft. We're going to be out at Cache Creek, out in the YOLO room, little ballroom, conference room, something between. Sounds like it's between a ballroom and a conference room size-wise.
Yeah.
But a pretty small setting. We're going to be in there. You're going to hang out. We're just going to do an hour. We're chit-chatting about the draft. And then we're going to go over to the Elevate Lounge inside Cache Creek, and we're going to drink drinks and eat food, and we're going to have a great time watching the draft with you. Just come hang out with us. That's the vibe. That's the whole goal. It's just be there hanging out, and we hope to see everybody there. And, of course, we'll be talking NFL draft on this program as well coming up because it sounds like we know who the 49ers are going to pick.
Oh.
I'll tell you who it is coming up at 11 o'clock. Also coming up in the 11 o'clock hour, we're giving away $500.
That's right.
I know you're thinking, wait, didn't you do that yesterday? Oh, no, we did, dear listener or viewer. We did do that, but we're doing it again.
We are.
And then we're going to do it again every day this week through Friday, and then Monday through Friday again next week.
We have a winner already, don't we?
We do have a winner. Where did my read go? There it is. We do have a winner for the Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway. This is Monday's winner. We have another keyword coming up that you can enter at ESPN1320.com to try and win today's $500, but that's coming up later in the show.
Mm-hmm.
The winner of the Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway, courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, home of the big guy, Vince Bloom, is Matt C. in Roseville. Congratulations to Matt C. Oh, here we go. See, that's where I messed up. Let me get the applause back. We'll get another ding in there. Nice. Congratulations to Matt C., winner of $500. And we're going to weigh another $500 in the 11 o'clock hour today.
Amazing.
Well, we'll give you a keyword. Then D'Lo and KC will give you a keyword. You can enter one. You can enter both. I would recommend entering both.
Yeah. You might as well.
2 chances to win.
2 times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're doing that. D'Lo and KC doing that. And again, that's courtesy of our friends, Folsom Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.
Yeah, shout out to our guy Vince Bloom.
We love Vince Bloom. All right. Where do you want to start? Do you want to do the anonymous player poll first?
We got so much stuff to talk about, Kyle.
So we're getting ready for the show. About what do you say? About 9:45 typically is when we lock in what we're doing, because we each have our things and we come in here and we get in the rundown and we're kind of like, okay, we'll do this and we'll do this. Where do you want to put that? And we move the things around the show, so we have a show laid out. Do we always follow it? No, but we have a show laid out on paper. Like literally, it's on a piece of paper. Well, we don't have them printed, but it's typically on a piece of paper.
Yep.
And about 9:45, we kind of lock it in, and we'll see if anything comes up. And then, sure enough, today, The Athletic publishes their anonymous player poll, which they do every year, and it's one of my favorite reads because they interview 158 players. So basically a third of the league.
Yeah.
And they ask them various questions, which is a fun way to do it because it's fully anonymous.
Yeah, I love it.
No players are named. We don't even know who they interviewed.
I've actually watched it happen.
Oh.
I've watched someone from The Athletic come in and say, hey, got a couple of questions for you. You mind answering for the player poll? And I've seen it actually happen.
Oh.
So it's cool. It's
so exciting.
It's like Tim Bontemps straw poll.
Yes.
Which I take part in.
Yes.
I'm part of the straw poll.
Yeah, you don't just watch it happen, you make it happen.
I'm part of, yeah.
That's incredible.
It's Tim Bontemps and James Ham's straw poll. We're going to run that by legal and see if we can, say that, but
no, I think we can. the Tim Bontemps straw poll featuring James Ham.
That's right.
So, moving around the anonymous player poll here. We're talking about gambling and whether the league's gambling partnerships are good or bad for the league. Where in the world is the start of this? Oh, that's why. Okay, here we go. Now I've got it. I was on the wrong. They wrote a separate post just about the league's gambling partnerships.
Oh.
That's why I had this wrong. Okay, here we go. And this, folks, is why you don't try and prepare for a show on the fly. Okay, here we go. Anonymous player poll MVP. About a third of the league voted. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the big winner. 56.1% of the vote. 37.4% went to Nikola Jokic. Giannis, Donovan Mitchell, and LeBron James received 1.9% of the vote, respectively.
Oof, that's big.
Yeah, I think Shai is it doesn't surprise me that he's the player's vote.
No, you're probably right. Yeah, especially, the players probably are in the same boat that a lot of people are, where Jokic has won it 3 out of the last 4 years, and you're like,
Mhm.
okay,
Yeah.
we can give to somebody else this year, especially with a team that's just so far in the standings ahead of everyone.
Yeah, you're probably, because you can't vote for yourself. And
No.
there's certain questions where you can't vote for like your team or your coach or whatever it is. But my guess is players voting in this have either individually gotten cooked by Shea, or they got their ass beat by Oklahoma City at some point this year, where Shea put up 30 and 10 against them. That's, I think, how this typically goes.
Well, that, and I think you've watched him mature in the league. And I think for a lot of people, that's what it's about. It's about seeing somebody take the necessary steps to be great. And, we're talking about a 26-year-old dude who just continuously gets better and better and better every step of the way. And, it's impressive to watch him, his meteoric rise, averaging over 30 a game 3 years in a row, being in the MVP conversation. This is now the third year. He came in second last year, but also he's in the Defensive Player of the Year category. He's in all of these other categories that, you look at him and you say, okay, I get it. If he wins MVP, I totally am on board.
Yeah.
I've always been a best player, best team guy.
Yeah.
But I also understand how great Jokic is and where he, even this season, sits in history.
Yep.
So it's just so rare to see a triple-double and a guy average almost 30 points and a triple-double.
On a team that won 50 games.
Yeah. It's wild.
Who's the league? I'm going to skip a couple. Who's the league's most overrated player? 90 votes cast for this.
Oh, so a couple of guys are like, I'm not doing that.
Like, most of the guys, 158 players were asked these questions, and only 90 voted for this. There were 2.2% of the vote went to no one who reached the NBA is overrated. And my guess is a lot of the non-responses were like, I'm not naming somebody in that.
Yeah.
Which I get. I totally get it. But 90 players voted. Of the 90 players who voted, number one, the NBA's most overrated player, according to the anonymous player poll in The Athletic, Tyrese Halliburton. 14.4%.
Oh, that's a lot.
It makes sense, though, because I think he took off, and his rise last season was so meteoric early in the year. And it was because if you rewind, there were conversations. Is he the best point guard in the league? Is he going to be the face of the NBA? It was like, oh my God, this is turning into the Tyrese Halliburton show. He's hitting threes and he's distributing and he's averaging 11 assists a night. And oh my God, he's amazing. Then he got hurt. And then he struggled when he came back from injury. And then in the playoffs last year, you and I talked about it. There were points in the playoffs last year where the guy who was supposed to be next at point guard in the NBA is avoiding having the ball.
Yeah.
Like, what? That's insane. And then I think the reason that people are willing to be like Tyrese Halliburton is because he gives off the energy. And again, I don't play against the guy. I'm not in the NBA. I know, shocker to everybody, but I don't play against the guy. But when I watch him on TV, it feels like he doesn't start yapping until his team is up a bunch or until he's got 20 and he hits a big shot. And then he just starts talking. And I would imagine that's kind of annoying.
Yeah, I could see that. I would rather play against somebody who talks the whole game.
Right.
And so then that way it's like back and forth.
Right.
Like, I was always a trash talker. Like,
Sure.
I like to talk trash the
Sure.
entire time. So for me, like, if someone, as long as it doesn't go to the ridiculous, to me, look, Tyrese Halliburton is an excellent player. We have
Very
ties to him here
Of course.
in Sacramento. We always will. But he also, it's almost like he charmed his way into an all-NBA spot. Like, he's just so charming.
Yeah.
And he's so well-spoken and so fun and so articulate and like everything. Like, he just stands out as a guy that when his playing career is over, he's going right to the sideline, right to the booth.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I don't think there's any question that, like him on JJ Redick's podcast all the time and
Sure.
everything else. So I get it, because it's almost like, hey man, you have to put in your time. You have to put in your dues to get to where you are.
Yeah.
And you kind of skip some steps.
Yeah.
So
I wouldn't vote for Tyrese Halliburton, to be clear. I don't think I'd vote for him for this, but it makes sense to me why I think some players in the league would do so.
Yeah.
Because they watched this guy just become the darling of the league overnight at the beginning of last season.
Yeah.
It's like, wait, what the hell? Like, what? Tyrese Halliburton really? So I get it. Rudy Gobert number 2 at 10%. Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of people just dislike Rudy Gobert. Trae Young, 8.9%.
Okay.
I see it.
I see that as well.
Last one here that I'll name. Jimmy Butler, 5.5%.
Oof.
And I actually rock with this because I always say this, and this is not that he's on the Warriors. I watch him a lot. But even before this, I always left him out of the like superstar conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Because during the regular season, he'd be like, he'd be good. But then, come playoff time, hey, there's playoff Jimmy. And he's dragging a team to the finals when they have no business going.
Yeah.
Twice in a 3-year span. It's like, oh my God, this guy's ridiculous. But I do think on a game in, game out basis, that success in the postseason, it's almost like the opposite of the Domantas Sabonis conversation, where he's just so dominant, but people are like, got to see it in the playoffs. Doesn't matter until we see it in the playoffs. Jimmy Butler's like the opposite, where he's just kind of there in the regular season. He has some good games and stuff. He's a good player, but it's the playoffs. That's where his reputation's built.
Yeah, it's the same as like Jamal Murray.
Jamal Murray's another great example.
Yeah, I mean, like there are guys that just show up in the playoffs.
Example,
that are just really good and show up in the playoffs. And, to me, Jimmy Butler, I think a lot of people, the reason why he's probably on this list, a lot of people are just sick of it. They're sick of all of the trash stuff, the not playing games, the getting suspended, the team suspension, all of it. They're just done. And when Jimmy Butler leaves the franchise, he literally burns it down every time. So you're just waiting for that. And I could see people are like, hey man, he's just not worth it.
Yeah.
And I'm going to put him on that list because, sure, he's great. Sure, he's tough to play against. But in the regular season, you just can't rely on him.
Yeah.
And, like there are games you play against him that I'm sure he doesn't play that hard.
Yeah.
And then other times where he's in the playoffs and you're like, oh my gosh, look at how good he is.
Yeah.
I'm watching him with the Warriors right now. It's just like, holy.
Yeah. It's a totally different player.
Yeah.
Than the one you saw in Miami.
Yep.
Insane. Most underrated player, Cade Cunningham at 8.9%, followed by Derek White at 7.4%. Norman Powell, 4.4%.
That makes perfect sense to me.
Yep. I think that's a really, really strong top 3. Cade Cunningham, I don't think is going to be underrated for much longer.
No.
He's been really good in this series against the Knicks. And we'll talk about the NBA playoffs, of course. Scott Perry officially hired as the Kings general manager. That's his title, right? GM. So officially hired. We're going to build out a priority list. Like, okay, you're Scott Perry. You see what's in front of you. What's first? And we'll kind of do that as we go. But the Athletic dropped their anonymous player poll, so we're getting to that first. What is the league's best organization? Golden State number 1 at 21.9%. Oklahoma City number 2 at 17.5%. Fascinating. And then the Boston Celtics at 15.3. Nobody else is in double digits. Oklahoma City being on there, I would have, if you had said pick the 3 teams, it would have been Golden State, the Lakers, and Boston. Because I view this question as the teams everybody wants to go to.
Yeah.
That's how I kind of view that, but it's clearly not the way the 137 voters took the question.
Well, the players are looking at it like, what's the best organization? Which organization has run the best, right? And it's clear that Oklahoma City, to be honest with you, they're the best run organization right now in the NBA.
Maybe by a lot.
Yeah.
Boston's up there too, though.
They are, but
Boston's doing a nice job.
But Boston also, like, you are able to make like random trades to bring in all-star level players. You drafted 2 all-stars for sure, but then, going out and getting Porzingis and Drew Holiday and Derek White, and, like they've got a system that can withstand, a lot, and they develop players well, but also they did get a couple of just haymaker, put you over the top moves.
Yeah. Well, Oklahoma City is battling against the small market thing. We talk about it here in Sacramento all the time. Oklahoma City is battling that exact same thing, and they've figured out a way to build a juggernaut out of it.
Well, and they built a juggernaut that's under the salary cap.
Yes.
Where Boston's like, okay, we're just going to pay. We don't care.
Yeah, which makes sense. If you're You're a title favorite. Yeah. Every team who's a title favorite should be doing that if necessary.
Yeah. Unless you're such a good organization that you don't have to.
Wild, dude. All right. League's worst organization. 113 votes cast. Number one. That's the Charlotte Hornets. 38.1%. Number one with a bullet. Like,
that's
holy
a lot.
Smokes, man. 38.1% of the 113 votes.
Wow.
Oof. That's what when Kenny asked the question, when people talk about tear it down with the Kings and restart, and he kept saying, like, do you want to be the Charlotte Hornets? I don't know that the Kings would ever be in that space. Because Charlotte and maybe it's because I'm just detached from the East Coast.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know what the Charlotte Hornets do. Like, there's nothing notable about them to me. And that could be, I understand that's partially a me problem. But I also understand that team is LaMelo Ball, Miles Bridges, who should not be in the NBA, and Brandon Miller,
mm-hmm.
who didn't play most of this year.
Yeah, he missed a ton of time.
Just they don't they're not particularly exciting. At least Portland, you watch them, you're like, man, they're trying hard. Good for Portland. The Jazz, I don't know what the Jazz are doing, but you at least see, like, okay, they're very clearly trying to tank. The Hornets, you're looking like, I don't know what they got going on, dude.
You're just not good. Yeah. And I don't know when they are going to be good ever.
That's the problem, is there's no, like, the Wizards are next on this list at 20.4%, but at least with the Wizards, you go, okay, Jordan Poole took a little step forward this year. Alex Sarr played well down the stretch, certainly better down the stretch.
They cleared out a bunch of contracts.
Yeah, right. Yeah. You see Bub Carrington's a player they're really excited about. He started to hit some shots down the stretch. You go, okay, you kind of see the fuzzy outline of what they might be trying to go for.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the Hornets are trying to go for. Oh, my goodness. And I do know what we're trying to go for. We're trying to go pay some bills. That's what happens when Joe is not here to remind us that we have to step aside. So we're going to do that, and we'll be back with more of this. More on the Sacramento Kings. We're going to build a priority list for new GM Scott Perry, and we're going to talk some NFL draft. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is the Insiders on ESPN 1320 and Sacramento Sports Center.
Listening to the
Clear?
Yeah.
Whoops.
I'm looking. I'm like, oh, there's no one in our ear saying 1 minute.
Yeah, I know. I've gotten just so used to that. Joe is on assignment today.
What's going on, everybody? The press conference is tomorrow.
Tomorrow. All right. Hi, everyone. Yeah, Joe's already locked in at Cache Creek. Bro, LaMelo would be a phenomenal idea. A big LaMelo guy.
I'm not. I have a tough time.
He might just be a poo-poo head who will not ever be part of a winning culture, but from a skill set perspective, man.
Yeah. I'm concerned about everything else. Yeah. I mean, now look, he's got an incredible offensive game, but he doesn't play defense. I don't know. And
yeah, I gotta watch. Just trying to watch my mouth.
Geno Hills. Well, he averaged 25 a game last year.
25 and what?
7.4. But he shot 40% from the field and 33.9% from three. Like literally one of the most inefficient scorers.
I'd love to see you there if you can make it.
Yeah, who's going to make it out? Anyone going to make it out to Cache Creek to join us on Thursday night?
My folks are pulling up.
It's awesome.
Shout out to my parents.
I don't know if the wife's going to come out or not. She might.
My wife will be in Spain, so she will not be at Cache Creek.
That's funny.
Actually, she'll be at the airport on her way to Spain.
Got it. How long is she going to Spain for?
10 days.
Oh, that's nice. With some friends?
No, her folks. This was the weekend that worked for her parents to leave. And the NFL draft at Niners Wire is just like
yeah.
It's 3 days of. Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Yeah, he's James. I'm Kyle. Got NBA playoffs tonight? Yeah, Grizzlies at Thunder. Hell yeah. Lock in. Grizzlies Thunder right here on ESPN 1320, beginning at 4 o'clock. That is immediately after D-Lo and KC, which is the show that follows ours. They'll take you from noon to 4, and then they'll take you right up to tip-off of Grizzlies at Thunder on ESPN 1320. I want to remind you, we will be giving you a keyword coming up in the second hour of this program that you can enter at ESPN 1320 for your chance to win $500. Our guy Matt C. in Roseville was yesterday's winner. You could potentially be today's winner if you enter the keyword that we will give you in the second hour at ESPN1320.com. The Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway is courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, home of the big guy, Vince Bloom. You said something interesting to me right before we were coming back. We were talking about the draft.
Oh,
no. I was just never mind.
So
It was
long
not.
ago.
It was not interesting. It was not an interesting thing. I was just gonna whine about how much I write in the 3 days of the draft.
Oh,
but I'm not gonna do that. Nobody cares.
Got it.
So,
well, we have to finish up the league's worst organizations because we got through the Hornets, we got through the Wizards. Number 3,
the New Orleans Pelicans.
Oh, that makes sense.
It makes, dude. I heard, who was it talking about? It might have been Bill Simmons. I don't listen to the Bill Simmons podcast anymore, so it might have been Bill Simmons on the Zach Lowe show, maybe.
Okay.
Basically said, is it time to start considering whether New Orleans is a basketball town?
Oh yeah, they have a very, very difficult time. And look, the league has done everything to make that a basketball town. They've given not only one All-Star game,
yes,
in a torn up, trashed, building, Smoothie King Center.
Yes.
But also a second one when the whole thing in Charlotte happened, where they took the All-Star game away and they had to go somewhere else, which is, so New Orleans got 2 full-fledged All-Star weekends, like in the span of 3 years.
I said on a different outlet when they got the number 1 pick in the Zion draft in 2019, I said, if this doesn't work, it's probably curtains on the New Orleans Pelicans. Because like you said, they've done everything they can. And it's just...
Yeah, it's just trying to get traction. And it plays in a little bit to...
I also really quick.
Yeah.
I need to say, we're also not there.
Yeah.
I don't, from where I sit, it feels like basketball is not working there. I could be very wrong.
It's not a priority at all. And
doesn't seem like it.
This is the exact same thing that I keep the argument that I make about baseball in Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
Like, baseball in Las Vegas does not make any sense. The local base isn't big enough and wealthy enough to support it. Now, commercial, like, can you get all kinds of casino money flowing through there as far as billboards and corporate money and all that stuff? Sure. But nobody is flying into Las Vegas to go watch a 3-game set. You're going to have a very difficult time selling that place out ever.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe when the Yankees come through, maybe when the Red Sox come through, the Cubs. But outside of that, like, there are not going to be people there every single day, like, filling that building up. Although, like, look, it's not happening in Sacramento either.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a town that should be able to support that. But the problem is that, like, football, same with New Orleans, people fly in for the weekend, they party, they have a great time. They get there on Friday, they leave on Monday, they watch a football game, they have a great time.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing in Vegas. People fly in, they watch a Raiders game, they, like, they have a great. That's not going to be the case with baseball.
You don't think Royals fans are coming out for a midweek series?
No. But I also, like, I think the NBA will work in Las Vegas because the NBA has sat there and, like, cultivated a personality in Vegas.
No doubt.
Summer League every single year. So there are a lot of people who go there to, like, hang out. But also, again, it's not a 3-game set or a 4-game set.
Mm-hmm.
You can fly into town, catch a game, get out of town, and have a good time doing other things there.
It'll also, I don't want to turn this into this conversation, but while we're here, I think the NBA is also going to work in Vegas because it would very likely be an expansion team. That it's like the Las Vegas Golden Knights. They belong to Las Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
The NBA team there would belong to Las Vegas. The Raiders are a weird thing because they have such a big fan base in LA.
Well, and they move all the time.
And they've moved, this is their fourth time move. Like, it's just, they've been all over the place. And like you said, the NFL just is a monolith, is just too big to fail.
Mm-hmm.
They could put a team in BFE and it would sell out.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think, and this is what Bryce Harper made this point when he talked about the A's moving. He was like, the A's shouldn't move there. The A's should be in Oakland. If you're going to move a team there, though, you have to wipe out all the A's stuff. You have to wipe out the colors. You have to make it a Las Vegas thing. You have to make it Vegas's own thing. And I thought that was a great point. If MLB were to drop an expansion franchise there, yeah, okay, maybe it works out. But I think the way this has all gone down, it's just like, I think a lot of people will have the ick. And anyway. All right. Number four.
We got sidetracked.
Hornets, Wizards, Pelicans. And at number 4, ladies and gentlemen, your Sacramento Kings. 8.8%.
Oh.
The worst organization in the league. Of 113 votes. This is relevant.
Oh yeah.
And it's a small slice of the league. It's less than a third. There's roughly 450 players in the NBA. This is 113 votes. But I do think when we start talking about, and we're going to talk about this with Scott Perry and his priority list, you're not going to get the advantages that the Lakers have.
No.
Right? Like this is not new, right? Like I'm sure there's people screaming like, yeah, duh. But it's just, this is still where they're at. Even after making a playoff run and being in the play in a couple years, the Kings are still viewed as one of the 5 worst organizations in the league.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, it could even get worse this summer because you just had De'Aaron Fox ask out.
Mm-hmm.
There's a good chance that DeMar DeRozan does the same thing, although it'll be quietly.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also a very good chance that Domantas Sabonis starts to put pressure as well.
Mm-hmm.
So we're at a point where, like, this franchise has to figure out a way to flip the script and become something that they haven't been. And I don't know how that happens. Like, again, we can go back to, like, the Scott Perry, the 3 months he was here before.
Mm-hmm.
And you can point to that and say, okay, there was some legitimacy to what he did in his 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
And, he was part of a group But whether it's the draft picks or realistically the free agent signings, and a lot of people go, oh, those free agent signings, they didn't really mean anything.
Mm-hmm.
I beg to differ. Like again, George Hill didn't work out at all, right? The Kings signed George Hill to a 3-year, like $51 million deal. And then he got here and was like, I don't want to play here. I don't want to be here at all. He had a couple of deaths in the family in the first like 2 months of the season. And he just got more and more into like, I'm not even sure that I want to be an NBA player much more. And so it ended up being a bad signing. But when they did sign him, George Hill was coming off the best year of his career. He averaged 17 points a game. He was like a step below an all-star level player. He was extremely good. And when they landed him, it was like, oh my gosh, this is again, one of the best free agent signings the Kings have ever signed.
Yeah.
They got Vince Carter to walk in the door. They got Zebo to walk in the door. Of course, you gave them bloated contracts and they're aging stars and all that stuff. But the fact that you had a GM that could actually pick up the phone and talk Vince Carter into coming to Sacramento, or Zebo and coming to Sacramento, it's stunning. So like that's where I think you've got to be a little bit excited about the move that happened here. But I also like there is a stink on the Sacramento franchise because of situations like the Fox situation or the instability of coaching, or name that issue that they've had over the last 13 years, 12 years. And even before that, the relocation attempts and everything else. This isn't a hotbed for free agency.
I think there's always going to be a perception with small markets, right? Like there's always going to be a perception of Sacramento. Like I've seen it. Like I've heard it from people in real life. There's this perception of Sacramento that you're just never going to change anybody's mind. They have a view of it. This is what they think, and they're never going to visit, and they're never going to go there. And okay, fine. And you're never going to change those people's mind. But from an worst organization, let's run through this list, because I think there's a really easy way for the Kings to get off this list.
Yep.
The Hornets stink and have for a long time. The Wizards stink and have for an extended period now.
Yes.
The Pelicans have not done anything substantial in New Orleans outside of trading Anthony Davis, and it sounds like they're trying to trade Zion this offseason. The two biggest stars they've had. And now they've fired David Griffin. And they're probably going to fire Willie Green. The Kings have made the playoffs once in the last 19 years now. 18 years now.
Well,
19?
16.
Yeah.
It was 17 years, so 18, 19, 20 years.
They've made the playoffs once.
Yeah.
Then there's the Sixers, who have their own problems right now. They've not been able to get out of they've not been to the conference finals with Joel Embiid. You have the Dallas Mavericks, who I wouldn't blame anybody for voting them worst organization in the league right now.
Yep.
Because of the Nico Harris and Luka Doncic stuff. The Bulls have been a mess for a better part of the last 2 decades. The Knicks are owned by James Dolan. The Memphis Grizzlies fired their coach with 9 games to go. And by the way, remember when they were going to be a dynasty?
Oh, yeah.
Did you know the Ja Morant Grizzlies have won 1 playoff series?
That's wild.
Right?
Yeah, that's
the
crazy.
I think it's just because the Grizzlies have been loud. Like they're in the news all the time.
That you just think of them as something?
Yes.
Well,
I perceive that the Grizzlies are this like, hey man, if they're healthy, like, really? Are we sure?
Well, 2 years ago when the Kings made the playoffs, they were the 3rd seed. The Grizzlies were the number 2 seed.
Yeah.
And this year, before they went in the tank in the last 2 weeks of the season, they have 9 games left. They fired Taylor Jenkins. But at that point, they were like a 4 seed, 5 seed. Something sure, they hadn't beat good teams, but they were still way up, and they fell partially because of, what happened. Because they fired their coach. I don't know if it's my just internal bias, which it definitely could be. I'm just confirming priors here. But every time I see their coach on the sideline, he just looks like a deer in the headlights to me. It might just be his look. It might just be his vibe. He's the most Finnish looking guy of all time, by the way. Yeah, he is very Finnish. Extremely Finnish looking. But he just looks like, man, and it makes sense. He's been coaching for
3 weeks. and now he's got to go up against Oklahoma City. Like, good luck, guy. Like, enjoy that. But anyways, the Utah Jazz round out this list, and we know where the Utah Jazz are. Other teams receiving votes: the Detroit Pistons, been a mess for a long time. The LA Clippers have not ever been to a finals, and the Phoenix Suns, who are now currently a mess.
I'm surprised the Clippers are in there because Ballmer just opened a new building, and like they're known as
it says receiving votes 0.9%. So it's like a couple of guys. It might be disgruntled former Clippers.
Yeah, that's weird.
So I agree. You can kind of remove the Clippers from this, and the Pistons are at least heading the right direction. But if you start winning, dude, that's how you get off this list.
Mm-hmm.
If the Kings, after the 22-23 season, had made the playoffs, so last year, and then made the playoffs again this year, even if they were first-round exits every year,
yeah,
they're not on this list. Or if they are, they're receiving votes because people just have that perception of them.
It's definitely a situation where, you know, when you can't find consistency and you can't build a consistent winner, that you're gonna, like, people see the decline. They see the 48, 46, 40.
Yep.
They see that. I mean, it's a clear indication that you had something and then slipped that through your fingers.
Yeah. Yeah, man. And I think what happens is players immediately just start going, okay, well, that's an organizational problem. Whether they know the ins and outs of the Kings' turmoil or instability or whatever, they're just looking and they go, they fired a coach, they traded De'Aaron Fox, they've made the playoffs once since 2006. Yeah. They just got to start winning. That's how you get off this list. Now, how do they start winning?
You just said once since 2006. That's so long ago.
It is such a long time.
Oh, wow.
Now, well. Hopefully they figured out with Scott Perry. How do they do that? We'll build a priority list for Scott Perry now that he's officially been hired. What's priority number 1 for the Kings? 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. That's the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Would love to hear from you. What's got to be priority number 1 for Scott Perry? And I don't mean picking a direction. I don't mean like these big picture things. Like, what's the first move he's got to make? The biggest move he's got to make. Number 1 priority. I want to hear from you. 916-909-1320. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're going to pay some bills, and then we'll be back to talk more basketball. And we're going to get some NFL draft. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320 on Sacramento Sports Center. Clear.
Bronson. And hey, thanks for coming and saying hello the other day, Bronson.
Oh, salute.
If the Kings land a top 4 pick, what are the percentage chance you think that they opt for rebuild?
Good question. Let's hold on to that.
Yeah. I'm
I've starred that. No, I agree, but what's the first roster move they need to make? Yeah, I know they got to work on the roster, but what is it specifically? Oh, God, we got to get to the coin flip, too. Damn.
Yeah, we got to get to the coin flip.
Hey.
I miss that.
Tough. Don't do that. Nah, I'm not doing that to my guy, Steve. That's a good question.
A
lot of good answers in here.
Michigan, how would I guarantee that they win the Cooper Flag sweepstakes?
Are you ready to put your reputation on the Kings winning the Cooper Flag sweepstakes? Yes or no? We need to know right now.
No. There's a 0.8% chance of that happening.
In fact, let's get into that right now. Perfect.
See, I'm with you, Johnny G. I can't even guarantee that Michigan Wolverines will wake up tomorrow.
I can guarantee any of us will wake up tomorrow.
No. Russ Dog, absolutely not.
Yeah, for sure. David, we can fight if you want.
That's a good way to get punched in the face. The last team to move up from 13 was the Hornets in 1999 to number 4.
Joe, stay home tomorrow too, dog.
Yeah, Joe, come on. Hey, I think Kyle Guy just took a job with the with UNR as an assistant.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. He was at West Virginia, but they fired their coach and then kind of just pushed guys out the door. We have big A's news too.
Do we?
We do. What's that?
Okay.
This happened.
Here we go. Never mind. There's 30 seconds left in that spot. My bad. Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I got Kings news, A's news. There was a coin flip
Yes.
yesterday.
Yes.
The Kings won,
They did win the coin flip.
so they get to keep their pick.
No, they don't. At least
Okay, then
not
why
today.
do I care? Okay, then stop.
Okay.
Okay. Then why do I give a rip about whether they won or lost this coin toss?
The best part about the coin flip, right, is that it was deciding who would be the 13th and the 14th pick between the Kings and the Atlanta Hawks. Here's the crazy thing.
Thriller.
The Hawks pick goes to the Spurs, and the Kings pick goes to the Hawks. That's so the coin flip, the Hawks lost it but won it at the same time because their own pick is not theirs. The Kings pick is theirs. So the Kings right now are the number 13th pick.
Okay, so the Kings and Hawks have their picks currently.
Yes, that's the way it works.
So the Hawks wanted to lose.
Yep.
Because that dropped them to 14 and put the Kings at 13.
Yep.
But once the trades are factored in, the Hawks now have the higher pick.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, but here's how it works. Like, the Kings haven't lost their pick yet. Pretty much they've lost their pick, but they have not lost it officially yet. So you don't lose your pick until after the NBA draft lottery. So if somehow the Sacramento Kings move up from 13 to number 1, 2, 3, or 4, they keep their pick, and Atlanta has to kick rocks.
Is their percentage better out of 13 than it would have been out of 14?
Yes, but only slightly. So they have a 0.8% chance of landing the number one overall pick, a 0.9% chance of landing number 2, a 1% chance of landing number 3, and a 1.1% chance of landing number 4. There's a 3.8% chance of the Kings moving into the top 4.
What would that percentage have been? I don't need to break the breakdown per pick. What were their chances of moving up from 14?
Oh, it's like right there. It's basically the same. So 1.9, 2.7, 3.4. So they went from a 3.4 to a 3.8% chance. So, but at the same time, at least you have you have a shot. So the Kings have a 92.9% chance of being the 13th pick, which means they lose their pick. They cannot be the 12th pick. They can't be the 10th pick. They can't be anything other than the 1, 2, 3, or 4, or the 13th or 14th. Right? They have a 3.3% chance of falling to number 14.
I'm on tankathon.com right now.
Yep.
I'm going to simulate a lottery. Let's see how it goes. No dice.
No,
stayed at 13.
We just should run the entire show.
Do this. Just
simulate the lottery. We'll just take turns.
All right.
I got the Nets number 1.
All right. I'm not even paying attention to who gets what here. I'm just trying to get the Kings into the top 4.
I got the Nets number 1 again. Boy.
Oh my god.
Well, I got
Philadelphia jumping up to 1 would be gross.
I got the Wizards number 1. I got Charlotte number 1. This is great radio. Oh, I've got the Raptors number 1.
I've done 15 clicks and nothing. Okay. Does just while we're on this, and then we'll get to the Scott Perry priority list stuff. Do you think their calculus for this offseason changes? Like, obviously, having a top 4 pick is better than not having a pick at all. But that kind of fundamentally changes the way you're going about your offseason then. Because if you don't have your first round pick, you're kind of just trying to maneuver with the pieces that you have on your roster. Who can you trade? What picks can you trade? Can you trade? Whereas if you have a top 4 pick, A, that now becomes a major trade asset.
Yes.
But B, now you're sitting there going, okay, maybe we're getting a star player we can build around. Like there's a real chance that one of the, if whether you're picking, let's say 2nd, 3rd, or 4th, let's take Cooper Flagg off the table because that's obvious. But there's a real chance that, hey, you could get that. Remember we were talking franchise pillars the other day and how the Kings just don't really have one right now. That would be their opportunity to get that in a way they don't have it now.
I think the team's 2 biggest needs going into the offseason, very clear. You need a forward. And that can be either a small forward or a power forward. That's the beauty of having Keegan Murray on your roster.
Yep.
Right? He can play either position. I think a perfect world would get a stretch 4 and be able to move Keegan back to the 3. But if that doesn't happen and you're just looking at like another tall guy that is 6'8", 6'9", 6'10". So the number 2 prospect in the draft is Dylan Harper, who just happens to be a 6'6" point guard. So you need point guard, you need small forward, or you need power forward. You need a forward. So the number 2 pick out of Rutgers again. I mean, the number 3 pick is Ace Bailey, who's a 6'10" small forward.
Yeah.
So like if somehow you got up to the 2nd or 3rd pick, those are literally the 2 players that you would like die to have.
Right.
Like if you're the Kings to be able to go and draft one of those guys. And I think people go, well, should the Kings just reset and start over if that's the case? And it's like, no, like that's okay. Like you're going to play that guy, 18 to 20 minutes a night in his rookie season. And maybe towards the end of the season gets up to 24 to 28 minutes again, if he's earned his stripes and all that stuff. But you have a veteran team that can support one big time, young player. Sure. You hope that they develop quickly, but there's no guarantee. And these are both like freshmen. One of them is not even, his draft age is 18.9. That's Ace Bailey.
Jeez.
And Dylan Harper's draft age is 19.3.
Goodness me.
Cooper Flagg, you watch Cooper Flagg play? His draft age is 18.5. He's an 18-year-old. Dude can't walk into a bar and buy a drink, and he won't be able to until he's almost to a second NBA contract. But the Kings don't have those guys. The Kings don't have young players, and I think that might be one of the biggest question marks. Like,
Do you know what I care about the Kings getting into the top 4 the most? Do you know what I care about the second most with this lottery?
Yeah.
Is the Jazz not getting the number 1 pick. I care about that so much. I do not want them to be rewarded for whatever the hell this season was.
I also I don't want to see the 76ers rewarded either.
I agree. I'm right. I am right there with you. Don't bail them out. The other one, I think in the rankings of teams, I don't want to get the number 1 pick. Here we go. This is just off the cuff.
Okay.
Utah 1.
Yep.
San Antonio 2. I'm tired of San Antonio getting first overall picks.
Yes.
I don't need him to get another one. There's Wembanyama and Fox and Stephon Castle, and let that group be that group and let them figure it out. And then the Sixers are number 3.
Yeah, I don't want to see the Sixers. I also don't want to see talent wasted in Washington or Charlotte. I agree that those are the 2 worst franchises in the NBA, and I don't want to see the talent go there and just Cooper Flag is too good to get wasted there. That's where, if Philadelphia won, you'd be like, well, at least he's going to have a chance to be good.
Sure.
To play for a good team, you would hope. I kind of feel like I want the Brooklyn Nets and Jordy Fernandez to get that first pick.
You know, it's funny you say that because I just hit another simulated lottery and Brooklyn jumped up to 5 spots to number 1.
You know, they seem to be the team that always lands number 1 in my when I'm sitting here.
I would also be cool with Portland getting him.
Okay.
I like what Portland's doing right now.
Yeah.
And I think that he would be a really nice piece for whatever they're doing. But anyways, would much prefer the Kings get the number 1 pick.
Of course. Of course.
That's the number 1 thing. A's news, real quick.
Yes.
And I see on the line on the Elk Grove Kia talk line at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. We'll get your thoughts on what Scott Perry's number 1 priority has to be now that he's taken over as the Kings GM. His press conference is tomorrow. But if you're calling in, we don't have our call screener today.
Mm-hmm.
Joe is on assignment. So it might just ring for a while. Just hang in there. Bear with us. And we'll get to you as soon as we can. I promise. 916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia talk line. What was our A's news?
The A's have reportedly, and it looks like it might be for tomorrow's game, not today's game, but they're promoting their top prospect, Nick Kurtz. Kurtz is a bona fide power hitter, and we're talking about a 22-year-old who was drafted 9 months ago and has ripped the cover off the ball at both AAA and AA. This year at AAA, he's got 7 home runs and 24 RBI and less than 100 at-bats.
In 20 games.
20 games.
During his minor league career, his last season, he in Stockton and Midland, single A Stockton and double A Midland, he hit 368 with a 520 on base percentage and a 763 slugging percentage. Just insane numbers. And then this year in AAA, batting 321 with a 385 on base. And you mentioned the 7 homers, 7 doubles, 10 walks to 26 strikeouts. Yeah, man, he's major league ready.
He's a monstrous human being too. People are going to look at him and think he's Matt Olson. I mean, he's
a legit 6'5".
Yeah, he's 6'5". He plays first base. It creates a really, really awkward situation for the A's because Tyler Soderstrom is just ripping the cover off the ball. He leads in Major League Baseball with 9 home runs. Mm-hmm. They've got Brent Rooker, who plays left field. Mm-hmm. They've got Andujar, who plays left field. So the thought right now is that Rooker and Soderstrom are both going to find time in left field. Mm-hmm. Soderstrom will find time at first base as well. Mm-hmm. So they're going to have like a rotation here and then throw in the DH position as well. I
imagine Kurt's DH is a lot to start.
Yeah, probably. And I think that if they have Mike Gallego might be working with Soderstrom right now to see if there's any way they can get him to play for a third base. So there's been talk of that a possibility of him moving to third base, but the fact that they didn't do it in spring training is a bigger problem.
I can't. That would be a massive risk.
Yeah.
Unless you're just punting this season and you're going, hey, we're going to give him some innings and see if it works out.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I would rather have 3 big time bats in the lineup than what they're getting from third base.
You say that until he starts kicking ground balls and throwing the ball over the infield, and now they're losing because their third baseman made 2 errors. And
no, that's true. That's true.
I think you can figure it out with the DH, first base, and left field.
Left field, yeah.
Soderstrom catches too.
No, that's true.
So you got options.
I don't think you're going to want to move him behind the plate again, though.
Probably not.
The way he's hitting.
Probably not. So that's what's happening in A's land. Nick Kurtz. Excited to see him. Excited to see him
me too.
Play in the majors because he's, man, we've been hearing nothing but good things since he hit single A to start last season. All right. Scott Perry's to-do list. We're going to build it for him.
Okay.
We're not even that way. It's like, bro, step in. We got you. The insiders got you. The chatty house has got you. Listeners have got you. What does he have to do first? The number one thing Scott Perry has to do. We'll get to that next on the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. This is ESPN 1320. It's Sacramento Sports Leader. And clear.
Yo. What's going on, everybody? I saw a report that NBC Sports Bay Area has been working with their broadcast team to make sure that they're pausing between Nick and Kurtz. Yeah. It's going to be an interesting thing to see how the A's figure this one out. But man, this dude is absolutely legit and gives them just another huge pop in the lineup. If I'm the A's right now, I'm working with both Geloff and with Soderstrom. Somebody's got to play third. Urshela just isn't it. And neither is who's the other dude that they had last year that's not very good either. How do we feel about the draft on Thursday? Fruity UNC. I don't know. I'm super intrigued. Like, I think the 49ers are in a good spot. I think that there will be players that fall to them because that's the way the draft always works. And then it's going to be like, hey, when you're on the clock, like who wants to offer something? I don't see them moving out of the first round, but I see them moving down if they can and really being able to load up on picks. Wow. Let's put it out there. Somebody's going to. Miguel, just make sure you have a ride home. Or just get a room. There you go. It's a drive. Man, I don't know where Sanders is going. Mark, unless you got like 4 other trades, like I'm not trading Sabonis for a top 10 pick. I mean, it would have to be like the most no-brainer trade of all time. Or it would have to be like something super dramatic. Like, let's say, for instance, like the San Antonio Spurs end up with like the 3rd best pick. The number 3 pick. Would I consider like Castle and like salary cap filler and the number 3 pick and start over? But that's not what the Kings are going to consider.
The Spurs would also not do that.
No.
Some interesting draft questions in here. Get to those. Yeah, so many things starred. All right.
Yeah, the Kings were 1 loss away from actually being.
Welcome back to hour number 2 of the ESPN 1320 Insiders. Get ready for the most up-to-date sports news and talk with the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're rocking with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and KC. Those guys will take you up to 4 o'clock. And then Grizzlies at Thunder. Game 2 of that series will be broadcast live right here on ESPN 1320. Shout out to Matt C. in Roseville. He was yesterday's winner of our $500 that we're giving away each day this week and each day next week, Monday through Friday. We're going to give you a code word. D'Lo and KC will also give you a code word. You enter both of those code words at ESPN1320.com. You give yourself 2 chances to win $500, courtesy of our friends, Folsom Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, home of the big guy, Vince Blue. Hell yeah. We'll have that keyword for you coming up this segment.
Okay.
In this segment, we're giving you that keyword. We haven't given it to you. And we're going to make it obvious. It's not going to be a secret thing. We're going to make it a whole thing. Like, you'll know when the keyword is being given out. We're not just going to be like, oh, keyword. Like, we want you to enter. We're going to make it very clear for you. Where were we at? Scott Perry, his priority list. I see some NFL draft questions in the chatty house, youtube.com/ESPN1320. We will get to that. But I want to get to the Scott Perry thing first. And 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. I got somebody on hold right now that we'll get to. But what's your number one priority? And like I said, not big picture, not pick a direction. Like, we know that. What's just like the personnel thing that has to be the first move for Scott Perry?
They have to figure out who the head coach is. And if Doug Christie's that guy, then sign him now and let him build his staff. If he's not that guy, then let's open up the thing, quickly.
Yep.
Because I think there are a lot of coaches that are available right now that should be intriguing. Mm-hmm. And so if Doug's the guy, give him the job and start building now. If he's not, then you got to make the decision quickly and do what you think is best. But I think without a head coach in place, then this thing gets a little dicey.
Yeah, I think I have a hard time pushing back on that, because you can't sit down and assess the roster until you know who the head coach is going to be and what you should be. Here we go. There should be some kind of marriage between coach and GM and roster and basketball philosophy and play style and all that jazz. So you can't even start making decisions on the roster until you know who the coach is going to be. Mm-hmm. So I don't disagree there. I'm going to go off the beaten path a little bit with that.
Okay.
And to me, you got the number one thing you have to do is, what is DeMar DeRozan doing?
Okay.
What are you doing with DeMar DeRozan? Because if he's going to be in Sacramento, I think that alters a little bit the way that you're building this team.
Oh, completely.
At least for me.
Yeah.
I think if we saw what he is, such a singular force offensively, that having him in your building means that you're probably crafting a team a little bit differently than you would if he's not in your building. And so that has to be the first thing you're figuring out. Is DeMar DeRozan going to be here next season, or is he not?
Yeah, I mean, like, if I'm starting the conversations, DeMar DeRozan isn't part of the team next year. And that's, again, it's not a slight on DeMar. It's just that he's the 35-year-old guy that doesn't fit with your 30-year-old shooting guard.
Yeah.
And so one of them has to go, and it's easier to move a $25 million contract than it is a $43 or $46 million contract. And so that's where I would start. And yeah, so as far as transactions, it's like, hey, let's sit down, let's assess, like, what are our priorities? Like, how do we acquire players that we need? And like, what's the first player that we look at in order to make that move?
Yeah.
And he's probably like really, really high on the list.
Yeah. He has to be, like I said, to me, that has to be number one. Because so much of everything else you're going to do is going to revolve around that. And if DeMar's like, nope, I'm going to be here, I want to be here, and there's no market for him, there would be a market for him if they wanted to trade him. But if he's just going to be on your roster, all right, figure out the rest of this then, because it can't look how it did last year. Very clearly.
Yeah. Well, that, and I also think that there's something you have to, when you're dealing with a player like this, you have to quickly make up your mind of what kind of direction you want to go with that player.
Mm-hmm.
So is the move to break DeMar DeRozan's contract up into 2 or 3 players?
Mm-hmm.
Or is the move to take DeMar DeRozan's contract, add it to another player, and go try to get a bigger player?
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of have to choose a pathway.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I look at him as much as anything else. I'm just going to be honest with you. I look at DeMar DeRozan's contract the same exact way that I looked at Kevin Huerter and the same way I looked at Harrison Barnes.
Mm-hmm.
He's a $25 million contract with a $10 million buyout for the final year.
Mm-hmm.
You could be acquiring $50 million for the player, but you're really realistically acquiring $35 million with a player. And so I think that there's a way in which like you can go get the player that you need.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I need to know what the direction is, because is DeMar DeRozan and a first round pick enough to get you Cam Johnson?
Sure.
Or are you going to go more like, hey, we would move him to the Lakers in order to get like Rui Hachimura and like Gabe Benson?
Sure.
I don't even know what the contracts are, but like I'm just throwing out like
right
ideas.
Right.
Like, do you break him into 2, or are
Mm-hmm.
you adding something to him to go get something bigger? You don't have a lot to add, so that's one of the problems. Unless we start cracking into the Jonas Valanciunas $10-11 million contract, the Malik Monk $18-19 million contract,
which all should be on the table, by the way.
Yeah,
I don't think I know that people have their favorites, and you're not going to trade everybody and blow the entire team up.
Mm-hmm.
But everything has to very much be on the table.
Yeah, but I also like, look, if you're going to go in a new direction with your general manager, if Scott Perry wants to blow up like 80% of the roster and build around 2 or 3 guys,
Mm-hmm.
I think that might be the first step. Like, who is your core? You know, like the press conference tomorrow, like that should be one of the biggest questions is like, who do you consider the core, and how do you keep that core together?
Mm-hmm.
And how do you build around that core?
Yeah.
And so if the first thing, you know, he starts naming everybody on the roster as his core, you know, that's Monty McNair's team, Wes Wilcox's team. That's not your team.
Yeah.
So how do you want to put a stamp on this, and how do you want to change it around and make things, you know, like have a positive spin and get ready to compete for the playoffs next season?
Do you know what Scott Perry probably thinks his first priority is? Getting Zach LaVine the hell out of Sacramento. Here's Scott Perry talking about Zach LaVine on, I don't have the podcast name in front of me. Whoops. That's fine. We'll tell you what podcast it was. Here's what he said.
No question that Zach LaVine could score the basketball. He has proven that his 9 years in the NBA. I know this is his 10th season. He shot the ball well. He's a career 38% three-point shooter, explosive athlete. He has proven that he can score the basketball. Next thing that I look at is, does he impact winning? Zach LaVine has been to 1 playoff series in 9 years. So he's played a total of 4 basketball games, 4 playoff basketball games. So now I say to myself, I'm looking at paying 40 this year, 43, 46, and 49 million in subsequent years for a guy who, to this point, has not impacted winning to the level that his money says he should impact. So there's not a real match there, in my opinion. Now, as I look at the teams, and you bring up a good point, Mo, when you start talking about him as a third option, which I think is the best fit.
Oof.
Yeah.
So you got to find 2 players better than Zach LaVine.
Well, I think they have 1 player that's better than Zach LaVine in just overall in Domantas Sabonis, but scoring options, that's tough.
He's also been to 1 playoff series.
Yeah. In his career, he didn't go to any before?
That is, I'm sorry, real quick. That is Hoop Genius.
Okay.
That was Scott Perry's appearance on the Hoop Genius podcast. It's back in 2023.
Okay.
November 2023. He wasn't still with the Knicks when he was out here saying all that stuff about Zach LaVine.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, that's the modern, you know, the way that, you know, you go on podcasts, you talk about stuff, and then things can change very quickly.
I'm so fascinated to know how he's going to navigate that.
Well, here's the other thing.
In the interest of accuracy, Domantas Sabonis has been to 4 playoff series, once with OKC in his first year, once with Indiana in his second year, and once with Indiana in his third year.
Okay. And then Sacramento.
And then the one with Sacramento.
Yeah. So, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know how you walk back some of those statements if you're Scott Perry, because to be honest, you're just...
Is he wrong?
You're just speaking facts.
That's it. That's the thing, is he didn't say, man, I don't think Zach LaVine is a good culture guy, where he could go, yeah, you know what? I've gotten around Zach LaVine. I've talked to some other guys. You know what? I take that back. What he said is probably just kind of right.
Yeah, it's kind of like what we said when they made the trade. But just to rewind, if you knew that this was probably the outcome of your season, is that you're going to move away from De'Aaron Fox, you're going to move away from Monty and Wes, why would you allow them to make the trade for a guy that he clearly isn't on board with? Again, it's just going to keep flaring up.
My guess is, because he's going to get asked about this at his presser.
Yep.
My guess is he's going to say something to the effect of, Zach LaVine's a really good player. We're going to make sure we get the right pieces around him to maximize his talents, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, it's on me to go get the pieces that make him fit in what they're doing.
And what that means is getting a number 1 and number 2 option to go along with him.
Yeah.
All right.
It's tough, though. You just don't have a lot of pieces. I will say, the one blessing in disguise, we talked about the lottery pick, right?
Mm-hmm.
The coin flip, whatever, that doesn't matter. The one good thing is that once that pick is gone, and let's say the Kings don't move up into the top 4, there's only a 3.8% chance of them moving up into the top 4. If they don't, that just means that on July 1st, Scott Perry has everything moving forward. He has 9 first-round picks. One of those is a pick swap in 2031, but they have an unprotected Spurs pick in 27, unprotected Timberwolves pick in 31. They get They get 2 second-round picks back to 2026 and 2027 second-round picks. So on July 1st, he will be able to go out and wheel and deal with a full cupboard.
Yeah, right.
And that's something that Monty McNair has not been able to deal with for 4 years because of 3 years because of the Kevin Huerter trade.
Right.
I mean, that the good thing about
subsequent other deals that botched their second-round picks.
Well, of course, and then again, trading your first-round pick to get rid of Rashawn Holmes' contract, was that a great move? Probably not. Going out and missing on a couple of first-round picks, that wasn't a good idea either. But as far as just what does your cupboard look like? The Kings have all kinds of ammunition here.
Yep.
And we in Sacramento have already seen what Scott Perry would do with a first round. We saw him attack the 2017 NBA draft. And I think it's interesting when you look at, De'Aaron Fox was the 5th overall pick. Number 15 overall was Justin Jackson. Number 20 was Harry Giles. And then Frank Mason in the early second round. Of those players, 2 were young 19-year-old kids in Fox and Giles, and 2 were veterans in Justin Jackson and Frank Mason.
Sure.
So as opposed to the Monty McNair era where he took one player under the age of 21 the entire time he was here.
That's crazy.
And that's Jemias Ramsey.
That's so crazy.
5 years, he never drafted anyone young at all. That's a problem.
That's insane.
So, again, we just saw Scott Perry in the one draft he was here drafted 2 young players. Now he had 4 picks in the first 34 picks or whatever, 33 picks. But still, that shows you that he's willing to take the gamble on the young player, but again, I would caution the Kings were in a totally different position than they are today.
Yeah.
Where you're trying to build something quickly, trying to revitalize something. And so it'll get interesting. Does he value his picks? Does he not value his picks? Does he go out and he trade 3 first-round picks? That's always a possibility. If they want to get in on some big player, it'll be interesting to see how they handle this.
Yep. TC, I see you on the Elk Grove Kia talk line at 916-909-1320. We will get to you when we come back. I also think we have a really good idea of who the 49ers are going to draft on Thursday. And I'll give you those names next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jiffy Lube is omnipresent because they sponsor this program. We're the Insiders, and we're on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. Clear. Nope.
Leezy, if Monty got Stephon Castle in the trade, do you think he would still have a job? I got to be honest, it's a good question, and I also like. There's this really weird thing that happened like during the trade, like as everything's. And I at one point had been told, "Hey, there is a way for the Kings to get Castle," and then that didn't happen. I do think that would have made a huge amount of difference. There was a moment where it was like, hey, they can get Castle in the deal. And then I think that's when it started to go sideways and include other teams. But I don't know.
Am I the only one that's not traveling internationally right now? Goodness me. I just had 4 different people come up on Instagram. I got 2 people in Japan and 1 in Italy.
What?
That's 3 people.
I want to be in Italy.
People. I would love to be in Italy right now.
I like Italy.
My brother lives in Italy, so.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What part?
Somewhere in the Northeast.
Okay.
I forget. Yeah, Joe Brazil. On his way right now. Hey, that would be such a baller move, Joe, if instead of what you texted me as the reason that you're out, if you were actually just on a flight to Italy. Wait, what? Tough. That's France.
Oui. It's a good question, Jim. We need to talk football, but I think it's all of the above.
Oh, hey, we're back.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right. Your code word for the Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway, which is courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, home of the big guy, Vince Bloom. This is your chance to win $500. It's your chance to win on this show. We're giving you a keyword. D'Lo and KC will also be giving you a keyword at some point during their program. They're noon to 4. They'll give you a keyword. That'll be another chance to enter at ESPN1320.com. $500.
Okay.
Today's code word is buzzer. Buzzer. I've got sound effects for this one.
Like buzzer beater.
Yeah, like buzzer.
Okay.
Buzzer. 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 Enter that code word at ESPN1320.com. You will be entered to win $500. That is the Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway, courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, home of the big guy, Vince Bloom.
There it is.
Buzzer at ESPN1320.com. You'll find the contest page. It's right there.
I'm so excited we're giving away $500 each day.
Yeah. Monday
That's
through Friday
amazing.
this week, Monday through Friday next week.
Yeah.
Man.
I'm super excited, especially, just like it's a good time to give away money.
Hell yeah.
Christmas time is a good time, but also right now is a good time to give away money.
But also the middle of April, also a good time.
Yes.
Yeah, get locked in before the summer.
Yeah.
No doubt. Let's get out to the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. Let's hit TC. What's up, TC?
Hey, Hammer Kyle, what's up, man?
Vibing, bro.
What's going on?
Oh, man, just vibing. So, real quick before we go, Kings, Niners, man, trade Purdy, man, either to the Saints or whatever, or you could.
All right. We'll do that again tomorrow.
Oh.
They're not going to trade Brock Purdy. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? So Mac Jones can be the quarterback? That's what we're fired up for? We're fired up for the Mac Jones era in San Francisco? We're ready to trade Brock Purdy? Bro, you can be out.
TC.
Yeah, no, good dude. The Chatty House says it all the time. Fade TC. I know why. Look, bro. No, we talk. Hey, bro. Look, we talk about this all the time. How we try our best. We're gonna run down the hypothetical roads and we'll do all that. But I've seen this from the Larry Krugers and the Grant Cohns and the 49ers podcasters. Like, oh, trade Brock. Like, brother, they're not going to trade Brock Purdy.
No, did you see today? He showed up at camp, at a voluntary camp. He showed up.
Phase one of the offseason program. He's there.
And they said that things are moving the right way with his contract extension.
They're not, like, you can want them to do that all you want. You can hate him. You can be like, they're never going to win a Super Bowl with him. And you might be right. I'm not even saying you're wrong. They're not going to do it. They're not going to call the Saints, and they're not going to go, hey, how about Brock Purdy for the number 9? And then the Saints aren't going to go, yeah, we'll take them with our contract situation. Their cap situation is hell, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're just going to pay another quarterback when Derek Carr is already making $1 bajillion.
Yep.
So yeah, hey, we'll just pay another quarterback. That's fine. Like, it's not a thing that's going to happen. Because and if you want that and you'd rather have the Mac Jones era, no.
Nope.
No.
Yeah.
That's not a thing that's going to happen. And I certainly don't want the Mac Jones era over the Brock Purdy era, or whatever the Brock Purdy era wants to be.
I don't ever want to see a Mac Jones
I'm out
era.
on Mac Jones.
No.
I'm out on him as a player.
No, there's probably 8 quarterbacks in this draft that have better futures than Mac Jones right now. Like, the fact that he's your backup, that's fine. But come on now.
Yeah. I don't. I love you, TC, but we're not doing the trade Brock Purdy thing. If it happens, I'll eat a big plate of crow. But, man, I would be stunned, floored. I would drag the 49ers for a week if they did that.
The best part is, how long did TC wait on the line?
You know what? Hey, that's true. TC, call back, but leave the Brock Purdy stuff out of it. I'll get right to him.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I think the Niners are going to draft 3 guys. I was talking about Barrows yesterday on Candlestick Chronicles, the podcast I host with Chris Biederman.
Yep.
Of the Sacramento Bee. And I was talking about Barrows. And he said that we're starting to kind of get more and more info on who the 49ers might be taking. And Matt Barrows kind of confirmed what the breadcrumbs are out there.
Okay.
Walter Nolan, the defensive tackle from Ole Miss, really productive last year, but questionable production in the 2 years prior to that. He was at Texas A&M for 2 years, went to Ole Miss, like 35 pressures, I think, and these 6 sacks last season. That's according to Pro Football Focus. Really good athlete. Like, just could be a 3-down player on day one.
Mm-hmm.
It was a much better run defender this year too. So I see the vision there. And again, all of these guys are players that you've probably read mock drafts and you're like, what? They're going in the 20s. From what I understand and talking to people who know more about the draft than I do, once you get past like 6 in this draft, the players between like 7 and 50 are all kind of in the same mix. there's tiers within that for sure. But the 49ers taking one of these guys at 11 is not as outrageous as it sounds, because they may not be able to trade. Adam Schefter wrote about this yesterday. The trade back market is not going to be robust. There's a ton of teams looking to trade back, and not that many teams looking to move up. So the Niners can cross their fingers and hope Ashton Genty falls to 11 and a team wants to trade up. They can hope that Shedeur Sanders falls to 11 and some team gets crazy and wants to trade up ahead of the Cowboys because they think they're going to take Shedeur instead. Maybe. Like, weird things happen. McMillan, the receiver from Arizona, whose first name I'm not going to pronounce correctly, so I'm not going to pronounce it at all. He might fall to 11, and some team wants to jump up in front of the Cowboys because they maybe.
Okay.
But Walter Nolan's the one name. The other name is Mykel Williams, defensive end out of Georgia.
Okay.
Still got to figure it out as a pass rusher, but just checks all the boxes physically. A good run defender. Might be able to be a 3-down player relatively quickly in his career. I don't see it. I got the ick from watching him, but apparently the 49ers like him. And then who was the third name here on my list? Oh, Kelvin Banks, the offensive tackle from Texas.
Yeah.
That's the other name that just, you start seeing him randomly in mock drafts from people who talk to people, and you start talking to some folks around the team. You're like, I think depending on how the board shakes out, I think that's the other name, where he started left tackle for 3 years at Texas. Where, hey, real quick, hang on, Jesse, did TC call back? You thumbs downed him? I can't put you. Oh, okay, it's fine. Shoot me a text. I saw TC called back, and apparently he didn't want to get back on here.
Oh,
is he just out on our show now? That'd be fine. That'd be fair. I was a jerk. So if maybe Kelvin Banks is the player. He played offensive tackle at Texas for 3 years. He's a starter at left tackle. Really, really productive player. There's some questions about his size and whether he can hold up as a left tackle. So Dane Brugler from The Athletic has him as a guard. Maybe he plays guard and then kicks out to left tackle in the long term. If they're taking an offensive lineman in round one, it has to be somebody who upgrades their line this year and eventually replaces Trent Williams. That's the only way you can justify taking an offensive lineman in the first round.
Yeah, I totally agree.
I think it's one of those three guys.
The one issue I have with the defensive linemen, like, I don't think the Niners are in a spot like Walter Nolan. He plays multiple positions right on the line, and he's not a master of any of them. Like, he's fine against the run. He can get to the quarterback a little bit. He doesn't seem like he's a road grader. Like, he doesn't seem like he's an edge rusher.
Yeah, no, he's definitely not that.
And I don't think the Niners are in a position where they can, if you've got like four defensive linemen set up, and then you bring in a guy who has versatility to play all four spots, that's fine as like your fifth, or even if you've got most of your spots filled. I just don't like having in that situation a plug and play, like he can move around type guy. Like, get me a 320-pound defensive tackle that can stop the run. Get me maybe two of them. Also, go get me an edge rusher. What I don't want to see is like the versatility thing. The Niners aren't at a versatility point.
Maybe a little bit. I think that the player you're talking about, kind of that bigger defensive tackle, they can do in rounds 2 and 3. Yeah, they can still go do that. I think the bet with Nolan at 11 would be the upside part of it.
He's got to be a star at one of those positions, though.
Well, he'd play defensive tackle. I think the whole like can kick out to the edge thing is just a like a fun little wrinkle. In the same way you go, yeah, Jonas Valanciunas can shoot some threes. Like, I mean, yeah, you don't want him shooting 10 of them a game, but if he's standing in the corner and he gets an open look, like, you don't hate that he's taking it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, he can kick out to the edge sometimes, but I think at that point you're banking on upside, which definitely comes with a risk, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's if it's a player with 1 year of really good college production and you're looking at him 6'4", 296, like you said, not really a massive like run stuffing defensive tackle, but you're betting on the explosiveness, the athleticism, and then eventually with NFL coaching, he'll kind of reach that peak where he's a really effective pass rusher in the NFL and can at least hold his own against a run where he doesn't have to be off of the field on rundowns,
Yeah, totally.
And maybe that's what he is early, but I don't hate it as an upside pick as long as they do what you said And as long as that means, hey, you know what, we're going with another defensive tackle on day 2 or maybe day 3 and a defensive end or 2 in there as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you were taking a guy with versatility in the 4th, 5th, 6th round, that's fine with me. But you better not miss with the number 11 pick in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, just straight up, you got to hit a home run there.
Yeah. The thing with Nolan was there were some questions, I guess, about, and again, this is via Matt Barrows. There were some questions about, I guess he moved high schools a couple of times, then he was at Texas A&M for 2 years and then transferred to Ole Miss. It's like, hey man, why are you always changing schools? Like, what's the deal there? They had him in for a visit, a 30 visit at their facility. So I think if they're taking him, they're confident in the character and the upside of his development. But you're right, man. The bottom line is you can't miss. And if you're betting on this player, then he needs to make an immediate impact as a pass rusher, and he has to be able by sometime early in the year be able to be on the field for 3 downs.
Yep.
That's the very bottom line. And I don't mind the versatility part of it, because if he's not an edge. He's 6'4", 296. He's got 32.5-inch arms. The arm length is a little bit of a problem, but he's not going to be an edge. You're not going to line him up and be like, hey, you're going to rush the passer out there. But like I said, if there's a 3rd and long and they have maybe another defensive tackle, maybe it's Kevin Givens and somebody else who can rush from the inside. Maybe they pop him to the outside and have another edge rusher standing over him or something, like something crazy like that.
Yeah.
Like, there's just these little things you can do where he's playing different roles. I don't hate that necessarily, but I do think of the Banks, Nolan, Williams trio. I think he might be the highest upside, where, man, you might have like an all-pro defensive tackle.
Okay.
But I also think he has the lowest floor, where you have Javon Kinlaw.
Yeah.
And he's getting pushed around in the run game, and he's not an effective pass rusher, and he's just kind of on the field for 25 snaps, and you're not really sure what he's doing in any of those 25 snaps. I think there's a very low floor there, in a way there's not necessarily for Banks or for Michael Williams.
Yeah, I mean, like Banks, worst case scenario, you got to put him at left guard or something.
Yeah, I think he's a starter somewhere.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah. And probably a very good starter at somewhere.
Yeah.
Like whether you can get him to play right tackle now and eventually move to left tackle or play left guard and then move over to the left tackle. I mean, I just think that there's a way in which he makes a lot of sense as a guy who, it's talked about this before. It's like, when you're drafting NBA players and if you have, 3 players on the board, one is a starting level point guard, one's a starting level power forward, another one's like a combo guy. I'm taking one of the 2 guys that I know have natural position.
Sure.
Unless my team is so good that I can take the combo guy because I need to go find another Malik Monk type deal.
Sure.
So
that makes sense.
I just don't think the 49ers, with all of the holes that they have to fill in this particular draft, again, unless they're able to move from 11 to 20, pick up a 3rd round pick or a 4th round pick or 4th and a 5th, whatever.
Which they may be able to do.
Yeah. Then it would be like, okay, that's fine. At 20, that's fine. At 11, you've got to hit you need a full-fledged day 1 starter.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's get back to the Elk Grove Kid Talk on 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. TC, welcome back to the program. I appreciate you for holding. I appreciate you for calling back. I'm sorry for dumping your call the first time. That's on me, but I want to let you know that if you do the Brock Purdy trade thing again, we're going to have the same result. Okay. Hi, TC. Welcome back to the show. There, I forgot that's on me. Hi, TC. What's up?
Hey, what's up, bro?
What's up, buddy?
Hey, no, just vibing. Hey, look, so as far as Scott Perry, bro, I'm sitting down with Domas, DeMar, and Zach and trying to find a good spot for them. I know how you feel with Domas, Ham, but I'm sitting down with those dudes and I'm making a hard decision. Kyle, as far as the Niners, bro, I really don't nobody really I really don't care about how people feel about what I'm talking about, but.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, TC. Appreciate you. Yeah, I think I on the Scott Perry front, I'm gonna leave the Niner stuff alone. That was weird. On the Scott Perry front, I think that if you're talking like very, very basic steps, I do think that there has to be, with whoever you believe the current core is. You figure Domas is there, Keegan Murray is there, Zach LaVine is there, DeMar DeRozan is there. and again, I'm not talking about this as the core moving forward, but these guys that you have to make decisions on, like Malik Monk is probably in that group where you're sitting down and figuring out, okay, hey, where are you as a person with this team? What is your vision for you as a player? What do you think the team needs? And just start having that conversation and having that dialogue with those guys and trying to figure out, okay, of those kind of, their quote unquote best players, who is there anything salvageable with any of these guys? Because if you sit down and you walk in on day one, if you're Scott Perry and you go, all right, man, can't wait to build a team around Domas. Yes, let's go. I have a great vision for how we're going to build around Domas. And you sit down with Domas, like TC said, and Domas goes, I got to know more direction. I just like,
yeah.
Then like, all right, good to know. Same thing with DeMar. Same thing with Keegan Murray, whose extension you got to figure out. And who had that? Somebody had that. Is there James McCauley, who writes for the Kings on SI, dropped that and said, "Yo, they got to figure out Keegan's contract situation."
Well,
is another big one.
I mean, yeah, they have to figure it out, but realistically, they don't. They can punt until next offseason when he's a restricted free agent. Again, he could then play for the qualifying offer and walk away the next summer. But we're talking like 2 more years. Like the ideal situation would be to come up with a contract this summer that makes sense for both sides, not just a blanket max money contract.
Of course.
Now, if his side is adamant that he's a max money player for, rookie scale extension, then okay, we need to have a longer discussion. We need to figure out what that means for the franchise and whether that's something they're willing to do.
Sure.
I'm not sure that that's where the Kings are with him. And again, that's where, Keegan was very clear during his exit interviews. Yeah, I want to be here.
Sure.
Like, my agent will have discussions with them, but I do want to be here. This is a city that I want to put back on the map. I want to get back to the playoffs with this team and all that stuff. But that doesn't matter in the end because we're talking about a new GM. We're talking about a new system. We're talking about a new head coach.
So I think that's what you just said stuck out to me the most. And we got to go here in a second, but you said you don't know where the Kings are necessarily with Keegan.
Yeah.
We should not know where they are with anybody.
Well, yeah. I mean, Scott Perry should have the ability to have his own vision.
Yep.
And if his own vision does not have a all, universal like center in the middle, then Sabonis might not be part of this.
Absolutely.
I mean, you're signing the guy up for a long-term deal, probably a 3 or 4 year contract. Like that's Scott Perry should be able to make the decisions as long as he, gets value and everything else. I mean, this is kind of where you're at.
Yeah.
Like you're a team that's on the decline.
Yeah. It is not an easy situation.
Nope.
Very, very difficult conversations to be had, just like our guy TC said on the Oak Grove Kia talk line. All right, we got to step aside. Handoff is next. One of D-Lo or KC will jump in with us, and we'll continue talking about all of this. We'll talk some NBA playoffs, too. I don't think we've talked any playoffs today. We've done that at all. I don't think we've been able to fit the NBA postseason in. We'll do that in the handoff. One of D-Lo or KC is going to join us next here on The Insiders. It's sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320. I don't know. I was going to say The Insiders. It should get me out of here. I heard it's tomorrow at 10 a.m. The Scott Perry presser. We'll carry that for you right here on ESPN 1320. Hey. Yeah. When Money did his presser after the De'Aaron trade.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, we got to figure this out for tomorrow.
Oh, no. Oh, boy. Bro, TC would whoop my ass. I would not fight TC.
What's up, Dave?
Hey, yo. What's happening, guys?
TC came in hot with a trade Brock Purdy take, and I dumped the call.
Oh, man. Well, that's on par, though.
Well,
Fire Kyle Shanahan, not Mattson.
well, yeah. And he might be on the fire Kyle Madsen train now, too.
Well.
I'm looking at Discord right now. Hang on. Oh, that's incredible. That's amazing.
There's something on Discord?
Yeah. West Sac A's merch. Did you see that clip of, did we talk about this? Steve Kerr talking to Tim Kawakami after the game? And Tim
was that the...
Yeah, he's like, did you let the team know that they were going to... He's like, you know what? I forgot.
No, I admire that level of smart-assism.
Yeah.
Yeah, TC's just
even
out on
better
Kyle's.
Knowing it was Tim Kawakami.
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey, let's actually, I got a thing to do.
Okay.
And then we can jump in for now. We got a minute still. Hey, Damien's back.
Kyle told me to go to hell.
No, that's not true. First of all, I am trying to help you not get in trouble.
You. Yeah.
I guess Jason Tatum has a wrist injury.
Yeah, he almost died on the basketball floor the other night. Joe told him to get up.
He's day to day.
Sure, he's going to be okay.
Sore after the game.
Very confident.
Are we going to have the Jason Tatum wrist game?
Okay, here we go. I'll start with the thing, and then we'll bring you.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
There's NBA playoff games tonight, FYI. Got that going on. And with the NBA playoffs going on, I've got an underdog lineup using their extender promotion where I have now, because it's game 2, have a 50% profit boost token that I am using on my lineup tonight. Game 3, I'll get 60%. Game 4, I'll get 70%. You can do that too. Signing up with Underdog Daily Fantasy, their pick'em game. Of course, higher or lower, you pick that on at least 2-player stats. You can win up to 1,000 times your money. Here's my lineup tonight. Tyrese Halliburton. We're going lower than 18.5 points for our guy Tyrese Halliburton.
You sure he's not going to read that the players poll?
Well, he might.
And say, "Oh, I'm underrated."
He might.
I'm overrated. All right.
Yeah, got these 19 points for you. Yeah, he might. Memphis OKC. John Morant, I'm going higher than 22.5 points.
Oh, that's easy.
I think that Memphis is going to be better. I think they're going to lose by a lot. I think they're going to be better. I'm going to go John Morant higher than 22.5 points. SGA higher than 43.5 points, rebounds, and assists. And then Zach Edey higher than 8.5 points. Put back opportunities, dunks. I feel good about that with Zach Edey. I hope you play along. Download the Underdog app and sign up with promo code KyleM. That's KYLEM to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your first deposit. That's promo code KyleM, KYLEM. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/extend.html for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. Speaking of the NBA playoffs, it's time for the handoff. Damien Barling in the building, everybody.
It's time now for the
we play this?
handoff. Taking the handoff from James and Kyle today, here's D'Lo, Damien Barling.
I think Kenny was like, no, I'm not starting it until you play the intro thing.
No, he's a bigger keeper than I am.
That's facts.
I'm just here.
You're just vibing.
Yeah, that's it. So
Right.
just make sure we got the people to throw rose petals at Casey's feet when he gets in.
Oh, they're here.
Get him his
Yeah, no,
okay.
they checked in. They're good.
Rose petal throwers. Yeah,
they're on there. They're getting him his coffee and his snacks right now. They're got to get all that out of the way first.
Of course. It's a lot of snacks too.
So many snacks. So we've been talking about the top priority for Scott Perry, Kings New GM.
Yeah.
If you're telling him, if he says, "Hey, Damian, you know what? I'm really struggling with this GM thing. Damian, help."
Yeah. And who doesn't do that?
Yeah, right. Yeah. You've got just 30 NBA GMs just on the horn at all times.
Right.
What would you say is the number one, like smaller picture priority? Not you got to pick a franchise direction. Like, yeah, no, we know.
Or a coach.
But well, and a coach. Yeah, that was James' answer, which I think is the right answer.
Yeah. So I assume we'll take that out of the equation.
Yeah, because that's the correct answer. First, personnel, player personnel priority.
I mean, the truth be told, first order of business for me was I'd want to talk to everybody.
Yeah.
I'd want to talk to, and I would prioritize it by the players that I want here next year. Now, I think after my meetings, I would determine whether I still want that individual here. But I'd have a conversation with DeMar DeRozan. You've been around the league. You're a Hall of Famer. You've put up numbers that were essentially what you've done your entire Hall of Fame career. Why did this season end up the way that it did? I'd ask Domantas Sabonis the same thing. I'd ask Malik Monk the same thing. I'd ask all these guys the same thing. I'd ask all of the guys who didn't want Mike Brown here, why not? What was different under Doug Christie? I'd ask every single one of them, what they think about Keegan Murray. How vital is Keon Ellis to what we do? And then I'd work my way through. I would create my first order of business is I'd create what I consider a priority list in terms of players, and that's the order in which I talk to them. So if it's DeMar, Domas, Zach LaVine, I'm talking to them. I'm trying to get a feel for why things went the way that they did last year. For guys like guys like DeMar, I'd ask them flat out, like, do you want to be here?
Yeah,
like you have been adamant since signing here. You don't have a ton of time left in this league. You're universally respected across the league. How do you want to approach this season? Do you want me to explore something else? Because in DeMar's case, I think he's probably the easiest to like, okay, if you don't want to be here, we'll do right by you. Like, we can make this work. It's not going to be difficult.
Yeah.
He's the only person I'm posing that question to. So I don't care who wants clarity. I don't care who's asking. I'm not asking you that question because the fact of the matter is I might not be able to move you.
Right.
I'm not going to sit in here and you tell me you don't want to be here.
Yeah.
Because there could come a point where, fam, that's too goddamn bad.
No doubt.
I can't help you. So DeMar is the one guy who gets that, whether it's a level of respect or who gets that out. Do you want to be here next year? Yes? Great. We're going to try to find a way to make this work.
Right.
Now, admittedly, I'm going to do what I can to make this team better. There are going to be people who are going to call and ask about you. I see you as a part of this team moving forward, but I'm taking calls on everything. If there is any trade conversation, you and I will have a discussion. You and your agents will have discussion. But again, DeMar is the only guy that gets that level of respect. Domas doesn't get it. Zach doesn't get it. Malik doesn't get it. No one gets it except for DeMar DeRozan. And that's not just the level of respect. It's the ease in which it takes to move him.
Sure.
Every other player, and Malik wouldn't be difficult. Malik wouldn't be difficult. And I don't think Malik would even say, yeah, I want out of here. Like, he made that clear at exit interviews. But the other two that people focus on, like, hey, Scott, I don't want to be here. Okay, Domas, I don't know what to tell you. Like, no one's really clamoring to take $130 million back for you right now.
Yeah.
So I'd find a way to figure it out mentally.
I think
what I would find a way is for you to tell me what you think we could do to make this team better. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think there is a market for Domas. I don't think there's a market at all for Zach LaVine.
That's a lot of money. Like, why are they different to you?
Well, because one of them doesn't have a long history of injury.
Fine.
That's true.
He's a guy who plays, on average, like for the Kings, like 75 games per year. Like, so, like, that's
so, but like, what
who
level
leads
of
the league in rebounding?
Sure,
and all
but
that
what
other
level
stuff.
of team are you talking about? Like, are you talking about the Nets? The Raptors? Because that you could sell me on that. I guess, like, if the Nets went and acquired Domantas Sabonis, I would assume it's because Jordy really likes Domas. And given who Jordy's right-hand man was, I don't think that's the case. So, like, what type of team goes, give me Domas?
I think there are a lot of teams that would take Domas that would jump at the opportunity. Good teams, bad teams. I think there are a lot of teams. Like, I'm not going to, like, I think that the mistakes here that were made are not Domantas Sabonis related.
No, I don't think that's the case either.
I mean, it doesn't take like a brain surgeon to look at the types of players that you should have put next to him and then just look at how they systematically did not ever put that player next to him.
But doesn't that alone limit the teams that he can be traded to? Unless you are talking about a team like Brooklyn, who's still very much building their team.
No, because I think there are so many teams in the league that just have never struggled to build the team that we're talking about. Like, every team in the league, you look around, except for the Kings, have a bunch of length and athleticism at the wings.
But I think, I guess, so what my process here was, I'm going to go through the playoff teams. Oklahoma City? No. They're not. Okay.
I don't know.
You don't think Oklahoma City would trade for Domas?
No, I don't think so.
I think they're cool with Hartenstein and Chet.
I also think there's a world in which they're like, okay, we might need to diversify, and to have a guy like Chet.
Like, they're sketchy on Chet?
Next to Sabonis? No.
Oh.
No, I think they would love,
But what are they going to do when Shea comes up and then Chet comes up, and you still got, when Chet comes up, you got $50 million on Domas that year.
Well, yeah, but the salary cap is also going to be well over $200 million at that point.
Yeah. Salary cap always goes up. Steph Curry will be making $190 million a year
at some point.
Yeah, well deserved.
It'll be like 47. We'll be like, how is he still in the league? Well, we know why he's still in the league.
Well, at $200 million a year, you'll stick around.
The Rockets.
I actually like the Rockets better for DeMar.
I think that's what. So I texted James about something related to that yesterday. I was like, I need to see how this series goes. But if they lose in like 5 games, I don't think they're gonna. But if they lose in 5, and their offense just looks like this the whole time, I think DeMar. I think they should be calling the Kings.
Yeah,
because that is a player that you can get for not a ton of money, who can help you immediately. And you know what? To hell with moving the ball. We've got Alperen Şengün who can do that, and we need somebody who's going to put the ball in the basket.
Yeah, it was one of the first things we brought up yesterday when talking about the Warriors Rockets. It was, DeMar would probably really help them. The style of player DeMar DeRozan is.
Plus, he wouldn't upset the balance of what they're building or their future.
Domas, I guess, could work there. I just don't think he's tough enough. Not that he's not tough. He gets his ass whooped every game. Like, we know that. I wonder if he's mentally tough enough.
Where I'm going with this, and we can talk about fit. And he'd fit here, he'd fit there. I don't think the Rockets would give up anything of value to the Kings to get him.
Well, yeah, but
like, if they can get him for nothing,
it would be what do they consider value though? Like, where are they at with, like, because I mean, it's a terrible, what's one man's trash is another man's treasure. They may look at it like, this doesn't, Jalen Green, for example, he doesn't fit what we're doing. He can't take us to a certain level. He's a good basketball player. DeMar, James talking about fit. DeMar fits better. So it's not that Jalen is bad. It's not that we have to come off so much. It's that
I was talking about Domas. Sorry.
Domas.
Yeah. That's my bad. We had moved on. I didn't.
I got you. That's a little more difficult because the money lining up, you're going to have to part ways with money, and that becomes difficult. But like Houston is set up.
Maybe we can do this exercise.
They could acquire Houston could literally acquire anyone in the league they want.
Legitimately anyone.
Yep.
Yeah. We'll pick up that conversation. You guys, what do you got coming up?
We got this. We are committed to getting to the NFL draft at some point. We spent so much time discussing the NBA and the NBA playoffs, but we have plans here in the first hour to talk NBA draft as well. Trysta at 2, Jason Jones at 3:20. So
can't wait.
Good.
D'Lo and KC coming up next at 4:00 after D'Lo and KC. Grizzlies at Thunder, game 2 of that rousing first round series. Can't wait. For James Ham, I'm Kyle Madsen, Joe Brazil at the home office. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're back tomorrow at 10 a.m. on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Until then, drink water. Be nice, people. Bye. All right, Chatty House. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
What it do, baby? Hey. One more time for the beautiful weather outside. Beautiful. We welcome you in here to the Tuesday, April 22nd edition of D'Lo and KC. I'm Damian Boiling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Change all this stuff. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
Worse.
That stays.
Yeah, that can stay. Because we're still trying to figure out where he's talking about.
I mean, I
may have been there a time or two.
Well, I've got my opinions on where it might be, but I don't want to say nothing. I don't want to incriminate none of my fine neighborhoods in the city.
No.
I mean,
it's very kind of you.
Yeah.
There are no slums.
Raw was actually better than WrestleMania.
I
didn't even watch
I didn't.
I saw clips.
I was going to say, we watched the Cena promo together.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, we watched the Cena promo together. The blood feud of Randy Orton and John Cena continues.
Man, come on, man.
I'm with that.
You are?
Yeah, run it back.
Really?
Yeah,
Look,
who knows?
once again, it
Really?
just highlights what I say.
I don't think they have anything else like for Randy to do too, though. I think it's kind of like
You don't have to wrestle.
I think it'll be fine, but I don't have an issue. Like, yeah, there's no issue with it.
You don't have to wrestle. Just like John don't have to wrestle.
Who do you want to put there?
Well, that goes back to my overarching point.
I'm assuming, I don't know, maybe the show's in like Saudi Arabia, and they're like,
that's a good point. That's a good point.
Give us your biggest stars.
And
it's Randy Orton and John Cena.
That's a good point.
Circa 2012.
That's like Goldberg and Undertaker.
Oh,
Nah,
well,
don't do that.
how'd
Don't do
that
that.
go?
Don't do that.
Jesse says the Undertaker almost died that day.
3
It's not
times.
wrong.
No, this will be good. This will be good.
And Randy Orton's one of my favorites. I like Randy Orton.
I just love how Randy Orton gets injured, leaves for a year, comes back, and it's like, oh, sir.
Oh, come on.
Well,
man.
John Cena said him and Batista switch
He's
bodies.
working hard.
All right.
He's working out, man. Come on,
Yeah.
hard work, dedication.
Because if one thing all of my studies in kinesiology told me is the older you get, the more muscle, the easier it is to put on a ton of muscle. And maybe your head gets a little bigger.
You see Dwayne was speaking today?
I did.
Boy.
Maybe
it's not his fault.
Now, wait a second. To be clear, this was Dwayne, guys. This was DJ.
Yeah,
This
Dwayne
was
Johnson.
our old buddy DJ. This wasn't the final boss. It
Final
wasn't The
boss, as
Rock.
far as I'm concerned, doesn't exist anymore, I guess.
Well, he damn near said as much.
Yeah.
Well, except he kept talking about souls and taking people's souls. It was like,
weird.
bro, what are you, the Undertaker? What are you talking about?
Look, I got an honest question. Do we think he understands like wrestling, like how to book and stuff?
I don't think it was him this time. The way he was telling the story seems like ticket sales were low for Elimination Chamber. It was like, hey, Rocky,
So they
come
brought
save
him
us.
out for Elimination Chamber, but he still facilitated.
But there was
the
like
heel turn.
there was no plan. Like there was no like real plan.
So
after that for him.
here's the problem though. Okay, I get it. Don't talk to me about this stupid Dwayne versus The Rock stuff. You essentially killed off the final boss in the middle of the ring on your most watched episode of Raw in like a decade and a half. Then, like a day later, for reasons known to no human being on earth, you show up to NXT to cut another final boss promo.
I don't know what he's doing, man.
Then you're gone. And you facilitate what he said, one of the biggest angles in the history of the business. Second to Hulk Hogan's heel turn.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't agree, but I got you. I was in.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're just gone. It's like if WrestleMania
everything I need to do. You
It's
guys don't need me anymore, guys.
That's essentially what he said. WrestleMania 17 comes around. Stone Cold aligns with Vince McMahon. Imagine the next night on Raw. Vince is just gone and doesn't show up again. You facilitate a heel turn and you're just gone. Imagine last night takes place and Paul Heyman isn't there.
Right.
Braun Breaker
Right.
just goes side by
Right.
side with Seth Rollins, but there's no Paul Heyman.
That's
Paul
crazy.
Heyman was the facilitator of the whole story. Dwayne, the final boss, was the facilitator of the whole story. It's like, bro, how short either you or this company are so terribly short-sighted in that you killed off the character on June 6th, brought him back immediately, executed a massive angle, and went, that's enough. The Rock looked like he was at the house.
No, he was chilling.
He was just drinking Terramana and kicking it.
He said, I told the guys, I said, guys, you don't need me anymore. We got 6 weeks. 6 weeks, guys. 6 weeks.
Is that your Dwayne impression?
No,
Yes.
hey,
That's,
hold on,
no,
hold on.
you heard it.
No,
You heard it.
no.
I told them, guys.
Hold on.
I told them, guys.
That one can't start. But you're gonna sit on the bench for maybe a year. We're gonna work on your game, and we'll see. We'll check back in.
Going down to the G League.
Yeah, we'll check back in.
You
told him.
You
said,
worked that out on the podcast.
Guys, we got 6 weeks. 6 weeks until WrestleMania.
You see
I'm
it.
out of this, guys. I'm out of it. You don't need me anymore. You don't need me. I told him 6 weeks, guys. One of the biggest moments in the history.
This is awful.
It's a debut. He can play a little defense, but like I said, we're gonna work on that jumper. He'll be ready.
This
He'll
is,
be
you know
ready.
what this is?
He'll be ready.
No, don't. Okay,
He'll be ready.
no, this is Devin Carter's first run before the G League. That's what that was. That's Devin Carter taking the floor like, the hell has this guy ever seen a basketball in his life? That's what that impression was.
Spectre 707. I don't hear. I might be the one who does. I'll tell you, we're
No,
gonna get that.
it might be.
Jesse
You
hears
are
it.
the only
Jesse
one.
hears it.
No,
He hears
no,
it. It's there.
no,
It is there.
No,
The Rock will be back on the show.
Final boss. Final boss is gone. You don't need the final boss anymore. You guys got this. I'm gonna tell you. You guys got this. You got 6 weeks.
You don't hear that?
6 weeks to figure it out. You guys got this. I'm gonna tell you right now.
He's got to get the raspy.
No, you hear it now.
Get him
I just
down.
hit a jump shot. You
Get him down.
you see
Get him down to NXT to work this out.
No, we got it.
that was first.
Drew
try,
Down
too.
is right.
That was first try. I've never worked
If
on the
we
Rock.
all had a hype man like Jesse, we'd be fine.
Cracks. We don't lose over here.
Drew Down. He's eating up.
Jesus. Like, okay, and here's Cole. Who is this supposed to be? Thank you, Cole.
Kenny's gonna go for a heat check in about a minute, and
Oh,
he's
yeah.
gonna fail. That's
Oh,
right. Get him off the
he's
court.
absolutely,
but-
yeah.
What's
hey,
better? What's better? My
Mike Brown
Dwayne Rock
treating
Jock-
you like Kevin Herter. Get
Dwayne-
out of here, pal.
The Rock Johnson or Bret Hart?
Oh, Brett's terrible.
No, Brett's
No,
kind of
Brett's
there.
terrible.
Brett is like
Brett's
surfer dude
terrible.
from
I've
Venice
seen this
Beach trying to
happen
do Bret
before.
Hart.
Seen it happen before
No.
to Cody. They did it to me. They did it to me and my brother.
This is that's terrible.
Yeah, do more raspy. It's like
Nah, you sound like you're on an extra on California Dreams or whatever that
Great.
show
No,
was
that was a
called.
good show.
Is that what it was called?
Yeah, that was a good
Yeah.
show. I like California Dreams.
That's what you sound
I
like.
saw a clip of Zach on Kelly Clarkson the other day. It was just an interesting clip of him. He said, I was nothing like Zach Moore. He said he dyed his hair.
Yeah, I heard
Yeah, I
that.
didn't know that.
Yeah, you can see that like later in life. Like he has very
Yeah, he's always been
dark hair.
Yeah.
and still looks like Zach.
He looks fantastic.
Like,
he's probably got to be 50,
Most of that
something.
cast, for probably various reasons, haven't really aged much.
No,
Like, I know you don't like him, but like Mario looks great.
no, he looks great. He looks fantastic.
Jesse looks older.
But she
What's her
still
name?
looks good.
Elizabeth Berkley.
Yeah,
she looks
she
good.
Still good.
Well,
Lark, well, she came back.
Screech is no longer
Well,
with
Screech
us.
is gone. Lark came back. We lost her for a second, but she came back. She looks fine. And then obviously, Tiffany Amber.
Oh yeah,
Fantastic.
I haven't seen Leah Remini in a long time.
Who's Leah?
Leah was the one from the Cabana episodes.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. I was
Yeah.
thinking King of Queens. That's
Well,
all.
yeah. That's her. Yeah,
Yeah.
same one. Yeah.
Yeah.
But she did the Cabana.
Yeah. She was
the-
at the. It wasn't a beach. It was like a resort.
Yeah,
Yeah. She was Stacy was her name. Stacy Carosi. That's how I know her.
good call. Carosi was the boss.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good call right there. Tune in all summer for Saved by the Bell recap. Clippers Nuggets is the series of the first round right now. And man, oh man, Kawhi Leonard might be the ultimate, not X factor in that, like, if Kawhi's the Kawhi Leonard we know,
Mhm.
the Clippers can win an NBA championship.
Yes.
Just no one is quite sure if that Kawhi Leonard exists for a 2-month span anymore. but he existed last night. And that was just such a serious reminder of, okay, like I get it, and I completely understand how we got here. But he reminds you every once in a while that he was one of the top 3 players in this league. It was him, it was LeBron, it was Steph. Like, they were the best players in professional basketball. Kawhi was probably the best two-way player of the 3. And you just don't know that. You just don't know if you're going to get that.
I want to talk more about his performance last night, but I have a question as well for both of you guys that I was thinking about. And I'll answer it on the other side, or I'll ask it on the other side.
Well, how very nice. I only got to kill 30 seconds because you're driving the show through the stoplight.
We're really gonna get you to work on these breaks.
No, we'll get you there. We hit the other sideline, like if it's like 12, 13, 30, and it's like, hey, we got to get out of here. We'll come back. Casey's like, no. Casey's the guy who slows down because he thinks the green light's going to change, so he slows down in preparation.
I don't want to speed through.
See, that's Casey right there.
I don't speed at all.
Throwing us. Well, that's
yellow light just means you got to go a little faster.
Hurry up.
Well, that's what I was always taught.
Not to me,
but
and
not
also
Kenny.
When you're at the intersection and your light turns green, count to 3, everybody.
Oh yeah, do that. Some jackass.
Oh yeah, always check both ways.
Yeah, some jackass. Hey, it's 12:13. We'll be right back. KC will pose his question. Is Kawhi Leonard still one of them ones? We'll talk about that series. We'll be
back in 3 minutes. 3 minutes, everybody. 3 minutes. I saw something today. I actually tweeted it out, so you guys might already seen it. But this wasn't really show worthy, but it was still astonishing. It says you could strip Barry Bonds of his stats
Saw that.
all 7 MVP seasons, and he still has 440 home runs and 359 stolen bases.
I was on the show, I think, for like a year, but yeah, Barry's the GOAT.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Pretty recently, I was watching Barry Bonds highlights for like a week straight. I was like, yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah,
how do you take away somebody's 7 best seasons? They still have that. Wow. Yeah, Drew Dan. I don't know where I saw a clip of it, but that was pretty cool.
Mike Tyson's the most intimidating athlete ever, right? I think we all agree.
For me, yeah.
Yeah.
Is Barry second?
Intimidating?
Not as far as like fights and stuff like that, but as far as like fear in the picture, like just Barry Bonds is here. Like, I'm not throwing to this guy, stuff like that. Like when Barry was up.
I think it was
because you can always do that with fighters and stuff like that, but you get the point I'm trying to make, right?
Yeah.
I think it was
he's
Mike.
up there.
Mike was probably second.
Mike?
People were like, leave him alone. Like, don't mess with that man.
Kyle just threw up Tom Brady.
I hate to say this. Was Ray Lewis one?
He's probably up there. I don't think he's with Tyson.
Not top 5, no? Okay.
But he was up there.
Yeah.
Okay.
There. Yeah, Brady's a good one. Don't score with 90 seconds left.
Ronnie Lott.
Oh, Ronnie Lott's a good one.
Montez Burfict.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Intimidating if you're a Pittsburgh Steeler.
Intimidating if you want to
play football. Jay too low, I guess, for different reasons.
Oh man, come on, man. Hey, come on.
It'd be pretty scared if he showed up.
Oh man, hey. No, don't do that.
These clips of Chad Johnson always trying to like hit Ray Lewis or something are always hilarious because it always ends up horribly wrong for him.
Chad was a funny dude. That was one of my favorite players for I don't know 2-3 years when he was like on his run with the Bengals. I used to love my boy Chad Johnson.
Probably one of the best players not to make the Hall of Fame. He's not in the Hall of Fame, right? Chad Johnson?
No, he's not.
He was a really good wide receiver.
Yeah, he was really good.
Yeah, but his run was really 4 years.
4 years.
Was that it?
Yeah, it wasn't very long. His personality, I think, outlasted his game.
I'm trying to think who else is like that. I don't think this guy will make the Hall of Fame. Is he better than Odell Beckham?
Chad, I think so.
Yeah,
I think Odell's run was even short. Odell's run was like his first 3. Maybe his was 4 years too, but it was like literally his first 3 or 4.
OBJ, like probably if he didn't get hurt all the time, would have been better. But
I can't remember.
careers in front of him,
Did he cook in Cleveland?
No,
he didn't. Did you read Shannon Sharpe's text messages?
I heard the phone call.
Oh, I didn't hear the phone call.
Yeah, TMZ released some stuff today.
Did you see Shannon about an hour ago?
I didn't see the latest Shannon released.
Wait, what did you?
Shannon released the video. He said he wants people to hear from his own words. It was bizarre.
Wait, is that the one where he's sitting in his studio?
Yeah.
Oh, with the echo and stuff like that? It doesn't sound great? Yeah, okay. I watched part of that.
I think we can play it too if need be. He's just addressing it.
Is he talking to someone on the phone?
No.
It's a Michael Scott type where like he's got Pam, like it's that type. Yeah,
one day.
I've heard all these rumors about me. I want you to hear from me directly. And he was being dead serious and he's defending himself. It's not funny, but it was just bizarre. And he goes, "Yeah, Bigsby, whatever the guy's name,
Tony Busby.
He said, "Yeah, soon he's gonna put out a 30 snippet of a sex tape that we had. All right. I would advise him, why don't you put out the whole 10 minutes? I'd put it out if I have it, but I don't have it." It's like, all right, man. Okay, we don't need 30 seconds of that, let alone 10 minutes. But he's fighting for his life. He said they're trying to get a payday. What they're gonna get is a defamation suit.
It's been an interesting year for Shannon.
It's been a bad year for Shannon.
Didn't the other video come out this year? The phone?
Yeah, that was
the Instagram Live.
That was a couple months ago. That
was this year.
I'm pretty sure that was February. We're not even a full 4 months into the year.
Shannon just trying to get to that next deal. Just trying to get there.
Yeah. Well, some interesting reading out there if you want to.
I mean, that was all right, man.
Yeah.
Shannon, man. Shannon just needs to slow down, bro. Slow down. Calm down. Might be too late for that. Hopefully not for everybody involved. But yeah, slow down, bro. Just settle down, slow down. Focus on your craft, man.
Shannon just out there. Well, some would say he is. Some would say he is. Randy Lilly says Shannon needs a wife. Well,
he needs to slow down.
Tell me what you were thinking regarding Kawhi Leonard before the break.
We talk about Kawhi Leonard, and I was, wondering if he's able to hold up. We see a performance last night where I know literally statistically it wasn't perfect, but that was as close to perfect as you can get.
Yeah.
Shooting that many times in that situation. What was he, 15 and 19?
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man.
Yep.
That was unbelievable to watch. And I remember him missing 2 shots in the fourth quarter. So, I mean, leading up to that, I think he had only missed 2 shots for the majority of that game. That was crazy.
I think one of them, he had like 2 guys in his face too in that fourth quarter.
Yeah. And because I remember the 2 misses, I wasn't aware of the numbers. So I was like, oh, he just missed 2 shots. And then I saw he was 15 and 19. I was like, were those 2 of the only 4 shots he missed tonight? It was crazy. But we talk about his ability, what he can do, winning a championship, and what he can be if he's healthy. Is he the greatest what if in NBA history?
No.
Are we sure?
No, he won a title.
But how much more could he achieve, though?
He could be the way we like. It feels like if he didn't get hurt, we may be talking about a top 10 player.
He played that game yesterday, and I was in the rundown like, hey, where does he fit amongst the league's best right now? Like, he just played one game. It's like, yeah, he's back. Obviously, who knows how his injuries, like his body holds up and all that. But like, if he just was healthy his whole career,
if he could have the health
It's
of
just
LeBron
weird
James.
to have this conversation about a player who's won he's won multiple championships.
no, he's got
He's
accolades on
going
accolades.
to the Hall of
2
Fame.
Finals MVPs.
He has on many different occasions throughout his career been considered a top 3, 4, 5 player in the entire league.
He's a 6-time All-Star, 2-time NBA champ, All-Rookie, 2-time Finals MVP, All-Star Game MVP, 2-time Defensive Player of the Year, top 75, 7-time All-Defense, 6-time All-NBA.
It feels like the resume's crazy. The resume is crazy. It feels like if he had the health of LeBron James, you could double all that.
Cole asked right here, if he's healthy, could he have been a top whatever player of all time? Is he top 20, top 15 type?
It certainly feels like it. It
Yeah.
certainly feels like it.
I mean,
He's got the defense.
Because when we talk about, I know Derrick Rose is on there, Penny's on there, Joel's on there, and Joel's probably a little higher level than those two about what he could have achieved. But those two, we think they would have been, how do I put this? It's impossible. I'm just asking a question though.
Anything is possible.
Is it a sure bet, in your guys' opinion, of Kawhi being a 4-time NBA champion, 14-time All-NBA, whatever, as opposed to saying, hey, Derrick Rose or Penny, if they stayed healthy, they would have won 2-3 titles? I feel like I'm more sure that Kawhi would have achieved all that than those other two.
I didn't watch Penny, so like I can only go with Derrick Rose versus Kawhi. I think like Derrick Rose is always like, yeah, he would have been one of the best, but there was always LeBron there too, so you don't know how that would have ended up. Like, I think it's easier for Kawhi, I think, to imagine 2 more titles. Like, he got traded to the Raptors for 1 year and got him a ring there.
COVID happened, else he might have won a ring there. They were the one
it's
seed?
not crazy.
Were they
It's
the
not
one
crazy.
seed in 2020? I know the Lakers were starting to track them down, but because that one, we always talk about that last game was one of the last games was that Sunday Lakers Clippers game, and I feel like the Clippers were the 1 seed
Well, let's look
at the time, or maybe
So the
even 2 seed.
2019-2020 season, the Lakers finished 3 games ahead of the Lakers, or the Clippers, 3.5 ahead of the Clippers.
Does that include the bubble situation though?
I don't think it does. I don't think those games
Okay.
count. I literally think those games were nothing.
Gotcha. Yeah,
It's not. I'm with it. I mean, it's certainly possible.
He is a machine when he's on. He is a machine, and we talk about the 2019 finals, 2020 season, what he was doing. I think sometimes that's why I put it out there last night when I tweeted it. We kind of forget what he did in 2021 before he got hurt. Remember that Mavs series where for the first 6 games, the road team won every game, and he had that game 6 in Dallas with the season on the line. And I'll look it up for sure. I think he had like 45. He had like 45 and it was akin to what we saw last night, his performance. That guy was crazy. And then they get past the Mavericks and he gets hurt in game 4 of the Utah series, tears his ACL.
And the original injury occurred against the Warriors. That was Zubac with the Spurs when he was with the Spurs. That was the one that started everything.
Yeah. That was a sprained ankle.
Damn, Zaza Pachulia.
Changed the NBA. It's a flagrant foul now.
Right. Yeah.
They weren't reviewing that before.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, I'm probably going to lie about Kawhi Leonard like he's Michael Jordan 20 years from now.
He's almost got a little bit of that. And I don't think they played against each other, so it's not an exact comparison. But he's almost got that. Well, actually, now that I look back in his career, he did. He's got that Isaiah Thomas to him, where he's the one that could say, I beat both of these boys. The one you talking about Steph and LeBron, it's their era. I beat them both.
Kawhi,
I beat LeBron when he was in San Antonio.
Mm-hmm.
Damn near swept him out of the NBA Finals. And I beat Curry at the height of what he was doing. He's got that Isaiah Thomas age, so I beat them both.
minus like a couple of all defensive teams, like Kawhi got most of his accolades too, like his first 6 seasons.
Yeah, because he
defensive player, defensive player of the year. He won 2014, 2015, and the 2015, 2016 season.
You read the numbers, and he hasn't played much in like 5 years.
Yeah, 2016, 2017, he played 74 games. Then the next year he played 9, and it's all just been kind of fluctuating between like 60 something to 50 since then.
Yeah, I was just something I was thinking about. I was like, man, this guy is.
You take him over Grant Hill? Wilson throws him in the chat right here.
Take him over Grant Hill
as
in
far as what
regards?
ifs. What they could have achieved, and I guess who's the biggest what if?
Well, Grant's first 6 years in the league.
Yeah, he was a problem. He was an absolute problem.
So, this is who accomplished more? Like Kawhi did, right?
Yeah, for sure.
But was Grant the bigger player? Like 6 years into his career, was Grant Hill a bigger player than Kawhi Leonard was?
Probably. He was in a different situation. But Kawhi, I think within 6 years, had the finals MVP, had a championship, had all defensive accolades.
Kawhi, yeah, he was defensive player of the year twice his first 6 seasons.
Wow, goodness great.
Back-to-back seasons. I'm looking at Grant Hill. Like, he was rookie of the year. He was all NBA like a bunch, like his first 6 seasons every year. And then he was MVP top 10 on the race or whatever like that. But yeah, he doesn't have like the defensive player of the year, the defensive teams that Kawhi has.
Quick side note to that game I was talking about, game 6, the Clippers down 3-2, going to Dallas and Luka and all this other stuff. Kawhi, 45 points on 18 of 25 from the field.
Man, what game was this?
Game 6 in 2020.
Jesus. I mean, has there ever? I mean, he also has legendary playoff performances. Like he does not have performances where he's man. If only they had Kawhi. Like right. They like
where was he at?
Yeah, like that. And to me, that the shot, it's not for a tie. That's got to be one of the most legendary shots. That's Tiger's slow drop at the Masters, I think it was, where the ball just like stops and then rolls into the cup. Like that was Kawhi's shot against Philly. Yep.
Yeah, it's just it's an unanswerable question, but I was just thinking about it. Just
I don't know. It feels like we answered it. It feels like we're all in agreement here.
Is he the most though? I honestly kind of crazy.
I'll take Kawhi, honestly.
Kawhi over Joel?
Yeah. Because Joel always got gassed out in the playoffs too. Wasn't necessarily always due to injury.
Oh, we answered it.
Wow. That's really I think we did. It's just crazy to think a player as accomplished as Kawhi Leonard is also man, it could have been so much more. Like he's going, I mean, Grant Hill did too. Like the man's the first ballot Hall of Famer. He's one of the best we've ever seen. But the idea that he puts on a show like he did last night, and NBA fans, except for Nuggets fans, like basketball fans, Kings fans who aren't busy right now, they're waiting for a 10 a.m. press conference tomorrow. They're immediately like, yo. They're texting they're in the group chat like, you see this dude? NBA fans are just pull up your favorite NBA podcast. They're talking about Kawhi Leonard today. And I don't think there are a lot of players in the league that could do that.
If Kawhi Leonard's on, everyone's fearing him. It doesn't matter.
Right. I was about to say,
who.
If Paul George did that, same scenario. If Paul George did it, people would be like, it's a good game from Paul George. No one would be scared of it though. Even though Paul has he's got a resume himself. Great player. Often those two are in the same conversation about two-way players in the league. But when Kawhi does it, it's Ooh,
It's gonna be a long night.
ooh.
Yo,
Kawhi, Paul George does it. Oh, that's a good game for the 76ers. Oh, it's good for Paul George. Kawhi does it. Man, the Clippers could win the title.
that's what I was about to say. Like,
We
when-
still got the clip that surfaces every year. It feels like of LeBron at the free throw line, Kawhi subbing in.
Damn.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
That was
yeah,
crazy, yo.
yeah.
He was trying to get the ball. Hey,
Yeah.
hey, give me the ball. Give me the. Damn.
Telling the ref, hurry, he's coming.
Kawhi, that was a great point that you made because Kawhi is probably the one guy. I don't want to say that. There's other great guys in there, but maybe he is the one guy that you see what he did last night, and everybody's like, if he's healthy, it might be over.
Yeah, right.
That's the only
How many
question.
players in the entire league are like that? Yeah, I don't know how many there are.
I can't think of anybody because of the circumstances, right? If Luka or LeBron goes off, it's like, oh, these guys are amazing. Steph, if he goes off, it's amazing. But even what Steph did the other night in Houston, nobody had a thought that it's over.
Well, it's 'cause, like,
go ahead.
If Steph is on, it's like, all right, like he's gonna light us up from three all game. If Luke is on, it's like then he's just gonna slice and dice, playmaker, all. But if Kawhi is on, that means whoever he's guarding is locked up. He's gonna hit his threes and he's not missing. Like just Kawhi is just he there's not too many players that are just all around, like all NBA defense type player, all offense type player.
But I think part of it is Steph's never stopped doing it. Like we almost what Steph did the other night, that's just kind of what we expect. Like we build, watching Steph do that sparks conversations with the Warriors. Like, okay, if Steph and Jimmy have to keep doing this, can they win? And in the same conversation, well, if Steph and Jimmy keep doing this, can Houston win? You know what I mean? We approach it from two different standpoints because this is just what we expect from Steph Curry. Because Kawhi has been so in and out, and like we even, few people mention it. We do. Jason Jones will mention it. Kawhi, the year they won the title, that series goes one game longer, and we might have a totally different outcome. Like Kawhi pulled himself through that series. Yeah. And it's always if Kawhi is healthy, it's gotten to the point where people don't believe he's healthy anymore. Right. Like, or that he can be healthy.
Right.
Then when he is, he puts together these string of performances, and it feels like, you don't want this to happen in game 2 of the first round, but it felt like it hit a peak last night where it was, this is where we're at. Clippers are a problem.
Do you agree or understand what I mean when I say that, though? Steph does what he does on Sunday. Now, granted, I think the Clippers have a better roster top to bottom, so it's a little different and it's a team thing. But Steph does what he does on Sunday, and it's like, man, him and Jimmy together, and Houston, that's a problem for Houston, and that's where it stops. Kawhi does what he did last night. These guys won the championship. You know what I mean? You see that? Like nobody looked at Steph on Sunday and was like, "Oh, these guys can win a championship." It was just like, "Oh, they're a problem."
Yeah, we're just used to it.
Yeah, you're right.
We're just used to it. I mean, there's no reason we shouldn't look at. In my opinion, there's no reason we shouldn't look at those performances from Steph, especially Steph and Jimmy, and go, "Yeah, that team can win."
I don't look at them and think championship.
I know you
look
don't.
At the Clippers and think they can win it all. But once again, it's a different team too. It's a different.
Would you feel the same? What was it? 105, 102, 105, 103, 105, 102 last night. If everything's identical, but Aaron Gordon hits a couple more and it's just 105, 102 the other way. Do you feel the same way?
No, because they're down 0-2. You know
okay, that's right. Yeah.
So it's like, I probably still feel like.
So what if you say they do it in game 3? The identical circumstances in game 3.
I still feel like they could, but now I'm looking at the series like, man, I don't even know if they can get out of this series. Like I still, after game 1, before Kawhi did what he did, I was like, yo, Clippers could still come out of the West, even though they're down 0-1. But can they didn't put themselves behind the 8 ball. Is this just going to be another Clippers disappointment? Because as good as I think they are, they found a way to blow a 15-point lead in game 1. So I hear what you're saying, but it would have just been like, yeah, I think they can, but damn, they got to go crazy just to get out of this series. Now it's 1-1, and I thought Charles and them made a good point. Nuggets, they got to get one of those wins because I think if they don't get one of those 2 games in LA, I think it ends in game 5.
Okay. The Nuggets got a lot of what they did in game 1. The difference was Aaron Gordon, though you got an elevated performance from Michael Porter Jr. Clippers were just able to get it done. Kawhi was too much for him.
Yeah.
Kawhi was too much for him. You didn't even get the James Harden type of performance that you had in game 1 either.
The turnovers for the Nuggets were
brutal.
Yeah, Jokic had 7 himself, a couple down in that
20 turnovers total, 20-11.
Yeah, that can't happen. They had a couple of costly ones too. Like obviously Jokic had one. I remember Russ, as much as he hit those corner threes yesterday, that one in the backcourt where he just lost the ball. Where Bogey stood in front of him, he just lost the ball, and then it's earlier in the fourth quarter, might even have been in the third quarter, but it's just one of those moments where like that's just a careless turnover. That's a unforced turnover. I thought it was funny too because he lost the ball and then he just grabs Bogey.
Yeah,
he just grabs.
It's like the ultimate basketball move. It's almost like, oh, forget it.
Just grabbed him. But yeah, that's a great series, man. Great game too.
Yep. Yeah, this the
living
one
up to it.
Yeah, this the one.
To it for sure.
Yeah, this the one. This the one for sure. Knicks lose game 2 to the Pistons. I have a vague recollection from game 1, but I don't think I was clocking it. They have a 15-game losing streak in the playoffs. Yes. I remember I didn't even think about it. I didn't even as the game came. Never crossed my mind again until yesterday's game came to a conclusion. It was like, oh, damn.
Pretty sure they went into like one of those series too back then. Like Stanley Johnson is one of their best players.
Yeah, it was
like
one
Stanley
of those
Johnson
series,
versus LeBron or something like that.
Yeah, over at the Cavs series when they got so. I'm gonna guess. I think we can look
Shout
it
out
up,
Stanley Johnson.
But I'm gonna guess big ups, man. Shout out Mater Day, California, CIF. I'm gonna think about this. I'm gonna try and do it on the fly. You guys can fact check me and see. I don't think they had won a playoff game since I'm gonna say 2011. That's gonna be my guess.
Do you want the answer?
Yes.
2008 when they.
I was gonna say 6. Damn it.
We still would have been wrong.
I would have been closer.
What was that?
I would have been closer.
So you was by a year.
Yeah.
That was a weird flex. I was going to say 2006. Wouldn't be wrong in the other direction.
Then you just made the drought longer.
Man.
That's crazy. They hadn't seen a playoff win. I mean, we know all about this in almost 20 years.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Could you imagine going 20 years without seeing your team win a playoff game?
Can't imagine.
Yeah.
Can't imagine.
Shout out to the Miami Dolphins.
I don't know what that looked like, Jesse. I don't know what that.
I sure as hell do. It's darknness.
Even the Kings got one in
It's a damn darkness,
years.
let me tell you.
There's something about 17 not becoming 20. It's like, whew, at least that didn't happen. Good.
That's crazy. We gonna see one this year?
Brother, I might not even see the playoffs.
Oh, damn. I picked you guys to win the AFC East last year, too.
At this point, I'm just watching. Whatever. I'll be there on Sunday. I don't like you, but I'm here.
Oh, man, we need to talk about that series a little bit more. As Casey and I were wrapping things up over on KSFM, kind of keeping an eye on the game. I was like, I think the Knicks are going to rush them in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, they did. Pistons fought them off, though.
Yeah.
Pistons absolutely fought them off. Yeah.
I thought it was, I was watching it as I was driving home. Well, it was on while I was driving home. And they went down like 15 in the fourth quarter or something like that. So that's a wrap. I turned something off or something like that, and then I ended up like getting caught up on the score. I was like, oh, 194. Like, was it a fake like close game or what happened? And I went and watched the end of it and tied the game up. New York tied the game up, and then Dennis Schroeder with the big time 3 late in that game.
Did you see the Schroeder flop?
No.
Oh, I'll find it. It is pretty epic.
You said we're going to talk more about the game?
Yeah.
Okay. I got.
Yo, you are you? I think Jesse's got some takes.
What
Yeah, I think Jesse got
I'll say
some
what
takes.
it is. I told you yesterday. I said Detroit's been good. They've been better the entire series.
Not even
They
on
have.
Detroit.
It's not just that though. It's not just that. We'll talk about it.
Mm.
We'll get to the draft. John Lynch is talking today.
Shout out my boy John Lynch.
I'm sure TC will call. TC, we'll let you talk, even though Kyle Matson wouldn't.
Oh no, that happened.
Oh, he got ran.
Fade from hell.
Oh, he got
Clothesline from
ran.
hell.
He got ran.
What was he talking? We could. All right.
Oh, I got you. I'll tell you all about it. Steeler with KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Well, hello, ma'am.
Miss Fox, what's
Hello,
up?
ma'am. What's happening?
I'm glad you still tap in with us every now and then.
Sorry about that. We're happy you're here. We're happy you're here.
Miss Fox, you still need to come back out to Sacramento. You gotta come through. You got it's family out here now, man. It's family, so come on through, man.
Talk about it, Terrence. Talk about it.
Hey. Don't be disrespecting those boys, man. Don't be disrespecting.
Oh man.
Show some respect.
Betas. That's tough.
That's just that's very disrespectful.
That's tough.
That is very disrespectful. That's love. That's love. That's love. That's love. You know what it is, man. We don't
never
want to. Yeah, we don't want to.
Never want to. Never want to.
If the Kings would have made it, they'd be playing. We'd be the pregame show for this game. Almost. I think it's a 4:30 start.
Oh yeah, did the turkey pull up on you today?
Yeah, we gotta have turkey updates, bro.
Yeah, I feel like to reach the end of the
Haven't
story.
seen the turkey in a couple
They
days.
plotting.
Haven't seen the turkey in a couple days. Girl spent some time outside yesterday, and we're safe.
Maybe the turkey just showed up one day and just won't show up again ever.
As soon as the sun goes up, I like look outside. Is there any eggs? Is there anything else I need to clean up? No, we've been good. We've been good.
I saw a video yesterday of 2 bears wrestling, like trying to kill each other. That's
What?
crazy. Yeah, it just came up on my timeline. 2 bears like trying to kill each other, basically. I didn't stick around for the end of that video, but that's just crazy. That is crazy.
I hope I never have to encounter a bear
Nah, man, come on,
in
man.
front of my face.
And people always tell you conflicting things like, "Oh, get big, act dead."
Well, that's what you're gonna. I'm
man.
gonna be real. Like that's what you have to do because you're not outrunning the bear.
No, you got to try and trick them.
Just running in a zigzag or what?
Ain't that with snakes?
I'm not sure.
Snakes. I think you don't run in a straight line.
Like I'm 5'6". How much am I scaring a bear if I throw my hands up in the air? Honestly.
Casey's good friend Tim McMahon.
Tim McMahon. What's going on, brother? Shout out to my man Hung over at Phenom. He texts me and brings up another what if situation. That would have been crazy. Orlando getting Grant Hill and T-Mac. And isn't the story they were supposed to get Tim Duncan too?
Yeah, what if Doc Rivers let Tim Duncan's family ride on the team plane?
Oh man.
Literally. That's like what the story is, I'm pretty sure.
Now, I will say this. I'm not like maybe you make some exceptions because it's Tim Duncan. I understand that. But all right, Tim. Like, settle down, bro. Like, your family doesn't need to ride on the team damn plane. What are you talking about?
Lie to him and say they can, and then once he signs, yeah, get off my plane.
No, can my family ride on the team? Let me. Can Reese and Ryan ride on the team plane with these? What?
Tim, you can have the plane, buddy. Like, go ahead, just sign this deal right here.
All right, man. Let's let TC's he been wanting to cook all day. Let's let him rock.
All right.
916.
Shout out to my man TC.
909
I don't know what happened
It's the Elk Grove Kid Talk. What's up, TC?
What's up with my two brothers?
What's up, family? How you doing, bro?
Jesse, what's up in the back? Nah, I'm not even really tripping, bro. that was kind of weird earlier with Kyle. I thought he was on a better tip than that, but I talked to that man when I talked to him, bro. I'm not really tripping on that. I mean, I feel how I feel about Brock Purdy, bro, and I'm going to stand on that.
It was just probably one of those days,
talking
man.
about that.
Don't worry,
I mean,
TC.
I get it.
I get
it. It is. I'm not tripping on Kyle like that, bro. I talked to him, but I mean, I still stand on that. I really caught, though, as far as the Kings, though, bro. What about, what y'all think? Am I tripping on, like, on a Jordan Poole? Like, taking a flyer on him? What you think, D-Lo?
It's not a flyer.
I'm being truthful,
No, stop. Okay. We throw the word flyer around too goddamn much. This man makes $30 million a year. It's not a flyer.
Well, he is halfway through that contract.
It doesn't matter. It's not a flyer.
Well, you're not. Well,
a flyer is Cam Reddish.
To me, well, shout out
Yeah,
Cam Reddish.
Casey's wet dream. Cam Reddish,
Reddish,
Sacramento King.
The thing with when this is what I think about when I think about a flyer is you're not committed long term to the guy.
So he's got 2 more years after this, by the way.
He's got 3?
2 more after the season, 31 and 34 million.
That's not a flyer, man. Stop using the word flyer.
$60 million flyer.
Yeah, there's no that's an expensive ass flyer.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
I'm not looking down on the idea of Jordan Poole. I'm fixated on the word. Stop using that word.
Understandable. I just look at
unless that player makes $750 an hour, we're not using the word flyer.
If you got more than 2 years, it's not a flyer. 2 years because after that first year he becomes an expiring.
Ben Simmons is a flyer. You take a flyer on Ben Simmons, I feel.
Ben Simmons with a nice pass last night.
Damn.
What? No,
hey,
it was a nice
Kenny, it's a seeing eye single.
Man. Then he got excited over that pass.
That outlet pass was fire. Was it last night or Saturday? I can't remember.
No, it was last night.
Yeah.
That's the saddest thing you probably ever said about Ben Simmons on this show.
Well, I don't know that it is. KC said some pretty sad things about Ben Simmons, but
to TC's question about the player, I mean, I'd be interested. I think I'd be interested in. I know the reputation that Jordan Poole has right now is that of a unserious player. But I thought he played well last year. Obviously, it was a bad team. And I thought he had a little bit of a bounce back season last year from a disastrous previous season. So I would look into it depending on what it costs. Would it cost you? For sure. For sure.
Oh, I'd look into anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine. Let's talk about it. Kings need to talk about everything.
Yes.
Absolutely everything. Let's get back to the Knicks Pistons for a minute.
Oh, brother. We don't ever talk about the Knicks. Now they lose and we're doing 2 hours on them.
Yeah, we are today.
Yep. We are your home of New York Knicks basketball.
Bing bong.
I'm Mike and he's the Mad Dog. What I know you want to cook. Go ahead.
Well, it's not even cook. It's just
it's factual.
Like what I've said about Karl-Anthony Towns, like, bro just disappeared yesterday in the fourth quarter. I mean, call it the second half if you want. Like, that's part of the issue with him. Like, we talked about it. What's going to happen come playoff time? He did it yesterday. That's one. Yeah, you can't be the number 2 guy on the Knicks and do that.
That can't happen. What did he? I know he had no field goal attempts in the fourth quarter. But I think he had 3 in the whole second half or something. Like, it was something ridiculous. Like that can't happen. You're Karl Anthony Towns. And I was listening to listen to the streets of New York, this morning. And yeah, if you're going to do that, you might as well have Mitchell Robinson out there because at least he rebounds and defends.
Yeah.
If you're not going to shoot.
Yeah.
That cannot happen.
So, okay. Why do you think it did, though? What was the marker? 5 minutes left?
5 minutes.
In the third?
Yeah, in the third when he took his last shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How does that happen?
That's who he is.
Well, a lot of people, a lot of Bames hams out there, they said Brunson was ball hogging.
ISO ball.
I don't
hero ball. That's what they're saying.
I don't buy into that because I don't know if soft is the right word, but Cat has never there's been times where he's been aggressive and there's times where he's been where he was yesterday. And I think yesterday was just a bad day for him where it's just like, yep, that's the Cat that showed up. Like, Cat has always been this guy with all the potential in the world, but the days like yesterday is why he's never reached his full potential.
But did Detroit have anything to do with that? Did Detroit do something to take him out of the game?
If you've been doing it over the course of your career, like things like that,
See,
I think it's just who you are.
I don't think they did.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I think he allowed himself to get taken out. And we talk about this all. This is even though he's like kind of a non-traditional big man because he can do so many other things on the floor. Mm-hmm. There's still as much as Shaq can kind of get on my nerves with his analysts sometimes, or analysis, I should say. There is a line that Shaq has said that other bigs have repeated in the W and in the NBA. You can't go 4, 5, 6 possessions down the court without giving the big man the ball. The bigs are wrestling down there in a way that you're not on the perimeter. If Cat's down there, you got to find a way to get him the ball. And if you don't, at a certain point, they check out. And I don't know if Cat checked out last night, but the fourth quarter, it's a little weird looking.
Yeah, I put it on both of them. Like, I'm sure Cat, I'd have to watch the second half again and the fourth quarter. I'm sure he touched the rock. Like, look to be aggressive. You haven't shot in the ball or gotten in the FGAs in this fourth quarter or very much at all in the second half. Catch that ball. You look to be aggressive. Look to make a move. Look to attack the basket. Look to take your 3-point shot. I put that on him. I also put a little bit of it on Brunson. You're the PG. Like, you got to be aware of that. That's part of, I know, and maybe this is where he got caught up in the scoring aspect of it. Mm-hmm. But you're also a point guard. And you have to realize, I got to feed my guy. We're struggling. He hasn't, touched the ball in a while. I got to feed him. That's your job as a point guard. Once again, I know you're a scoring point guard, but you're still a PG. You're still a leader. You got to understand, like, I got to give my guy a good look here. Just one look. Get him to the line, something like that. Let's run this pick and roll or this pick and pop that I know is going to get him a wide open look. Or at least get him the ball in a situation where he can be aggressive. So some of the onus goes on Karl Anthony Towns for sure, because you just got to be assertive. Even if they're not passing you the basketball, go get an offensive rebound. Go attack the glass aggressively, where you can be an impact player in that situation. But I also put it on the PG there, Jalen Brunson, in that second half. 16 shot attempts, which isn't the craziest thing in the world. They were behind, so they had to,
get
some
up.
buckets and stuff like that. So I get it. I'm not going to get at him for the amount of times he shot, but I will say, hey, you got to have some awareness of getting that guy, because you also got to understand you can't win without Cat.
I'll be fair too. Mikal Bridges ain't getting it done either for that team. Like, you gave up 5 first-round picks for the dude to be a little bit better than Tobias Harris, maybe.
That was a discussion this morning as well.
Yeah, I think they're feeling not regretting that deal, but the fans are a little.
So let me stall a player out who I liked a lot. At what point, and it's a different version of the Phoenix Suns, but it's a line that I've used with Phoenix before. I get that it's different, but it's not. At what point is it too much? Like, at what point do you acquire a player with a high level skill set and it creates diminishing returns because you have Jalen Brunson, higher skill set than Mikal Bridges. Karl Anthony Towns, that's a higher skill set than Mikal Bridges. You've got OG Anunoby.
We'll get to him.
Well, probably not massively better, but I think overall he's a better player than Mikal Bridges is. At what point is a player like that, one that costs you that amount of pay, is it diminishing returns? It's like it's what it goes back to, I think the conversation was Mikal Bridges. We had about on the Kings. Don't talk about Mikal in Brooklyn because it doesn't apply. This is when De'Aaron was here. This is when De'Aaron and Domas, we're here and we're heading into that offseason. It's don't evaluate what Mikal is in Brooklyn and tell me he works on the Kings. Evaluate what Mikal was in Phoenix. Then tell me if that works on the Kings. You're taking that to an entirely different level in New York. And at some point you wonder if the Knicks fall out of this thing, the Suns already, they're a disaster. At what point do leagues look and go, okay, the name of the game isn't just acquiring massive amounts of talent. It's putting pieces of a puzzle together. You need high-end. You need Jalen. You need Karl Anthony Towns. OG Anunoby is really nice to have. But you better fill out the rest of the roster with guys who can – you probably could have filled it out with really good draft picks that you chose to give away because you thought that it, and I don't blame them for trying this, you thought that it sped up your timeline a little bit, which was already felt like it might have been accelerated a little bit. Like, we're competing with Boston. That was the thought this offseason. We're competing with one team and one team only. They thought, like a lot of people thought, Milwaukee ain't it. Philly was a bit of a wild card. I didn't buy it. I don't know that the rest of the league felt the way that I did, but that's whatever. When the deal happened, it was Boston in New York. We saw that deal as New York sees themselves as competing with one team.
Some even saw them as the favorites when that deal
happened. I mean, hey. Yeah, they performed. You
don't have to question who that some is, do you?
Yeah, it's besides the point.
Yeah. Dwayne, how do you feel about the Knicks?
Look. Hey, I saw them get Cat. I said, you guys got 6 weeks.
It sounds like Kenny.
6
weeks.
Why
do you, it sounds like Kenny.
Well, no, see.
Why do you keep saying 6 weeks?
Because that's what he said on Pat McAfee. He said, we've got 6 weeks to get there.
It sounds
and
like
I said,
Kenny.
look, Karl Anthony Towns is there. They don't need the final boss. They don't need the final boss anymore. I can move on.
See, this is the heat check. This is the heat check I was talking about.
So bad.
This is the heat check. You missed. You missed.
So bad.
Come back to the bench. We're gonna send you down to Stockton.
No, he's Buddy Caraway over here.
We'll send you back down to Stockton. You'll be ready to go next year, pal. Andre Ingram.
Oh man, that's tough.
Doubtful for game 2, by the way.
But that's my sentiment when it comes to Mikal is you kind of tried to pass Boston up by going to get another. You wanted that. Oh crap! You wanted the holy S moment. You got it. That's how the league. That's how we all reacted. That's what the text thread is in there. Jesse's got it saved. Brings it up regularly.
Facts, I do have it saved.
Pinned.
That's what they wanted. They got it, but in execution, it might not work. Now they're not. The Celtics aren't done because they lost to the Knicks, excuse me. The Knicks aren't done because they lost to the Pistons yesterday. I don't think the Knicks are done in this Eastern Conference race either. I just think what we're seeing from Mikal is probably what we're going to see from Mikal.
And also, to be honest with you, he missed some shots late. He had some good looks. He still finished with 19 points. That's fine for Mikal Bridges. The problem is you got 10 from Karl Anthony Towns. That's the issue. He's supposed to be your number 2. And you look at a guy like even OG. Now, OG doesn't get talked about the same way because he's looked at as a role player. And we talk about this. I don't necessarily like doing this. How much money is he making?
Mikal?
The OG.
OG is 36?
$36 million a year. And this is where sometimes I disagree with those. Like OG at $36 million a year. Because he signed a new one, right? So he's
no. Yes, he's making $36 million this year. The average annual value is 42.5.
He got a $48 million player option at the end of this deal.
I mean,
that he will pick up.
Yeah,
that he will
pick it up right now.
I mean, I need a big dog.
Just 4 short years left on this deal.
I'm gonna be 31. Let me pick up that option now, guys.
I need more than 10. I need more than 10 from you. You're making $40-some million. I mean, we go crazy, and I know the situations are a little different. We go crazy on Domas for having a 15-15 game, right? And we're like, that's not enough. This guy had 10. He was 4 of 10 from the field.
Yep.
I'm paying you $40-something million a year, $42 million a year. It's unacceptable. The other place that I go, and I wonder how, I wonder how this goes. I wonder what this looks like. Jalen Brunson. I know you had a magical run the last few times they've been in the playoffs, and you've been fantastic. And you get 40 and all this other stuff, and they need you to get 40. And you got some other horses around you now. You're not playing with Precious. You're not playing with, hit or miss Dante DiVincenzo. You've got a Michael. We've got OG here healthy. You've got Karl Anthony Towns now. Maybe we'd be a little better. I'm speaking as a Knicks, the team. Maybe we'd be a little better if you averaged 28 or you had 28 and work that ball around a little bit, being the point guard.
Well, yeah, instead of hunting for the foul on this play too, maybe dish it out.
There was Schroeder we were talking about. I heard there was a lot of that from Brunson too. I said, I didn't get a chance.
Schroeder
to see
flop. Let me see.
But I was find it. What I was reading was like there was a lot. I mean, Brunson, that's all he does.
Say that again.
Tibbs was complaining after the game.
That of all of the different things is the one where I'm like, oh man, this is where we are.
Paraphrasing, he said Cade Cunningham's getting calls on marginal context, so Jalen Brunson should be getting the same.
That's now to be. It's always tough when the coach says it, but to be fair, I don't know that he's wrong. I don't know that game wasn't the best officiated game. We'll say that it wasn't the best. It was a little all over the place. We'll say that.
There was one where Brunson, I think, gets fouled on a 3-point shot. As he's getting fouled, kind of looks to the ref and like celebrates, like, "Yeah, give me my foul."
Yeah, I heard he was hunting.
He was.
Speaking of officials, I don't want to leave the Knicks, but did you see your boy Mark Davis during that whole charade in Denver with the technicals and the double where he paused and he didn't know who he was? I don't know what he was doing. Did you see that, Jesse?
Wait, who was it?
Your boy Mark
the
Davis.
Referee Mark Davis.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mark with a C. And he was like, yeah, unsportsmanlike technical foul on Ryan Braun of Denver. Of Norman Powell of the Clippers. And
yeah, I caught that too. I don't know, what was he doing?
Chris Dunn of the Clippers.
Oh, man.
What, you didn't know who it was
before
you went up to the mic?
That was great. Ryan Braun is riled too. Isn't that a baseball player?
Yeah, shout out Brewers great Ryan Braun.
And he called him Braun. Like, bro, everybody does this.
I called him Ryan Braun.
You did, but isn't his name Brown?
That is
Christian
Brown.
Everybody does it. If you're the official, you can't do that into the microphone.
Well, I don't know
if he did.
Did he do it?
He did. No. He absolutely called him Braun.
Oh,
Absolutely called him Braun. He didn't call him Ryan Braun, to be clear. He did call him Braun, though.
He said he pronounces it the wrong way. That's how it's supposed to be pronounced. It's Braun.
No,
it's
I
Braun,
get it, but
Christian.
at this point, we need to know the man's name is Brown.
Know. The reason why
he's got to
Braun
change
was
that
in my head is because I had the same discussion. Jesse sounds like Cheryl L. Grove yesterday. I was watching the game with her, and she's like, "This Braun guy, I can't stand him." I was like, "What did he do?" I don't know. I don't like him. I don't like anything.
Yeah, pronounce
about
your name right.
And I was like, first of all, his name is Brown. Well, I don't care. It says Braun on his jersey.
Oh.
I said, Mom, his name is Brown. Well, whatever. I don't like him. That was the end of that.
My boy Dennis. Hopefully this has both angles. Oh, there he goes. What now? If they no, hold on, wait for it. Watch the other angle. Watch this. Hey!
He should have got a couple more rolls in there after.
I mean, Simone Biles is like, all right, boy. I see. That's my man on this one. Right here. Hey!
He should have soccer played that thing a little bit more.
That was a classic.
Dennis Schroeder is crazy for this one. This is crazy.
Dennis Schroeder.
That man got hit in the back and the elbow and did a full-on forward roll.
Dennis Schroeder's low-key having a little moment too in this.
Oh, he absolutely is.
Oh man.
I know he'll always be tied to the Lakers thing. But I love that dude. Like, as a basketball player, I love Dennis Schroeder.
I like Dennis Schroeder. I'm surprised he didn't work in Golden State because I thought that was a good pickup when they.
Yeah,
when
me
they
too. Me too.
If he didn't have the Laker thing, I think like people would think of him as like a fine basketball player and stuff. I feel like people shocked in the thing a little bit, like kind of like make it a joke, I guess.
I'm.
If you get what I'm saying.
I'm only me, so I can't speak for everybody. Does that really follow him anymore? I don't think it does.
I think people look at him kind of like, oh, like kind of like poor Dennis Schroeder in a way. Like it's not directly something you'll think about, but like oh yeah, there's Dennis Schroeder. Like just kind of
the guy took a picture in front of his 2 Rolls Royces right after that.
Yeah. Well, admittedly, he did it. He was like, all right, get your jokes off. Like he did it as
no, he was like, yeah, get your jokes off. Look at me.
Maybe he rented them out
that
day.
Good point.
Yeah, Dennis Schroeder. Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
What we got cooking up? Let's go.
I know he doesn't
Let's
have
go.
We're here.
Let's get this going.
We're here.
I ain't playing with y'all.
All right.
Boy.
Dennis. Oh, we doing that. Hang on. Watch right doing the thing. Hang on.
I'm ready.
I have no clue, by the way.
Now this will be a fascinating one. This will be interesting. Dennis Schroeder, former number 17 overall pick in the 2013 NBA draft. Number 17 overall, 2013 NBA draft. Dennis Schroeder has played for Atlanta, Oklahoma City. He's played for the Lakers, the Rockets, the Celtics. He's played for the Nets. He's played for the Raptors, the Pistons. He's played for the... We've already named all those things. All right.
He doubled up.
He might have. He's all over the place. Man's all over the league. Dennis Schroeder, 11 years in the league. Peak earnings are in the 2020 season. 27 years old, earned $16 million as a member of the Los Angeles Lakers. $16 million. Of course, he famously turned down a very healthy contract extension from the Los Angeles Lakers, who ultimately bounced from team to team to team. Really Bonzi Wells that joint. Some would say he Nico'd it.
Oh, no.
11 years in the league for the former number 17 overall pick. Dennis Schroeder. Career earnings are what? Jesse Tapia tapping in.
Chill. I'm not the only man. What? You guys don't even wait.
His draft card turned in.
You guys don't even wait.
What do you mean wait?
Hold on, man. I'm trying to get this done.
What is happening?
What's going on? He's cheating.
I think
I haven't even seen what Jesse.
I think we're nearing a disqualification. What is going on over there? It's never, sir. What is happening?
No. Oh yeah, no. Okay, fine. We can play that one. No, if he's right, I want the win though.
Hold on, boy. There is some chicanery.
Would you guys hey, we're out here, bro. Give me an opportunity to write it down.
How many times do you want me to read the same thing over and over again? Kenny had 100 and was it 38?
Why did it take so long?
Well,
because I was doing.
That's a great question. You want to know?
I was doing math. Look,
Jesse, what was
doing math right here?
I was at 63.
Figure it out.
Zabo saying we already PWL'd this too on May 31st last year.
This is tough.
Zabo got mad at me yesterday for the RYGL. He said, guy hadn't had a read in a week. All of a sudden wants to hop back on.
Zabo's going to turn heel.
Hey, and you know what? Zabo's not a bad guy. He's a good guy telling the truth. That's what
you guys are soft.
So what happened here?
In a razor thin margin of off by 35 million and off by 40 million, your number was 63.
Yeah, it was a closer one.
No, it wasn't.
Kenny did take hella long, by the way. So I'm kind of contesting this.
Ain't nothing to contest.
We had a guy get kicked out the league for this. He walked out.
Contest? Well, he walked
the
out.
The answer is 103 million, which is 40 over Jesse.
Boo. Hey, we saw what happened today. We saw what happened today.
Uh-oh.
We saw what happened
Jesse.
today.
Oh,
we saw what happened. We're not even worried about it.
You know what happens about this time.
Maybe get your answer in more than less than a minute next time.
However,
they're getting flustered. Yeah.
Trash.
Yeah.
As the Jack Tunney of the PWL, I do think Roddy's right.
What the hell? What are you talking about?
You took terribly long.
I was doing math.
And if we're being honest, this was an awful performance from the both of you.
I was doing math.
What math is that? You wrote down numbers.
I'm not going to tell you because the strategy will be revealed. I'm not going to tell you that. But I was doing math. This is the old one, 37 million. Then said, boom, 138. Stop playing with me. I was doing math.
Hold on. You changed it by $1 million?
No, this is a different.
Oh, this
is a different one. This says $37 million. So I used that as scratch paper to do the math. I was doing the math and I came up with 138. That's a win for your boy. Don't listen to Roddy. The hell does he know? Him and Sarver and DeAndre Ayton go for Arizona.
So we have no rules as far as the times to turn in your draft cards, right? Kyle Matson, all that was just nothing. There's no honor in this game. Just let me know, because you know what? I'll actually turn in my answer about 2 hours from now if we're doing that.
I think we're throwing out this edition of
no. Hell
there
no.
We go.
Hell no.
There we go.
Hell no.
Thank you, Kamish. Thank you.
It's Steele and KC on ESPN 1320. Oh, Dennis. We out here talking like Dennis is desolate. Like that man.
What did he say? He made 103?
103. That ain't even counting all the money I'm sure he made overseas. That boy is
Let's see. Take your time, what's the rush?
Problem, Rod. This league's got a little bit of everything. Just be nice if Casey had some integrity for once.
What integrity? I'm trying to answer the question. This is crazy, bro. This is crazy. Brother can't even do math out here, man.
This is also facts. I'm just always going to assume Dennis Schroeder did not make money in his career. It doesn't matter.
Oh, God damn it. This is awful.
What do we got today?
This is fucking terrible.
Is that what Shaq had?
It's a...
How convenient is that?
Well, wow.
How convenient is fucking that?
Easy, Cardi.
It's a sparkling electrolyte water. I was just looking for stuff to like with flavor besides water that's like not loaded in. There's no caffeine in this. instead of being a normal person and like trying one or two, I just ordered a case.
That's your bag.
Yeah.
No, I recognize that, Kenny. Thank you. Thank you.
Rich guy. I've never tried it. Give me 12.
Oh,
That's your bag. Oh man.
dumbass.
You probably don't even sample at Baskin Robbins, huh? You just buy the whole tub.
And it's no good.
I'm not going to Baskin Robbins.
Well, no, I'm talking about the
This?
that's no good.
It's
Hey, what's wrong with Baskin Robbins?
it's not the best.
yeah, we'll answer that after.
Oh,
Hold
no,
on.
I don't. I
Go
don't.
ahead, no, tell us about your little
no.
energy drink. We'll tell you. Yeah, tell us about Baskin Robbins after.
Okay. I don't. I
Too
don't.
good
I
for some
don't.
ice
I
cream.
don't eat dairy.
But don't you love ice cream?
Yeah,
I do, but I don't eat it.
Huh?
I don't eat. I don't eat dairy. Like, if the only place that I know I can get ice cream is Cold Stone because they have this non-dairy chocolate that is just absolutely phenomenal.
Jesse
Y'all
already
didn't know
Jesse
it.
already know we cooking, man. He already know we
I'm going to cry when we come back to the radio.
Wait a minute. I mean, I do know, but I'm just. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it makes sense, but I just.
What makes sense?
I also thought you were a little lax on some of your rules too. Like,
Yeah.
you made some sacrifice for some things. You don't eat pizza, but I thought maybe you had some ice cream. or
No,
something.
no. Okay. All right.
Yeah, so I'll break this down. The guy tells us, we all know, he didn't even have to tell us, he loves ice cream.
Yes.
And then he says, first of all, he just completely craps on Baskin Robbins.
That's
Like,
true.
why
Yeah, it
would
was
I go
uncalled
there?
for.
No,
That was crazy.
That's not.
It was a tone of disgust.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. And I was like, wow, common guys over here. Sorry. So
Shout out 31 Flavors.
I'm sorry. Is there like a rich person ice cream place? Like, no. What are you talking about?
There probably is. I just haven't been there because I only go to Baskin Robbins and Cold Stone. Shout out.
I literally ordered Cold Stone 2 nights ago.
okay, you ordered Cold Stone.
I did.
But he says he can't eat the dairy.
I don't eat dairy. So let's clear the Cold Stone thing up. They have one single non-dairy flavor. It's chocolate. It's great. Like, it's amazing. I don't really like the non-dairy ice cream that you get at stores. Like, I don't think it's very good. I prefer soft serve over everything else, but it's really difficult to find soft serve ice cream. The soft serve plant-based ice cream.
Yeah,
The best
'cause,
place that has
was
it
coming.
is Burger Patch downtown.
Okay.
And I
you
live
told
in
me about that,
Rockland.
yeah.
I'm not doing that. So
Why don't you just buy a burger patch and open it in Roseville or
Could
wherever
do
you live?
that.
Yeah.
That is not out of the realm of possibility.
We'll work on that. Go ahead.
you
I'm
two
sorry.
get on my
Man's in it.
goddamn nerves, man. I swear to God.
What about Gunther's? Gunther's have any?
I don't know. I normally just don't go to ice cream places for this reason. Like, Cold Stone has one, and I get it. So I've laxed on some of the ways that I eat, but the one thing that I just have not compromised on is dairy. I think there's a time where eating like chicken, salmon, lean meats is healthier than eating processed fake meat or certain plant-based foods. And I think it's gotten just a little, I'm maybe copping out a little bit. It's just gotten a little bit difficult to live that lifestyle, especially with, new people in my life, kids around, Katie around, all of that. It's just a little bit more difficult. But the one thing I haven't compromised on is dairy. Like, I do not think dairy is good for you. So I've never added that back. As much as I would love one of those pieces of pizza that they show on the TV where they pull and then the string just pulls apart, the cheese just pulls apart.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd love
You just
that.
change the channel at that point? Or?
Yeah, I just put my head down and I don't get to eat that.
You'd love one of those pieces of pizza that we have on Fridays. Oh, I'm sorry, we don't have them, Leezy.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Leezy's job is not to bring you to food.
Says who?
Whoa. You never heard of like Ricky hazing and stuff like that?
Yeah, but we don't do that here.
We do it the fun way.
Yeah, just food.
What to make Leezy spend his money?
Just food. We don't put them in the trash can.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm a big ice
All
cream.
right.
I gotta have ice cream in the house no matter what.
I didn't
love
know that
ice
was the
cream.
reason you didn't eat dairy, because you don't think that it's good for you.
yeah, I genuinely believe dairy is just unhealthy for consumption.
That one time that person went to that cow, they disagreed, or they said, "This is just so good, I don't care."
I'm fascinated by the individual.
No,
Yeah,
that
no,
person-
that's great.
that
I
person would be
understood
like, hey,
that.
he made a discovery, but also, so you're a sicko. You are sick.
I want to know who discovered cheese.
Oh,
because that's an accident.
Yeah, no, you were down bad. At
okay,
that
all right.
Like
I never thought about this. How do we get to cheese? Like how?
It's like it's old.
Cheese like
It's
one
like yogurt basically.
Some of it is old milk. Some of it is like it's like its root is milk.
Okay.
So
I never thought about how, because obviously you can't grow it.
How did you get to?
I just never thought about it.
How did you get to cheese? And how did you get to cottage cheese?
Oh,
yeah,
no, you just come on.
They tried to take us to like a cottage cheese factory in elementary school. I was like, I'm
Oh,
not eating.
hell
I'm not
no.
eating any of this.
Hell no.
That's just bro.
Mrs. Bennett, I do not want any of this. I'm sorry.
Mrs. Bennett. I can't. There aren't enough words to describe how bad this drink is.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
And I think I'm just now noticing the name.
What is it?
I thought it was watermelon. It is not. It is watermelon salt.
Oh, that sounds horrible.
And when I say you can taste the salt, dear God, I can taste the salt.
Look,
Oh,
I'll
it's
support
good
you
for
guys.
What a failure.
You gotta start reading the fine print, bro.
No, okay. Look, I understand.
It's
I've
not
made
five. It's not 500 eggs. I need
understand.
50.
I have
I don't
made
want-
some ordering mistakes in recent days.
Figure it out.
Or just have water.
I just wanted some with a little flavor. Clearly, that's what I'm going to do now. Is just have water.
Just get like
You,
the
me, and
little
Shaq.
powder
Just have
packets
the
or whatever.
water.
Throw that in the water.
Did you see your boy? That boy. I've been there.
Oh, you had to go
I've
to the
been there.
bathroom
You see Shaq
mid-show.
last night?
No.
He ran off the set.
Well, that almost
We should
happened.
normalize that. Like, what? I can't go to. I'm a grown ass person. I can't go to the bathroom.
He said Chuck was talking too long,
No.
making this point.
That was KC with me a couple weeks ago. That was James at Sky River. Hey, James just taps me on the shoulder. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Great, it's fine. No, it's good. We're live, pal.
12:32.
Yeah, it's fine. We're live, pal.
Yeah, Shaq did that. I was like, oh man. Sorry.
See, that's the
First they thought it was more. They're like, I don't like the way he was running, and then he
no.
came
Oh.
back. He came. So Kenny said, "Turn his mic off."
Hey, have they ever said like, what's wrong with Kenny's knees?
Oh, he's just got bad
Yeah,
knees.
That's
stands
that's
like
just
that.
the way that they are.
Yeah, he's got.
Man.
He's always. I think he's always kind of been knock-kneed a little bit,
Mhm.
and I think he's had some. Then the NBA happened, so he's playing all those years of basketball, didn't help it, and I think he's had surgery on him to try to correct. I don't know what it didn't help, or maybe it relieved the pain. I don't know, but it didn't help the knock-kneedness.
Shout out Kenny Smith. I don't know if this is an old clip or not, but I saw it the other day. Chuck is like, yeah. Kenny says his biggest regret is never making an all-star team. And Shaq right after that, yeah, because he was never good enough.
Jesus. Oh man,
that's like the other day. I love the show, man. I do love the show. I will miss it. When they who were they talking? They were talking about Boston, and Charles goes, "Yeah, man. Repeating it's the most difficult thing to do in sports." Kenny and Shaq were like, "No, it's not. No, it's not. What are you talking about?"
oh, that's funny.
Jason Tatum doubtful for game 2 with a bone bruise.
Really?
Bone bruise where? His wrist?
His wrist.
Yeah, I bet everybody.
I'm going to plead the fifth on that. I'm going to plead the fifth on that one.
I thought that was a work. When they put him on the injury report, I was like, "Oh, this
Me too.
little WrestleMania hangover here. Like this will work."
Bro, you're not.
Go ahead. Will you admit publicly
What?
you hate Jason Tatum?
No, it's not that. It's just like
Man,
No.
wrist is hanging on by a thread.
it's
You're
not-
like,
it's not.
on
No.
camera.
no. I love
in
Jason Tatum. Jason
front of
Tatum
your
is
father.
no.
Admit that
He
you
hates
hate
Tatum.
Jason.
No, you want someone who hates Tatum. He hates Tatum. I
You
don't
know
hate
what? You
Tatum.
guys don't deserve him. Trade him to the
What are you
Kings.
talking about? I don't even disrespect you. I can acknowledge, like, yeah, you're doing the
We'll
most.
send
a
you
little
Keegan
bit.
Murray and DeMar DeRozan, and you'll
All right.
like
What
it.
do you think I have, Monty McNair? No, it's just you're missing the playoff game because of a bone bruise.
What if he's really hurt?
Coach said enough for the trainer not to go out there. You're good. You played the rest of the game and you hit like a couple threes after that.
The
You're
coach
good.
is wrong.
No, hell no, you're good. You hit threes after that. You're good.
He said,
He
"Don't go out
played.
there.
He played. He played the rest of the game after that. He's fine.
Don't go out there. F this dude. Let him lie out
He's
there.
fine.
Oh man.
All right.
Poor Tatum, man. He don't get the respect he deserves.
No, he does, but
not
hey,
even from his own fan base.
sometimes you got to tell your friends, hey, you're doing a little too much.
Jesse wasn't even happy when the Celtics won last year. He was like, about goddamn time. Hey, you want to debut this new segment you were working on?
So
we're going Ebro style with this one.
I tried to pay homage to Ebro and Sacramento radio with this segment called Bump It or Dump It. But when I ask you, when I bring up a headline to you, are you going to say bump it? Like,
I guess so.
But that doesn't.
Remember the confusing game that we played on Sports Sunday? It was for show or ain't no way. And we got it wrong every time. Every single time we got it wrong to the point where they just stopped doing it. They just stopped doing it. So that's what we'll do. We'll do bump it or dump it. Now, to be clear, I don't know what Kenny's about to bring up.
He has no idea.
This is a shoot. I have no clue.
And we'll see how this works out.
So I hope it's just not dump it. Dump it.
And Dave's like, I'm gonna talk about any of this.
So the premise is D'Lo hasn't. Well, I don't know. Maybe he's heard of some of these headlines, but he hasn't heard them from me. He doesn't know what headline I'm going to present to him, and if he finds it interesting, we'll say bump it.
Okay,
we'll talk about it. I'll read a little bit more on it.
Yep.
And if he just from the headlines like keep it moving, we'll dump it.
Okay.
So
yep.
Eventually, we'll get some music and all this other stuff.
There we go.
Great.
There we go.
Okay. Let's start off here. TV ratings could be criteria for automatic college football playoff bids per report.
Yeah, bump that.
Okay.
Segment's a hit already.
Hold on. Okay, now here's the problem. Let me get to the.
Well, wait, I said bump it.
Dump it means you don't.
No, I said bump it.
Yeah, you want to keep it, right?
No, yeah.
No, I want to hear the story.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah,
He said it's a good
start. Yeah, we're good
okay.
Start.
Okay.
Working out the kinks.
We are so good at this. We've been doing this for nearly 5 years together.
For those wondering, bump it is good, dump it is bad in this segment.
5 years in. Hey, let's start a new segment. All right, cool.
So we'll read this. This comes from Awful Announcing. It says it's not exactly a secret that the NCAA is looking to tweak the college football format. Everyone loved the 12-team playoff, even if ESPN's coverage of the inaugural event didn't leave them feeling warm and fuzzy on the inside. Now, something had to give, but conference commissioners have been at this since the second round of the first ever 12-team playoff. We'll get to the meat and potato. Here we go. One possibility, which could be viewed as a compromise, is having conferences earn automatic bids through their play each season, a model in which each Power Four league can earn guaranteed spots through a combination of its team's overall records and maybe even TV ratings, according to a source, could be presented. The highest ranked conference would earn the most automatic bids.
Ooh.
I don't know if I like that.
That's tough.
I don't know if I like that.
That's tough.
Isn't that just a way to get ESPN to have their teams in?
Oh,
yeah,
that's tough.
So it sounds like ESPN didn't complain, but was like, hey,
yeah,
I don't need this. Wouldn't really apply because it's the Big Ten, but I don't want Indiana in there anymore.
Yeah, that's rough. I don't know how you do that.
I think that's awful.
I see right through this. Yeah, ESPN's just trying to work.
Yeah, that's tough. Let's hit the next story. By the way, an official ruling, the Dennis Schroeder game has been thrown out. It has been thrown out.
What the hell? Who the hell makes the official ruling?
Thank you.
I do. I am the Roger Goodell of this.
What?
You took way too long to answer. 2, it has been brought to my attention. We did Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah, the video is on Twitter right now if you want.
I don't remember his.
There's
obviously I don't. I was $30 million off.
Well, you were 35. Got to start making a list of the names we do. All
right.
The good news is Dennis Schroeder signed a contract. After that, he's actually made more money.
Good for him.
All right, what do we got next?
Next one. Kadarius Toney rescinds his decision to retire from the NFL and become a rapper.
That's not a real story.
It's a real story. Do you want to bump it and hear more about this?
Yeah, give me that.
All
Does he have a
right.
quote?
Here he is.
Oh, okay.
Tony has decided he's not quite ready to walk away from the sport that has been a significant part of his life for so long. While responding to rumors of his retirement announcement, he wrote, quote, "Goofies on the net hollering I'm retiring. Just want clout. Ain't spinking on the poop emoji no more." He added, "Love the attention for my music with a K.
Oh,
It's been a passion."
oh. Okay.
Tony, 26, has been releasing rap music for a number of years under the name Young Joker,
Oh, of course.
with his last album being released in 2024.
Okay. All right.
What do you think happens next? Kadarius Tony's next touchdown or his next album release?
His next album release.
Album release.
His next album release for sure. What's next?
The Rays.
Dump it.
Damn.
Just dump it.
Damn.
I don't know what you were going to say next, but I can assure you, I don't care. Just dump it.
Okay.
Could have been the greatest headline ever. We'll never know.
Not if it started with the Rays.
Could have been the Stingrays. Could have been Nat Geo or something like that.
Mm-mm.
We'll go back to college football real quick. Reese Davis criticizes, quote, ungrateful. I don't want to mess up his name, so I'll just say Nico. Ungrateful Nico over ham-handed Tennessee exit.
Okay.
Reese Davis, host of
Yeah.
College Game Day and everything.
Go ahead. Bump that.
He said there are a lot of different ways to look at this. And the first way that I look at this is, if you listen to this podcast or heard me on Game Day for years, you know that I'm all for players getting paid. I also believe that the players have gotten their due for years. I believe that players have not gotten their due for years. We're going to see some of this resolved. And if and when, and assumingly, it'll be when the House settlement gets approved. Now, here's where he gets a little critical.
Okay, okay, I'll make note of that. Go ahead.
Okay. He says, you need to have a landing spot before you go in and start demanding extra money. And the other thing is that it came off as an extraordinarily ungrateful in all of this, which is also a damage to your reputation. Nico, for those of you who might not know, was first approached when he was still in high school, and Tennessee came with the NIL deal. And then subsequently in court, the Tennessee state attorney, I believe the attorney general, I think have that right, fought on his behalf to make sure the NCAA couldn't say that he was ineligible to play for Tennessee. And he collected some money up front. He collected some money in the year that he did not play. And then he had moments last season, but he didn't have a great season by any stretch of the imagination, although he certainly was good and had some big moments.
So is his criticism that he's leaving Tennessee and he doesn't have another place to go, or his criticism is that he took the money from Tennessee and didn't live up to his end and then is leaving?
I think his criticism, this is how I read it. His criticism is Tennessee hooked you up with the NIL deal. Some people fought for you to be ineligible. They still paid you that year that you weren't able to play. They paid you when you came back to play. And that, this is to your point, maybe he didn't, it's hard to say he didn't live up to expectations. They made the playoffs, but maybe that's the case. And now you've boosted your profile on the back of Tennessee, and now you're looking to move on. He says that's ungrateful. I don't know if I agree with that.
I don't know that ungrateful is the word Reese Davis should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I don't agree with
you
that.
can disagree, and I get basketball, football purists, college amateur athlete purists hate everything that's going on right now. But man, if you're of the Reese Davis era, using a term like ungrateful is the wrong route.
Yeah.
That is the wrong route, given what these coaches have made, given what these universities have made, given what these athletic brands have made off the backs of these college athletes for so many years. The truth of the matter is, and this is, I know there are elements to this you don't like. I know there are elements to this a lot of people don't like. there's probably a stretch. You got to remember, we are infancy probably isn't even the proper word to describe this. We're talking fresh newborn into this
free for all right now.
And you know what? You just got to deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
You've put yourself in a situation where you've created a new version of college athletics, and you're just going to have to let it be the Wild West and work it out later. You don't have much of a choice. Now, over the years, this is going to change. Over the years, I think it will be regulated a little bit more. Over the years, you'll be able to put a few more parameters in place. Right now, sit down, shut the F up, and just deal with it.
Yeah.
You created this monster, not talking about Reese Davis. The NCAA, you created this monster. Now you just have to deal with it right now. And it's, I'm sure it's tough for the University of Tennessee. It's tough for their coaches. It's tough for these universities everywhere you're recruiting every day. A line given to me by a college coach, you'll never guess which one. You are recruiting every day. Not just the kid, at Whitney High School. You're recruiting the girl working out in your gym.
Yeah.
Because someone's calling her.
Yep. Someone's
texting her. Someone's texting them. Someone's calling them, trying to get them, hey, we've got this. We got to, I heard you I heard you're an actress. We got the CEO of Stars.
One of our biggest donors.
It's one of our biggest donors. And you hey, you a great ball player, but you could learn the film industry too with us. You can't learn that there.
Right.
We got you. Every day, that's what you're dealing with. Yeah. And while I understand what Reese is trying to say, it's not the time for that.
That word
absolutely not the time.
Ungrateful.
Yep.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one. I got two more. I think we can get them both. I don't know if you're gonna dump.
Well, I don't know. As long as it's not the Rays, we'll be fine.
All right. Okay. We got one more. All right. This one. What do you think about this one? See if you want to talk about this. Ronald Acuna calls out his manager for not benching his teammate.
Oh, give me that. Yeah.
So the other day, let me make sure I got my man's name correct. I don't want to mispronounce it. I had it right here. Sorry, I'm shifting between.
You talking about the player they didn't bench?
Yeah, the guy he didn't bench for the Atlanta Braves. Jared Kanelick. I think that's how you might say his name. Anyway, he thought he had a home run to right field and went off the wall. He got to first base, saw that it was off the wall, had to hustle into second. He was out at second base. Ronald Acuna had a little bit of the same situation a couple of years ago for the same manager. He thought he hit a home run, it went off the wall. He ended up getting to first base and was safe and was pulled out of the game by Snicker. That's the manager's name. When asked about it after the game, he said, quote, "He didn't run. You've got to run. It's not going to be acceptable here. As a teammate, you're responsible for 24 other guys, and that name in the front is more important than that name in the back of the jersey. You can't do that. We're trying to accomplish something special here." Acuna went to social media after somebody had tagged the play or whatever, and he said, if it was me, I would have been taken out the game. He deleted the post. Fair or foul? I think it's incredibly fair.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't delete that.
It's damn near the same situation.
He I don't even think he has to say if.
Yeah,
he was.
Literally was.
No, I have documented evidence to prove this.
Literally was.
Yeah,
no. You want to just talk to the manager about rather than just kind of put your team on blast.
So that's the other thing. Maybe you don't want to do it on social media. It doesn't help to me if you tweet something. I don't want to say salacious, but you tweet something that's going to get attention. You tweet something maybe even people are looking for because they obviously recognize you were involved in this situation. Deleting it makes it worse.
Yeah.
It completely amplifies it. Yeah, stand on it. To Jesse's point, though, you probably talk to your coach, probably talk to your teammates, probably talk to your guys there. But once you make the decision to hit send, it's in your best interest to just own it. And especially when it's not something, terribly controversial or gross or misogynistic or something like that. Like if it's just something, a little friction in the locker room. Yeah,
I do understand.
Live on it though. No, I do too. And there are absolutely cases where you should delete stuff. I just don't think this is one of them.
No.
Because he's going to get asked about it.
Right.
His coach,
Screenshots
it's
there,
already
everything's
there.
there.
Yeah. That's the thing. It's already there.
I got it. Last one. I like to have a little fun here. Fat Joe, he has a series that's ready to start on Stars. Bump it or dump it.
You got 60 seconds, pal.
Stars is developing The Book of Jose, a series about the life of hip hop star Fat Joe from BET Studios. The project was
Dump it. I am not interested in this at all. Not at all. I'm not watching 2 seconds of this.
You're not gonna watch The Book of Jose?
No, man. Are you? No, I am not.
I'll check it out. Apparently, he already has a show on Stars. I didn't know. It's like a little interview show.
I haven't watched an episode of Raising Kanan in weeks. I don't feel like I've watched a TV show outside of White Lotus in weeks.
Yeah,
maybe longer.
I'm only 2 back in Raising Kanan now. I'm only 2 back. I saw an episode yesterday, or the day before yesterday, and business picking up. Jay was right.
All right. Well,
last episode.
How do we feel that went?
We'll work out some kinks.
I think we killed 10 minutes.
Well, yeah, and you didn't dump all of them, so that's a good thing.
Just the one involving the Rays.
Dump Fat Joe as well.
Yeah, well, I let Kenny give us the story, and then when he said what it was, is dump that. I don't need that.
You dumped it, but I buried the lead intentionally.
No, good thinking.
Because if I would have said this, you might have would have heard the whole thing. The pilot episode is produced by Kenya Burris.
I love Kenya Burris.
Uh-oh.
He's back. He bumps it.
I love
He bumps it in the last second.
We'll come back. We'll come back. The players survey hit The Athletic today, and it's fun. We'll talk about that. Plus, Trysta Krick will join us to talk playoff basketball when Dylan and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Oh, Cole. Mm-hmm. Oh, boy.
Oh,
come on, baby. Let you go.
Cole.
And have it like, look, you watch one, you're like, I got to keep watching this thing. Now, since the new episodes, I haven't watched. I saw 2 of them, I think. Ridiculous. It's the same old. But I haven't gotten back to watch, so I'll be back soon. Joey cracked the dun. Did you see Joe Budden sitting behind 50 Cent and trying to get screen time on his jumbotron?
No, I didn't see that.
So 50 Cent was sitting courtside, and Joe was sitting behind him, Joe and his lady, and hey, who's at the game tonight? And then they got to 50 Cent. They're like, 50 Cent here at the game. And then like right behind him was Joe. But if you were right behind him, you couldn't see Joe. So then Joe goes, hey, slide over and get on the screen. They said, Joe, will you stop it?
Oh, the next game? Yeah. That's funny. That's hella funny.
Saw a video of Wiz Khalifa talking about the earth was flat on this show.
That's the one I don't look.
It's not like we won't even. It's not.
I'm open to a lot of things that people say in conspiracy theories. That's the one I don't need to be open to that one. I don't understand that.
Yeah, that one we know.
I don't understand. Even if you have
the logic, like, oh, Wiz Khalifa's logic. Oh yeah, we fly straight. Like, stop.
Yeah, his logic is crazy.
Wiz, you can see Earth.
That's the whole thing.
Like, there's actual photos of it.
That's the whole thing. And whether you believe people went to the moon or not, there are people who were in space and they've seen the Earth. They've seen it.
Katy Perry was just there.
Allegedly.
Oh, Jesse Khalifa.
Jesse space conspiracy.
Yeah, I don't understand that one. I don't understand the flat Earth. The people who are like convinced that's what's going on. Yeah, I don't get it. Did he really say that? That is hilarious.
Shaq is special.
Oh, guess what? Me and my wife, we don't watch any shows together.
Mm-hmm.
But the one where she finally was like, all right, man, turn it on if you want. I'm not saying we watching it together, but you could turn it on. We could sit down and watch this episode. Is Black Mirror.
Okay, interesting.
It is. I was turned away from, and I realized this after I watched it again. They've had 7 seasons. I didn't know that. But I realized that I was turned away only by an episode about robots.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, no, I don't need to watch this. But it's like a new age Twilight Zone. And I used to love watching the Twilight Zone when I was a kid.
I think I've seen an episode or two, and I've seen a couple that are a bit.
Your girl's in the first one for this season.
Who?
Tracy Ellis.
Is she?
Yeah, man.
I meant a couple in general. I didn't mean a couple this season. I mean,
Issa Rae's in another episode. It's good. It's good. It's like I said, it's a Twilight Zone type show, and I like those.
Okay. All right.
Stephen Brown, stop fronting. Stop fronting. I didn't say Jen Aniston. I said Tracy Ellis Ross. Oh, now you're gone too far. And Issa, stop it.
He's talking about Issa Rae, not Reese Witherspoon. Come on, Stephen Brown. I got to go ahead to get a new air fryer.
Oh.
Yeah, I can't figure out how to
go
work
ahead.
the other
Hey,
one.
make the steaks, bro. Make the steaks.
Well, I made some good steaks this weekend.
I understand now how you were so baffled by the thought of making the steak in those like the first air fryers.
Right.
Like, because I was like, I wouldn't do it, but I could understand how people would do it because
Yeah.
I've seen the other ones.
We should have known when Kimberly said she was making steaks in air fryers that she had a super high-end air fryer.
She got a damn oven.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. The air fryer saga continues.
You should do it for show purposes.
No,
You
well,
should.
I'll try. I'm
You gonna
down
make
to
the steak
try
in
it.
there?
Yeah, I'll try it. I mean, I gotta get the air fryer first, but yeah, I'll try it.
You getting the $500 one?
No, I don't think I'm doing that.
You might as well, man. Just go ahead.
What do you do, bro? You always say that stuff. You always
Just
say
go
that,
ahead, man.
but you're
Just
the
do
one.
it.
Yeah, but you're the one who like, oh man, that receipt for the kitchen came through. I was like, man, I don't want to go that bad. Casey always the one who will hype you up to spend money. No, go ahead. You ain't gonna miss that money. Ain't gonna miss it. I gotta find the right one. I don't even see a $500 one, but I see ones that are a couple $100. These double door joints. Yeah, I gotta figure out which one to get.
Double doors. Yeah, we didn't go with that one. We still might get another one though.
Like
The one we have
you
is
need
good,
two
though.
air fryers, or you're trying to get a new one?
Just a new one. But the one we have is dope. It's cool. It's not a 2-door though. It's got the door that goes down.
Mm-hmm.
Like an oven. Like
yeah, this joint got the little French doors, like dual.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Dual climate control.
That's easy 500. Easy. Probably
No,
probably
it's 309. What was the one? Who was it? Norm. Someone sent us a picture. They made a steak in the air fryer that night. That's what we're doing.
These air fryers are pretty fire though.
Yeah, no,
I don't experiment too much, but they can do a little bit of everything. We didn't put some Brussels sprouts in there.
It says
and
air
everything.
fry, roast, broil, bake, pizza, grill. Those are all of the settings on this
Damn,
joint.
grill.
That's what it says.
What?
I don't know. Every time I try to turn the heat up on my Traeger, that goddamn thing nearly blows up. I was trying to reverse sear some fillets this weekend.
That's fancy.
You started at 250.
Okay.
And then once it gets to an internal temperature, you pull them off. You increase the temperature of the smoker to 450 or 500.
Okay.
So it's like I think there must be something somewhere because it's having trouble like igniting, right? So it takes longer than normal. But then all of a sudden it goes to like 250, 300, and then it just keeps climbing. And then when it's supposed to stop, it doesn't stop.
Well,
and then you get an alert like air fry. Your grill's overheating, and you just have to turn it off.
okay. Well, what's the warranty on that thing?
I have no idea.
Or
I've
somebody
had it too long. I've had it for years
Somebody
now.
come fix it.
Do they have Traeger repair? Scott, can you come fix my Traeger? Like, I don't know what to do with
I
it.
spent a lot of money for this to just execute the way it's supposed to execute.
And not nearly blow up.
Yeah.
Scout says the cleaning. Scout, I spent like an hour and a half cleaning it. I got all of the little, man, it was a mess. It was a mess. But I was able to save the steaks. I reverse seared them in the house.
Okay.
Got a little smoky in there, but came out beautiful.
Everybody was eating good, so that's all that
Everybody
matters.
was eating good, man.
That's all
Everybody
that
was
matters.
happy. Trysta Krick going to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Player survey hit The Athletic. It's important to point out, not like 400 players voted in this, or however many players are in the league. 90 did.
Okay.
And Tyrese Halliburton led in the category of most overrated player in the league. 14% of the votes. Please keep that in mind. That probably just means a couple of people voted for him.
14% of the 90 that voted.
Right.
Yeah.
That's not a very large number of people who voted for him, which is always why I find it so funny that The Athletic puts this out like it's a really big deal. Because it's just not, to me. It's not enough players for it to be like tangible.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's just my opinion.
No, I get you. I was 90's still a good amount. 90 of what, 500?
I don't know how many players are in the league, but probably something like that. 15 per roster.
That's 90's not a
Sounds
lot, but it's not 15. 90 is what? That's not that many. It's about 4 teams worth, right? Or no, more than that.
No, it's more than that.
It's about six teams worth. 6 to 8 teams.
This is great. Let's just keep doing math on this show.
6
we're
to 8
killing it.
teams.
We're killing it.
And also, I'm not even counting. It's 15, but I'm not counting like Isaac Jones. You know what I mean?
Damn, wow, what Isaac Jones?
Well, he's a
do to
two-way
do?
guy. He's a Stockton guy too. I'm thinking of like maybe they asked Isaac Jones. Maybe.
Rudy Gobert was second, and your boy Trae Young. Trae Young was third.
No, okay. I don't know why they're doing that
Most
to Trae.
overrated player in the league.
First of all, people always be hating on Trae. Second of all, Trae pretty damn good. You know who I was surprised?
Is it because his game lacks something on the defensive side of the ball, and so it's just is he seen? Well, he led the league in assists this year, I think.
He does pout from time to time.
Yeah, it does that.
I think that turns people off.
He does, but Trae a problem. Trae way more. No, I'm not gonna do that because I like him and I think he's a good ball player. I was gonna say Trae is way more of a problem than Tyrese, but I'm not trying to knock Tyrese. I'm just saying Trae is like the way people talk about Tyrese and like the media and how valuable he is. Trae is that dude. Trae is another one too that also I think the stat is he's never played with an all-star.
Right. Yeah.
And I wonder what type of player he would be, with an all-star or two next to him. Because I think when you look at Trae Young,
is the idea that he can adjust his game, like he plays the way that he plays because he doesn't have a choice?
In part, and he's been given a situation where like he's got to be the number one guy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Trae Young at that size, that position, lack of defense, if he's your best player, it's kind of tough. It's going to be kind of tough for you. But if he's maybe your second best player, third best player, I wonder how you would adjust the third best player. But if he's your second best player, I think you might be able to cook something up. And we've never seen it with him yet. So I was surprised he was that high on the list, especially from his peers.
By the way, speaking of Tyrese, speaking of the Pacers, Rick Carlisle had one of the most plausible quotes in history, and Jesse is not he's not in his studio. But
do we have video audio?
I don't have audio. I couldn't find audio. I
scrubbed it from the internet.
But it was Let me see. Give me 2 seconds. I already got Twitter open and the screen shared because we were looking at the Dennis Schroeder flop. Let me see if I can find. This is going to be a weird search. Rick Carlisle.
Pause.
Well, no. I don't even want to say it. I'm just going to try Rick Carlisle first. Nope. Well, this is going to be weird when it shows up in Kyle's search.
Man.
Well, he cusses in that one. How about this one? So this isn't practice. This looks like it's after the game. So I'll just read the quote to you.
Okay. What? No, we'll just wait for Jesse to get back. Or never mind. You don't have to wait.
Yep. Let's go call. Get that. Here's Rick Carlisle. That might be it. Rick Carlisle, Pacers coach, on what his message is to the team at yesterday's practice. Rick Carlisle said, and I quote, "Expect hard." Hard.
God, he got right to it.
Expect hard. Hard things are hard. The first game is hard. We expect hard. We've got to embrace hard.
Oh my. Yeah. Hey, flags everywhere. I'll have another flag. Throw my hat on the field.
That's
hey, get him out of here. Get security.
Man.
Security. He just kept going.
That's tough by Rick Carlisle right there.
Boy, oh boy.
That is tough.
Wow.
Hard things are hard is a hell of a line. Expect hard. Hard things are hard. The first game is hard. We gotta expect hard.
Oh,
We've got to embrace hard.
that one. The finale is wild. Wow. Well,
I think Rick Carlisle knew what he was doing. He'd been around these players long enough to know you can't be out there talking like that. Come on, Rick.
Oh man, he doubled and tripled down.
Embrace hard.
I didn't hear that one. That was crazy.
Rick is wild for that one. Rick is wild
man.
for that one. Speaking of the Pacers Bucks series, our buddy Chris Haynes confirmed Dame Lillard back.
Dame Lillard is back tonight for game 2. I take it because somebody mentioned it a little bit. I take it you weren't a fan of Dame talking in game 1 while in street clothes?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, no, it didn't bother me.
Oh, okay.
I think there
liked
were
it.
some in the chatty house that were
Got you.
like,
I
bro,
liked
you ain't
it.
even playing pipe down.
I liked it.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it, but you haven't played in a month.
It's been a long time.
A little over a month. I can't remember if it was mid-March or the beginning of March. But you better be ready.
He was talking that talk. He Legends had it too. Legends been cooking in the playoffs.
Oh man.
Did you see the Dame
Dame and Tyrese?
Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't see that go up at all.
Yeah. He had that one, the word for word, and Tyrese said something to the effect, like, because Siakam was like, "Yo, why are you even talking? You're not even playing." And Tyrese looked at Siakam and was like, "Hey, man, we need to hurry up and send these boys home, man. Sick of this."
That's funny.
Legends is in playoff form right now.
Yeah, they definitely
They in
are.
playoff form.
Well, they even got sushi videos.
Sushi.
The DeMar joint.
Oh,
they had
did.
the
Yeah,
DeMar
yeah.
joint.
I didn't realize. Yeah, I didn't realize they were at a sushi joint.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Man was trying to eat dinner.
And well, I was
You're my favorite player, bro.
He
said you're my hero, bro.
I was about to say he's lucky. The only thing that happened was his phone got knocked out of his hand, but that wasn't the only thing that happened.
He left in an ambulance. Williams asking, wait, did you guys hear Draymond's pause moment? I didn't.
I didn't either.
Yeah, Soren, send us the Draymond one. I didn't see that one.
I didn't hear that one. They do have video that we got hip to on the Twitter. Jerry Jones talking about Luka.
I don't believe this is true.
Well, it's video. He's holding a press conference for what I guess it's draft because John Lynch did too. But yeah,
why even Casey? I tell you this all the time. Why run video when Jerry's like, "Hey, Jerry, get in here."
Good point.
Jerry, come on.
Well, I know one of the topics as of late in the Dallas-Fort Worth area has been about Luka being traded, and people are upset with Nico, and hell, I was too because I saw him at Morton's, and I said, Nico, what are you doing? But the thing about it is, Luka wanted to be here in Dallas, and
don't cut him off.
They traded him away, and I look at him as a close personal friend, and I was just sad to see that. And I want to win a Super Bowl so bad, and Luka understands that just like everyone else.
Just goes on.
Him and Jamie Foxx understand what it means to watch.
Maybe Trysta
football.
wants to ask Jerry a question or something.
Well, let's bring in Trysta, the hitman Krick here.
Ooh, yeah. Ooh, it's going down.
Oh, we're going Macho Man instead of the Hitman. I like it. So walk me through this look.
All right. So
I
got a text from a friend who works at Oakley, and he said, "You wear the same shades all the time. Just wanted to know whether you could just send you some shades. You could test them out, see how they work in different environments." And I said, "Ooh, yeah." I said, "Ooh, yeah, send me them glasses."
Now, just to be clear, whose voice is that?
Well, it's an amalgamation, kind of like Kenny's. Like,
don't use words like that. I don't know what that word means. Don't do that. You call it a what?
An amalgamation.
An amalgamation. Never heard that word in my life.
Yeah, I learned
Have you heard
something
that
new
word before?
Never heard it. Could be a sign of disrespect for all
Yeah,
I know.
what'd you call me?
An amalgamation.
I learned something new today. So what's the definition of that?
Amalgamation refers to a process of combining or uniting multiple entities into a single, ooh, yeah, unified whole.
What? A unified what?
WHOLE.
Okay. All right.
Have you guys ever attempted with a buddy of mine a while back? We had a word book, like, learn a new word a day. And we tried to learn a new word a week. It only lasted about 4 or 5 weeks, but
I'm stunned to learn this.
I might pick it back up. Learn a new word, work on that vocabulary.
When my mom she's probably listening. When my mom was raising me, if I said a word wrong, or if I didn't know the definition through context of that word, she'd be like, "You know what it is? Go to the dictionary." And I have to look in, and then she'd be like, "All right, well, that's the word now that we're going to use for the next couple of days until it would happen again." So my vocabulary really comes down to shaming me, which is what she did. She didn't want me to sound.
Made you better.
She did make me better. She did. And that's why my vocab is where it's at now.
I'm with it. And you use words that in 44 years I've never heard before. So now
never heard. What do you guys think of this look here?
I love them. I love the shade.
I'm planning on using it mostly on the bike.
Okay. I could see that.
You do some bike riding too.
You do. Yep.
And these things, they go all the way, or they wrap around, and they kind of like stick to the back of your side of your head. So they cannot fall off at all.
Okay.
No matter what you do.
TK,
so the ones that I got, my Moscots, which I absolutely love, they're super fire. That's like my one true love sunglass brand. They fall off all the time on a bike. They're meant for stunting. They're not meant for hunting.
Are they light?
These ones are
the ones you're the ones you're wearing.
These ones are super light. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, those
really light.
definitely look like bike riding or running type glasses.
It's like
It's
I
not a
think
look-
Derwin James wears them,
Okay.
and I think
yeah.
I think they got some pro athletes. I think these are the only ones that look like
Where
this.
can we go?
The other ones look normal.
Florida State.
Yep. I was about to say that look like, you know, an outfielder. You know what I
Yep.
mean? Like get out there.
The glasses that the outfielder leaves on their hat when the pop-up comes and they
I
drop
can't
it.
see. I couldn't see. I lost it. In
I couldn't see it.
Your shades are on your hat, sir.
Yeah. But yeah, I definitely like it for physical fitness. It's not my favorite fashion look though, because I don't feel like it fits the rest of what you do.
No,
you are a big
it does.
accessorizer though. You're a major accessorizer.
I like the accessories. I would say
That
I
is
have
one of your
on
more
blue.
subtle necklaces.
Yep, it is. Sometimes they just get a little heavy. So you put on a little blue, and then I was like, oh yeah, let's bring on Macho Man Trysta Krick.
Okay, I'm with it. Yep. Uh-huh.
Mhm.
I like it. Very good.
Anyway, so what y'all doing? What y'all talking about? You guys are talking.
Oh,
You guys are talking about Luka?
We were talking about why Rick Carlisle was talking about embracing hard in his press conference yesterday. But Dame, a big factor in this game 2 tonight. Like it was a pretty emphatic win in game 1.
That was easy work.
It's kind of what it felt like. Like is Dame enough after a month and some change off to help the Bucks kind of get centered and get this series back to something competitive?
I don't see it. I don't see
I know
it.
you hate Dame.
I don't.
I know you've done a full turn on Dame Lillard.
It's a rough one. It's rough because he's probably going to get traded again. You know,
yeah,
running from the grind, switching teams.
And
I 10 toes down in whatever location is the next location that he gets sent.
Wow. He gonna
falling
DM
on,
you again.
dying on his shield. I know. I'm gonna go from being followed to unfollowed to blocked. I think that's the process how this goes. But in general, I just don't think the roster is good enough. I don't think you can have Kevin Porter Jr. and Kyle Kuzma and AJ Green and like I don't even know who Ryan is. Honestly. If you told me until I just pulled him up, if you said, "Hey Trysta, there's 10 guys you've never seen before. One of them plays significant minutes for the Milwaukee Bucks. We'll give you $10,000, $100,000 if you can point which one of those dudes it is." I wouldn't know which one was Ryan Rollins. That's how little I know of him. It's just not a good team. Jericho Sims, like when Taurean Prince is your new head of security, here's your 3-point shooter, and you got Bobby Portis back. Like these guys are just all really old and not effective. And the Pacers are super deep. Pause. Yeah. There's a lot of guys that can come at you in a lot of different ways. Andrew Nembhard was cooking the Bucks. I don't know if you guys saw him. He went to the rim four times in a row, unimpeded. I don't know how you stop him. And I think Dame will probably have a decent enough game. He's got a lot of motivation to upstage Tyrese Halliburton because they have obvious beef where Dame basically threatened to beat Tyrese Halliburton's ass in game 1.
He did take it off.
He's like, I'll beat that ass. And I no doubt Dame would beat Tyrese Halliburton's ass. Like Tyrese does not want any smoke. But also Tyrese Halliburton has James Johnson. And he's like, all right, cool. Like James Johnson will beat your ass.
Yeah.
So
that's why he's been in the league for the past 4 years. He had a full grill on, like top and bottom on Saturday. Like, he ain't playing. He's just here.
He's like PJ Tucker with the Hirachis.
That's the sign of a smart fighter, though. Like, hey, I'll beat your ass. Yeah, maybe you're not going to beat his, though.
You're not going to get to me.
And he ain't going to let me get got. So good luck.
And also, you're in street clothes right now. Why are you even chatting? We are beating that ass.
You knew he was coming back.
So you had a problem with that? That was a conversation a few minutes ago. You had a problem with Dame talking?
Yeah, be quiet. It was like when Jimmy Butler was like, "Oh, well, if I was playing, we would have beaten Boston." It's like, well, you're not playing. That's
pretty much
maybe
Pat,
you should.
I'm pretty sure Pat told him to shut the hell up.
Yeah, hey, can you be quiet? So no, I mean, I think Honestly, I think that Dame's reputation has taken a massive blow from the time he left Portland to now. I think he has shown parts of his personality he never showed before. And I don't think those are great traits. He's somewhat sensitive. He's always getting into it. And I thought the Dame time thing was a sign of respect, a sign of, emulating someone is a form of flattery. So Dame didn't
You
like
mean when
that.
Ty did it?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
where the
when
orange-
Ty did it a
Yeah.
couple of years ago, and
Yeah.
he was like, Dame time in the play-in tournament. I think that's where it
Mhm.
started. Dame didn't like it. And it's like, well, why not? That was a signature move that he's using. It's kind of like they just don't like each other, basically.
Yeah, no,
and
that's
Tyrese
that's not respectful. No, I'd have a problem with that too. That is not respect. You hit a shot on me. It'd be one thing if you did it in like a random game, but you playing me, and you talk about Dame. Oh no, that's not respectful. That's not respectful at all.
But after the game, can't we just keep it nice? Can't we be
No,
Dame's
now
like,
we
nah,
fight. Now we fight.
yeah. It's like Dame's like, yeah, let me go and grab my Oakland friends and we're gonna beat this dude's ass in the back in the tunnel. And that's when they had
gotta hurry
literally
up before
that's when
James
they got James Johnson. They're like, oh yeah, we can't let Ty get touched.
We got to hurry up for James gets over. Jump him like wrestling and then get out of
That's
there.
what it is.
So yeah, I
One thing-
think in general, Dame's just been talking a lot and not performing a lot, and this team's not very good. And the only reason he went to the Bucks or any other team besides Portland is because he doesn't want to go to the Eastern Conference Finals. What good is that going to do? He's already been to the Western Conference Finals. He's already been to the semis. He ended multiple franchises in terms of the iterations of the rosters that they had in the Houston Rockets and the OKC Thunder. He had some postseason success. He beat the Nuggets in 7.
Mhm.
And then, that series in 2019 was super competitive against, I don't know, one of the best rosters we've ever seen in the Golden State Warriors. So he's not going to the Milwaukee Bucks to do the exact same thing he did in Portland when he has a multi-million-dollar mansion in West Lynn that he would prefer to be at where all his family is. He's only doing this to try to solidify his legacy with a ring. And he will not get that ring in Milwaukee. I promise you that.
One of the things that I just thought about while watching that game on Saturday and seeing Giannis dominate that game from his aspect, from his point of view, and then still being down by 25, as I said, we might be a little closer to the summer of Giannis than we realized. Giannis they couldn't guard him. He was great, and it didn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't matter at all. You were still down by 20 the entire time. And I know Dame wasn't there. Maybe things will change with Dame there, but Giannis had to be looking around Saturday like, bro, it's probably time. It's probably time for me to move on.
And I think it is. I really think it is. I have the perfect trade. Do you guys want to hear it?
If it's not the Kings, I don't want to hear it.
No, it's not
Okay,
the
well,
Kings.
I do.
Dump it.
Dump it, right.
No, I'm just messing with you. Go ahead.
All right, so what do the Rockets need? They need an offensive engine guard. That's what they need. They need somebody who can get you buckets no matter what, in clutch time or not, someone who shoots at a high clip from beyond the arc and isn't funny style in terms of like their production going up and down like a roller coaster ride. So to me, Fred VanVleet never really made sense on this team. It was he was a bridge guard. But the Rockets have a lot of defense and they have a lot of depth right now. And they have guys that could be producing on another team if they weren't behind a bunch of other guys that are getting minutes. So I think you trade Damian Lillard to the Rockets and you get back a bunch of assets to help Giannis try to figure something out. Maybe you get a Cam Whitmore. Maybe you get a Jalen Green. Maybe you get a Jalen Green and a Fred VanVleet. Because the Bucks need a bunch of guys. They don't need just one co-star with Giannis. We see that's not working. And Rockets have a plethora of guys. Maybe you trade Reed Shepherd to the Bucks as well. You could just make that salary match. You probably don't even need to give picks away. And both teams, in my opinion, get a lot better because the issue with the Rockets is they don't have an offensive engine. And that's not really the issue with the Bucks because Giannis is going to be able to go for 35, 10, and 7 anytime really he wants. Get some other guys who fill roles, better versions of what you expected from Chris Middleton and Kyle Kuzma. Maybe you end up getting a center in that trade as well because Brook Lopez is getting older and you move him to a reserve role. I think that's a trade that both sides have the potential to win.
That's interesting because when you said that, I thought you were talking about a trade for Giannis to go somewhere. But I like that. I like Dame to the Rockets. You might even be able to this really wouldn't help the Bucks. So I was about to say you might even be able to do Fred VanVleet and just, you know, match the monies up or something like that. But I don't know.
You could do Fred VanVleet and Jalen Green, or you could do Fred VanVleet. You have multiple guards that can help out the Bucks. Maybe you give some young pieces away, like Cam Whitmore's not playing on this team right now, so maybe that helps. And then Giannis is able to stay in Milwaukee. Dame never wanted to be in Milwaukee to begin with. He immediately gets a pay raise by living in Houston. He's a single guy. Houston's got the baddies, no state income tax, warmer weather, closer to Portland. Feels like a win to me.
It does. Feels like a win for everybody, except for Giannis. Can't figure out what Giannis is going to do this because we've speculated that Giannis, Ja, we know KD, like all of these guys could, I mean, maybe even Trey. All of these guys could be moved this offseason in some form of whether it's discussion, whether it's ask out, whether it's we just trade you. Like all of those guys could absolutely be on the move this offseason.
And I think it's really interesting because there's so many teams that need guards, need lead guards that can produce. And they're like, that is the step that they are away. The Orlando Magic can't roll out Corey Joseph. We just can't have that. Right. Jalen Suggs could start, but he could also come off the bench or just be in the backcourt somehow. But you can't have him be the only guy that's your guard for this team. They need some production. There's just a lot of places that could use it. Kobe White is on in expiring. I think he'll be an unrestricted free agent in 2026. You're not going to be able to extend him. Maybe you could figure out a way if you're Chicago to get Ja Morant, or Phoenix needs a guard. This name is not Bradley Beal. And maybe there's something to be done. I think the interesting thing, though, is like how many teams really want to take on that level of money if it feels like you're going to build a team around them. Because most point guards in the league have to be the last piece, not the first piece.
I like that. I saw the same issues that everybody saw in game one with Houston, that anemic 34-point performance in the first half. And I just kind of threw it out there because we kind of accepted the fact that DeMar DeRozan is probably going to be gone from Sacramento. I know he's not a three-point shooter, but as far as somebody that could help them on the offensive end, what you think about no go to DeRozan in Houston, huh?
No, because the issue that you have with Houston is what you're seeing is if you have to compete with 3 and all you can do is get 2s, the math ain't mathing. And that's where they're at right now. Jalen Green right now is not a consistent 3-point shooter. He's done a lot better. This has been a great year for him overall, as is Fred VanVleet. But what we saw from their performances is that you can lock their asses up. You need somebody that can stretch the floor. And I don't think DeMar can stretch the floor. I think he, on a team like Houston, is just going to clog things up even more. And I would probably make the argument, and I said this when the trade went down to begin with, that it can destroy your entire offensive system by how much gravity, how much he needs the ball, and the style of ball that he plays. And to me, there's just too many guys like that in Houston anyway, that are just 2-point.
They don't seem to have an offensive system.
No, but I don't think, and I don't think DeMar plays good enough defense to be in an Ime Udoka system. He said multiple times, like, if you don't play good defense, you're just not going to play at all.
How do you feel about the Clippers and the vintage Kawhi Leonard performance we saw last night?
Is this not one of those moments where you're like, man, we've been robbed of this guy, right? You see what Kawhi can do when he's healthy, and you're like, man, the game of basketball is so much funner and exciting when he's out here dominating, impossible to guard, clutch beyond belief, incredible two-way defender, playing 48 minutes in a, it's just like he's putting up, not just producing, but I don't know if you guys saw that one step back that he had last night where he like crossed over and leaped back like a little bunny. And I was like, oh, his knees are feeling good. His knees are bouncy right now. He's hitting deep shots that he didn't really hit when he was in Toronto or in San Antonio. And I love the Nuggets. As I've said many times before, Jamal Murray is my favorite guy when he's hot with 2 minutes left to go. And I root for Denver. I root for them as a team, and I really love Jokic. But the way Kawhi is playing and the way that Harden is playing makes me want to not see them lose this series. I want to continue to see how far the Clippers can go when we actually get what was promised, which is the team that they had centered around a healthy Kawhi Leonard. And I would absolutely love to see them in that dogfight against OKC next round.
We asked a big picture question earlier in the show about whether or not Kawhi Leonard was the number one what if in NBA history. He's already unbelievably accomplished. He's going to the Hall of Fame. He's got all this other stuff. And we usually talk about D Rose and Penny and even Joel Embiid. But it's like, you see him last night, you see him, what he can do on that stage. And it's like, would we be, if he had the health of a LeBron James, would we be watching a top 10 NBA player of all time?
It's funny that you say that because I was on my walk and I was taking a little break at the top of the hill. And I was just thinking about Kawhi. And I'm like, who actually in the NBA right now would you say is better than this version of Kawhi Leonard? To me, it's not Luka. To me, there's almost no one. I don't know where he is of all time. I don't know where he is in our generation. But when fully healthy, Kawhi Leonard has to be a top 3 player right now in the NBA. I don't even know how I would stack him up against Shea because I know what Kawhi's already given us. 2 Defensive Player of the Years, 2 championships, Finals MVP. And I watched him slay the Warriors in person and just rip their heart out of their soul. So to me, you have to say he's up there with like all your favorite players. It's hard to say because he's a big what if. It's really hard to even utter the words because he's played so little in the last 5 years.
But it's so we had this discussion to start the show. It's so crazy to talk about him as a what if, because this is a guy with multiple titles who already at a time in his career was considered a top 2-3 player in the entire league. He might act like it doesn't exist, but I remember Stephen A's proclamation after the Raptors won. Kawhi Leonard is the best player in the NBA. He is better than LeBron James. He is better than everybody. He is the one in the league right now. It's like, all right, like cool. Like I'm not going to argue with you. Like people pretend like that didn't happen, but it did happen. And it's weird to have a what if conversation about a guy who's accomplished so much. And we still wonder, yeah, he's accomplished a lot. Multiple titles, 2 different teams, 2 MVPs. But it could have been so much more.
They could have won that title the year that Phoenix beat them in 2021. Because I think that, I think that because he ended up getting injured in the series against the Lakers and never played again. And you had Phoenix, who had a pretty weak path. They play the Bucks. They looked like they had the Bucks on the ropes. Remember, also the Bucks probably would have lost to the Nets. So this version of the Bucks was vulnerable. So I could see the Clippers winning that championship for sure with everything that they had.
We talk about it. He's got those moments too. We talk about obviously the shot against the Sixers to get to the Eastern Conference Finals. But I always remember in 2021, I think that same season, that first round series against Dallas, we look back at it, game 6, elimination game. Goes for 45 in Dallas to send it back to LA for a game 7. And 3, 4, 5 games later, he tears his ACL after they had tied up that Jazz series in the second round and tied that after going down 2-0. So, yeah, it's last night was a reminder of who we weren't able to see for, like you said, about 5-6 years.
Yeah. And he's so calculated. And I saw it was Michael Porter Jr. on him. It was Jamal on him. They were playing elite level defense, and it just did not matter. Just ball going in. That corner 3 that he had wide open, you're like, well, that's just obviously going in. Splash. And that's something that he's added to his arsenal throughout time is that 3-point shot, which was very clunky when he came into the league and probably one of the bigger knocks on his game. And now he's found a way to be super productive there, shooting 40%, sometimes more over at the 3-point line. That's ridiculous for a guy that size, that robotic, that clunky. It's almost like his roboticism is a strength because it's the same every time. The shooting motion, the feet set, everything. Not great looking, but the same every time and just as lethal.
Roboticism. Another great word. Roboticism. I'm all about it. Real quick, you got who do you have in this Lakers Wolves series?
I got the Wolves. I think they're just too big. I think Naz Reid and Rudy Gobert are too big. I think you're going to be able to see Anthony Edwards slash in, get easy 2s. But also, I think they're able to lock up Austin Reeves because they have all those longer, the McDaniels, the Ant. They put them on the guards. And then you put Mike Conley on Rui Hachimura, and you're like, well, we'll let Rui Hachimura do his best. He's the one that we'll let go off. And Austin Reeves looked pretty damn pedestrian when real deal, long wingspan, athletic defenders were on him. And yeah, like Luka's going to go off or LeBron is going to go off, but I don't think any of the role players will. And Minnesota's way too deep. They've got way too much athleticism. And I think Ant Edwards feels disrespected that all 10 ESPN analysts chose LA.
I agree with you. I think Minnesota wins that series.
TK, we appreciate you as always.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I like that. I like this. I can't wait to see what glasses you wear next week. This I'm really excited for this.
Awesome stuff. Love y'all.
All right, love you
Take
back.
care, TK.
Trysta Krick right there. We'll come back. We'll talk more basketball, catch you up on baseball. Maybe we'll get to the NFL draft. I swear it was planned. Kyle Shanahan was talking. Christian McCaffrey was talking. John Lynch was talking. Or I don't know if Kyle talked. John Lynch definitely talked.
We're going to be talking about the Niners #1 draft pick next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ashton Jeanty really had a really solid pick. We'll see what he does. He was the rookie of the year, actually.
Bump it or dump it next here on ESPN 1320. I see you, Soren. I saw that pop up while we were talking to TK. Let's see what this says here real quick. Draymond Green. We got to come up with those balls. He sold it a little bit. We got to get our hand down and come up with those balls. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. Appreciate you, Soren. Thanks for that. That's funny. Fred Warner said he's confident his agent and the 49ers will work out a contract extension over time. It's good stuff there.
You got any feelings about Braun Breaker being a Paul Heyman guy? That's who's next. Kenny always talks about there's no next. Braun Breaker's next.
Yeah, I guess so.
He's been the guy since NXT.
I'm good with it. Like, I'm fine with it. Fans seem to really like him, so I'm cool with it. Like, it's not like you're force feeding us someone. Like, fans seem to be into him, so cool. Like, I'm with it.
John Pauls, yeah, he's back. That was cool.
Rusev, that I got a pop. I thought it was funny. I was like,
big ass pop.
Randy Orton versus John Cena and Rusev. Like, it's fucking 2010. Great.
Don't do that. Randy and John is cool, man. It's two legends.
They've just done it so many times.
That's like who else? Like that's like the right move to make. Like who else do you want to see right now?
Yeah, I don't know who else it could be. Like so,
Seth's
if you're
got to do his thing, Roman's gonna take a little break, probably. Cody.
So Seth is establishing something that he probably he has to deal with Roman. You probably have to do that, or
go get that belt off of Jay first.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
I've been trying to tell you guys, and nobody wanted to listen. You guys call me.
Nah. You can have. So the thing with Jay is you can have the moment with Jay. Like, it's probably not a long title run.
Get him out of Backlash in St. Louis.
Oh my gosh, is that a couple days away? WrestleMania Backlash. Oh, that's why they're doing it. Randy Orton.
I didn't even put two and two together.
Yeah, you could have Randy Orton headline in St. Louis against John Cena.
All right. Yeah, now that makes even more sense.
Okay. All right.
Now you're good.
I back off.
Now 2012 is fine.
Yeah, it works. It works because that'll get a really good reaction. That'll get a Punk in Chicago against a Punk Cena type of reaction in St. Louis. That's a good call. That's a good call.
Kenny's got the table on edge. Yes, we told you. He didn't know, Zay. He didn't know.
All right. Randy Orton and John Cena again. At least it makes sense. At least there's a reason they're doing it. So my thing was, because we saw, like, when he hit the RKO, was, what are you doing with Cody? Cody's just moving right off it. Like, Cody has to get jumped by somebody.
Give him a break.
Well, yeah, it's maybe not the worst.
And he was
idea.
hating a lot all year, but there was some truth to some of the things he was saying.
Yeah, maybe that's not the worst idea. And this I think is for sure. That's the other thing on Raw we saw. That's the other thing we saw on Raw Live is we saw Becky's turn live. I was like, Casey, you got to come see this. She is beating the shit out of this girl.
Her ass.
Yeah. You know what I really liked is the Travis Scott Cactus Jack zip up that they dropped. I was like, okay, I've been waiting for this ever since they started using the name Cactus Jack. I was like, how can we tie this into Mick Foley? And that, the local guy, is the answer. That is definitely the answer. Working through this during the commercial break, it was brought to my attention that WrestleMania Backlash is in St. Louis, home of the Viper.
Yeah.
Now this makes a lot more sense to me. It's not a nostalgia match between John Cena and Randy Orton. You can put Randy Orton in a match with John Cena where Cena will get a reaction similar to what he got in Chicago when he took on CM Punk. And that's great for heel John Cena.
It's a good call.
Who I think week after week is getting stronger and stronger in this persona. Like, I thought his promo yesterday that we watched was pretty solid.
He did a really good job. I liked that. I chuckled a few times.
Yeah, I thought that was good work.
He also, I don't know, I'm just getting confused. He said he's going home, but he said he's got 27 appearances.
Mm-hmm.
What number are we on?
The number's 27. He had 36, I think it was. He has 27 left.
Oh, 27. That's what I'm saying. Oh, okay, 27 left. Yeah. Okay.
That's actually a lot more than you think, though. Like, if he did 4 a month, it's going to take you all the way till the end of the year.
Yeah.
So if he did if he did, and I doubt that he does, if he does every TV, that's going to take him till the end of the year.
I saw, I don't know, guys. Road trip. You know, KC road trip.
Oh,
Oh,
brother.
we're doing this again. God,
I'm not gonna have no money after this marriage.
Oh,
this
that's
wedding.
rude,
Man.
too. You see where Survivor Series is?
Ah, I saw that.
This is actually pretty fire.
This is the one in LA.
Wait, I didn't.
It's at Petco Park.
Oh, San Diego. What is in LA? Money in the Bank is in LA.
Money in the Bank is.
Yeah,
It's in
yeah.
Intuit.
It's at SoFi? Oh.
No, it's at Money in Bank.
I was
is in
about,
Intuit
wow, they
Dome.
really going. Okay.
Yeah, but Survivor Series.
Petco
is in
Park,
Petco
huh?
Park. San Diego, one of the most beautiful.
That's one of the
cities in
ones,
world.
right? Yeah.
When is Survivor Series? That's not in October, right?
It's November.
November.
It used to be a Thanksgiving night tradition.
That was like
Now
November
it's just
7th.
in November. Yeah.
November 29, they say.
Tatis is going to host it.
I'm trying to I need to get that
2 night
man.
Survivor Series at
That'll
Petco
be
Park.
that'll be Seth and his little crew versus Roman Punk and 2 others. I'm assuming
Yeah, it could be that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be that.
live at third base.
Did you see?
Baseball stadiums are always weird. I can't remember the last time
What's the last
they
time there was a
did
baseball
like
stadium?
a true baseball stadium.
What's the one you're thinking? Well, Seattle. Has there been any other one since then?
I'm sure there
They were in
has.
Arizona, right?
They were.
Yeah,
Royal
so
Rumble.
when
When
Edge
Edge came back.
returned,
Yeah, yeah.
that was
No, that
wasn't
that
at,
was Houston.
That was Houston.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
the
it was,
Minutemen?
that was fire.
You sure?
I'm not 100% sure, but I think it was Houston.
I think it was. You going with Arizona? I'm going with
Yeah,
Arizona.
absolutely. That was
I'm
pretty.
going.
Just I didn't even think it was just Arizona popped up in the mind.
That had to have
So,
been that was Royal Rumble 2020 because
Yeah.
poor Edge came back and wrestled in front of no one. Royal Rumble 2020. All right, my man.
Count it.
Live from
Count
Minute,
it. That's
live,
2 wins today.
Live from Minute Maid Park. One of them was thrown out.
That is no. One of them was not. And Zabo, I saw your little silly video. No,
One of them.
no,
was-
hell
Silly
no, hell no.
That's a good call. Remembering that. I don't know why I thought it was Arizona.
Zayba, what are you doing helping out KC too? By the way, like he
After
stole the
what
whole,
he- after what he
was
did
your
to
problem?
you?
Yeah,
After what he
What
did
the-
to you, Zay?
counted for what the hell? Counted for us? What the hell is going on out
Wow. Boy, Zay is broken. You broke.
We
broke him. You broke Zabo. How you feel about that? Like you
Count
broke
it
this
for
man.
us. Shout out to my boy Zabo. Shout out to Zabo.
Zay
He
turned
sees,
heel.
he sees what all of you have been doing
Zay
for
is
so long.
Zay is turned.
Shout out to Zabo. And while I'm here,
Wow.
my Prize Picks lineup did not do good last night. It was nasty. Had a lot of Knicks in there. And it just was,
Not to
it
get
was all
like
bad.
too inside. I don't even think we have live reads. I think Kenny's just giving them away.
They took, well, no, they emailed me.
They emailed me too. I ain't done a live read in a week. Kenny just
We only got one bubble today.
Kenny just giving the game
We
away.
only got one bubble today.
Look
Shout
at
out
all you
Scott
hoes
River.
jumping in here with run your game.
Yeah, who the hell is
Oh,
the count? Is
That's
this?
great. That's great.
Whose picture is that?
Now go ahead, give us your prize pick lineup.
Is
No,
that
it's
Zabo?
Zabo.
That's Zayba.
That's
Oh yeah, I forgot we
Zaybo.
went over there. Yeah.
They treating Zabo like a character out here. This man's gonna snap. He's Hollywood Zabo now.
Well, like I said, too
That
many
man
Knicks.
gonna show up at Sky River dressed in all black,
It's gonna be on the rafters of 32 Bruce Street.
white,
It'll be-
painted face,
New gimmick. You call him Zay, not Zaybo anymore.
walking around with a baseball bat.
Oh man, but I need to bounce back. Too many Knicks. The Knicks let me down yesterday in
No?
more ways than
Well,
one.
yeah, how often does that happen?
Man, more ways than one. So getting back at it. LeBron, who had a very subpar game one, he'll bounce back. I got him on points, rebounds, and assists, 38.5. Give me the more. Anthony Edwards, try to stay away from the Goblins, but sometimes
Oh,
just take
yeah.
the money.
Yeah.
Just take the money. It's there
Yeah.
for you. And they got him at 19.5 points. Give me that. Austin Reeves, we talked about him with TK. 2.5 3-pointers made. Give me more, but I'm worried about that
Really?
one.
Okay.
Giannis, another Goblin, 26.5 points. He's going to need 30 plus for them to even have a chance tonight
26.5 for
for Giannis.
okay.
It's a Goblin.
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
They feel the same way. They made it a Goblin.
Oh, it's the goblin. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I'm sorry. The goblins, the demons. Gotcha.
Yeah. So I'll take that. And then Taco Tuesday. They never miss a Taco Tuesday with John Morant. They got him at 19.5 points. and took the more on that, more on everything.
Mm-hmm.
So you can do the same. Download the Prize Picks app. Put in the promo code KIFM to get your $50 with your first $5 lineup. All you got to do, put in that promo code, like I said. You get $50 no matter whether you win or lose. They got you. You must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks.
Who the hell is that guy? Hoffa won? Well, congratulations, Hoffa.
Hey, that's my new favorite bit that we did.
It's Hoffa. It's some guy named Hoffa just won the game.
And we've never found out who Maxwell was, by the way.
Oh, poor Maxwell.
That person has never been in that guy. Still,
Maxwell got a dub in the game.
No, KC low-key Mandela affected that. Like, that's not a real person.
Look at Zay's like, look at Johnny G talking about let's go Hoffa.
Johnny G, you know this person?
Hold on. Shout out Hoffa. No, Zay saying he didn't use caps.
Oh, let me see. Hoffa, you might be out.
I think Hoffa added a picture. That's why.
Let me see. I was here. Well, he capitalized. So let's see.
Wow, look at Hoffa's excited. He's celebrating.
He capitalized the first letter in each word.
I feel like that's enough. Yeah,
that's what I thought too.
Enough. Yeah.
Wow.
Sorry, Zay. Sorry,
wow.
Big dog. Hey, Zay, you still up though, big dog. You still up. You got 6.
Wow.
And the next one, the closest is Kyle with 3. Maxwell has 1.
That's not a real person.
Maxwell has 1, and Hoffa now is on the board. Oh, and Soren's got 1 too. Soren is like forgotten because somebody wrote on the thing. Look, Soren's down
right.
here.
KC do be yelling at people to put their picture on the Hoffa.
No, shout out. He did that.
Yeah, shout out Hoffa.
Maxwell, if you exist, send a message in the chatty house right now. If you're real. I really think Casey Mandela affected that.
Maxwell won.
Wait a minute. What the hell is going on here? Well,
that's the face you make when you're really
you're always welcome over here, Zay. We'll come back. There's no point. Whatever. Just come back. Stilo and KC.
Zay, you my guy, man. I got to run a fair game though, man. I got to run a fair game.
That's crazy. Zay just helped you out with the Minute Maid thing, and you just diss him right after that.
I didn't make the rules.
Yes,
you did. You very literally did.
You've actually kind of changed them a couple times.
My man Zay. Shout out my man
Hey,
Zay.
Zabo's life really changed when he went to a work meeting. Could have been all normal since then.
Oh, man. Zay said, I'm just trying to live. There you go. There you go, Zay. You know. Come on, baby. You got this. Once again, don't listen to the haters. You still got a comfortable lead, man. You cooking. Don't worry about it.
This feels like the first day of the off season for our show.
Sure. I don't think I've ever been in one of these pictures when people are signing. It always happens at like 9 o'clock.
At the Odyssey sign?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, me neither. Where does Pizza Guys rank?
Pizza Guys?
Yeah, it's not the best, but it's not the worst.
It's not. It's good.
I caught Pizza Guys on Saturday.
Yeah,
it's good stuff.
It's cool. Like, it's cool, but they used to be better. It has fallen off a little bit.
On the way of Costco. Costco fell off when they stopped doing combination.
Costco.
They got lazy.
Costco's awful.
No, yeah, John Pole's Pizza Hut's at the bottom of the list for me. Below Domino's, I disagree, but I'm not gonna fight with you on that one. Domino's is good on best day, I guess.
Domino's is a good look. Domino's. I had Domino's on Friday. It's a good look. It's a good look. I like when they.
Tyler, where are you at where they don't have round table?
Yeah, what you talking about, man? What's going on?
I drew down. I don't know. It's a tough take right there.
Mm-hmm. No, Costco's falling all the way off.
No, it's not that bad.
It's falling all the way off. I am, and don't like. It's one thing if you get a slice, but if you get a whole pizza, trash.
Damn! Shout out Tyler. Yeah, they definitely don't have round table in Idaho.
Oh, damn, bro. I'm sorry to hear that.
This is facts, Tyler. It's facts.
The $5 Little Caesars will beat it.
Hey, they got the $6.99 pretzel pizza, I think, right now.
Ooh, Caesars?
Little Caesars.
They lost me when they stopped making the $5 joints.
Hey, Subway needs to relax too. Doing the $6.99 for a sandwich, drink, and chips. I remember when the $5 footlong was the thing.
And they got rid of BLTs and honey oat bread a long time ago, and I don't appreciate that. Are you a Jersey Mike's guy? Jersey Mike's pretty good.
I've never been. Well, I've had it a couple times. It's fine.
Hey, I think we talked about this before, but did you see officially Mike Bibby's coaching staff was announced earlier today?
I didn't. I know a little bit. I know Tom DeBettamarco is going to join him, Coach T.
Mm-hmm.
I know Albie Akani.
That's what I was talking about.
Going to be
official.
there.
He's those kids.
No, yeah. Thoughts and prayers to those. Thoughts and prayers to those young men.
But yeah, that's what caught my eye when I saw the official staff. I said,
I had no doubts. I had no doubts. Go ahead.
Shout out to my boy Zach Chappelle too, man. He on the staff as well, man.
You're gonna think twice when you try to show up at practice. Hey,
street clothes.
KC. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. That will deter Al from going, hey, Bubba, come here. Bubba, come here. Hey, I want you to try something for me. What he'll say, I've been working, he'll gas you up. I'm working with like elite players like yourself, and I've been trying to this out to see how they want to do. Next thing you know, like you've been working out 45 minutes, you sweat, and he'll go, yeah, maybe a little too advanced for you. And I'll just walk away.
So you're gonna show up with street clothes too? You don't think Sac State has an extra pair of basketball shorts?
I'm probably gonna have to get to work.
Don't care.
No, you better run those sprints. And
this isn't a Saturday. This is like Tuesday.
Go run those sprints, and when you're back, we'll talk about your little workout and how that went. We'll turn it into content. Don't you worry.
Yeah. If I'm making a steak in an air fryer, you can go get an Albie Akani workout in. Show content,
that's
baby.
Gonna be tough. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's gonna be tough. I already know I'll get down.
I can tell you.
I'm not a young man anymore.
No, you're not.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough.
And he'll be, oh no, it's okay. You don't have to do this. I mean, Ruthie's 50. She did like she did like an hour, so it's okay if you can't do 5 minutes. I need to hear this. I'm so
telling you,
sorry.
it's Michael Scott vibes.
I have to see this.
This
it's all over
right,
the timeline.
Yeah,
I haven't heard it.
Go play it, bro.
Shannon Sharpe. I need to. First of all, Shannon, why are you okay? He's got his hand folded like he's at a deposition. Let's
nice hammer and nail Cartier bracelet though. Big ups to him. I like that.
You would know. Shannon Sharpe.
To my family, friends, supporters, and colleagues.
Shannon, you couldn't. Oh, God damn it, man. All right.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
Fix the sound, right?
You're a professional broadcaster. All right. Sorry.
To my family, friends, supporters, and colleagues, I want to speak to you directly and from the heart. This is a shakedown. I'm going to be open, transparent, and defend myself because this isn't right. This is all being orchestrated by Tony Busby, who has targeted Jay-Z. Tony Busby.
Brother, he's reading off note.
Bro, that's exactly what I was going to say.
Tell me this is not the
He's
opposite.
absolutely reading. This is absolutely Michael Scott's watermark boner.
What?
Oh, yeah.
You got to watch.
Play on. Yeah, you got to watch.
Wait, what?
I'm clean on this one.
Yeah,
You got to watch. No doubt you are tired of hearing about our watermark boner.
Busby targets black men, and I believe he's going to release a 30-second clip of a sex tape that tries to make me look guilty and play into every stereotype you could possibly imagine. That video should...
So I've also sluiced on this is a white woman.
Yes.
Okay.
actually be 10 minutes or so. Hey, Tony, instead of releasing your edit, put the whole video out. I don't have it, or I would myself. You know what happened, and you're trying to manipulate the media. The encounter in question took place during the day at her invitation, and now that appears to be a deliberate setup, coordinated by Gabby, also known as Carly on OnlyFans. Gabby and Tony Busby want $50 million. What they're getting is sued for defamation and trying to take me down. My career is all about real talk and honesty. I know my family and fans know exactly what this is about. And I'm going to be out there telling you whatever I need to say, just like I always do. I love all you guys. Thanks.
Oh, Shannon, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with proclaiming your innocence.
Right.
Reading in that orchestrated of a manner, instead of like, as Chris Rock was, or was it Chris flipping the table over? It was Steve Harvey. No, I ain't do that. And this, I think Shannon's getting bad advice.
So let me ask you something real quick when it comes to that. Wouldn't that, no lawyer at all, but wouldn't that like, and I know you're joking a little bit, but wouldn't that feed into the thought process that this is a person that isn't in control of his emotions?
Yeah, no, I was being sarcastic. To be more clear in the situation, speak your mind. You're recording this. This is not live. If your lawyer goes, I don't know that we want to go that route. Let's try a different take. Yeah. Like, I think it looks worse you reading. My feeling is don't say anything. You did. Yeah. Your attorneys did. This is why you pay those people. It's for moments like this. And this is Shannon Sharpe. I'm sure he pays his attorneys a lot. This is what they earn their money for. And if they went along with this, then shame on them. They should have told him, in my opinion, hey, we got this. We've got the statement out there. You've got First Take to do. You've got your podcast to do. There will be a time where you can speak openly and honestly about all of this. You have to let us do the talking right now. This is, I know we want to believe everything is about guilt and innocence. This is about legal maneuvering. That's what all of this is. And that video did no harm to Shannon. Right. None. It just looks weird. That's all it is.
The one thing that
and on the heels of the text messages being released.
Well, the text. Well,
hey,
do what you got to do.
Hold on. Go ahead, Jesse. Go ahead. Let's rock part 2 of the video here. Yep.
Hello, I am Michael Scott, Regional Manager of Dunder Mifflin Scranton. By now, you are probably sick of hearing about Dunder Mifflin and our embarrassing watermark boner. Well, let me tell you something. Something from the heart.
Yeah,
we'll cut it there before they take our money.
Yeah. Good call.
Tell me that's not the same video.
It's the same exact
Tell
video.
me it's not the same video.
The only difference is Shannon doesn't end with, "You've got one day."
Who had one day?
Exactly.
You always got to end with an ultimatum.
Thank you. You would know, but you don't watch.
Well, I didn't get to that episode yet.
It's literally episode 4.
Oh,
that's not true.
That's not
true. But see how easily you caved.
See, well, I mean, I was supposed to watch last night, but I didn't get home from my mom's house till late. I watched tonight, maybe. The other thing that Shannon did in there that was interesting, I don't know if he should have done it or what. I don't know. Once again, I'm not a lawyer.
Yeah.
Is he identified the woman?
Yeah.
And I don't know how that's supposed to work out.
Well, I think there's I don't know that there's a law that you don't.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
I think it's
I don't know either.
It's a courtesy that most lawyers don't. But clearly, Shannon feels away, and he's going to say, you don't get that. You don't get that courtesy.
Shannon and I don't know. I don't know anything. I don't know what was going on. I'm not picking any sides. He responded the way I would expect somebody who's innocent to respond. That doesn't mean he is innocent or anything like that, but I always thought about it. And I hear what you're saying. You let your attorneys, work. But like if I didn't do something, you guys got to hear from me. Hear from me saying it. That was always that, and that's an emotional.
But see, the thing is,
response. It's not maybe the legal thing to do it, but
it's not the same. But it applies. Everything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Now, granted, that's why that was written. That's why it looked like Shannon was reading, because he was
maybe he went off the cuff like 5 times. This isn't working.
No, that could very well be true. That's right. That could very well be true. Forget it. We'll write it for you. Just read it. If you're hell bent,
because I told you, girl. All right, Shannon. No, you can't do that.
No, you can't call her a cracker, Shannon. You can't do that. Nope. All right, take 7, Shannon. Shannon, just read the no card.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully
I understand wanting to proclaim your innocence, and I understand all of that. I also understand these types of things are difficult to prove both ways, right? It's difficult for Shannon to prove his innocence. It's difficult for this woman to prove his guilt. And the stances you take right at the beginning are probably important later on in the process. So, maybe there is something to Shannon doing this.
Yeah.
For those looking, by the way, Stephen A. Smith has released a YouTube video on his thoughts. So,
wait, run that back.
Stephen A. Smith has dropped a YouTube video on his thoughts on the Shannon Sharpe
situation. Oh, got you. There was a lot of talk about videos in that Shannon Sharpe video, and I was like, Stephen A. dropped that? All right.
He didn't drop that video.
Got it.
He dropped the YouTube video sharing his thoughts on everything going on.
Well, shout out to Brandon for playing along with the bit. These allegations are a lie. Lakers in 5. That's funny.
Well, no perfect segue, but Lakers do play tonight.
They do.
We didn't talk about how they got beat down.
Got there. They looked great for a quarter.
Yeah.
I know it's early, but do we want to throw some must-win status on tonight's game for them?
Yes.
Because you're going back to Minnesota.
It's pretty.
Minnesota.
Yeah, it
You got to get this one.
Yeah, it's a big one for the Lakers.
You got to get this one. Minnesota. We never had it in stone, but I thought the Rockets would win that series with the Warriors. I thought the Timberwolves would win this series against the Lakers. So far,
I didn't like the Timberwolves in this series. I don't like the Timberwolves, period. So it's no surprise. I didn't like them in this series.
But I just think they got some dogs. They're kind of crazy, and they're not fazed by the lights of going up against the Lakers, going up against LeBron and Luka and all this other stuff. If anything, it motivates them. They might be better served going up against a team, just a random, like the Rockets. You know what I mean? They might be better served because then, they may think they're just too good for the Rockets and sleep. A team that has a high profile like the Lakers or something, I think they rise to that occasion. And series is far from over. But if the Lakers don't get this one tonight, it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, I think if you don't get it back tonight, series come back 3-1 once you're back in LA.
Well, and that's the tough, when looking at Bucks Pacers, in terms of series that we think are. I'm not throwing the Thunder Grizzlies into this. I'm not throwing the Cavs and Celtics in their respective series in this. In the series that we thought, man, these could go 6 or 7. These could be super highly competitive. the Bucks look bad in game one. The Lakers look bad in game one. The Lakers don't have an excuse for looking bad. The Bucks are without Dame Lillard. That's going to change. Dame is back. But like you talk about the, winning, the Lakers need to win because of how the series shifts and all that. I'm looking at that. You dropped 2. One of them you weren't even competitive in. We'll call tonight competitive in both their cases just for fun. You're still down 2-0 and you got your ass whooped in one of these games. Like that's at some point I got to believe what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
And either of those two teams, the Bucks or the Lakers, drop one tonight, I got to believe what I'm watching. Series doesn't end at 2-0. It's tough to come back from 2-0.
Yeah. The Bucks look so overmatched in game one. If you go down 0-2, it's like, how are you going to win 4 out of the next 5? Even if game 2 is close and Dame is back, it's like it's almost not even if you're better than them or not. It's like you're gonna beat this team 4 out of 5. That's why the 0-2 deficit is always so drastic, right? Because like I said, you could be on the same level as the team or even maybe slightly better, but asking to beat another good team, at the very least, you're playing another good team. Beat them 4 out of 5 times is always kind of tough, especially if you don't have home court. So I looked at that Bucks series, that Bucks Pacers game 1, and I wanted to pick, like, once again, didn't write them down, but I was going to pick the Bucks in that series because I saw Dame would possibly be coming back, but they just looked so overmatched in that game 1. And granted, they didn't have Dame Lillard, but it's tough to right now. It's tough for me to see them winning this series. If they go down 0-2, I don't think they have a shot.
Yeah. I got you. I'm with you. The other game tonight, for those who celebrate, is in fact Memphis and Oklahoma City. I don't know what is happening.
Air horn.
Is it?
I don't know where
Not
they're
a
hockey?
Carolina Hurricanes fan.
When did they change their whole?
I think.
Their whole
Wait,
demeanor?
is that the Hurricanes?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
When did they change everything? They changed their logo. They changed. It's popping out there, right?
I was
It's popping
telling.
in
I
Carolina
told
right now.
Casey yesterday. We've hit the stage where like we're doing the show and like hockey's on.
Yeah.
It's 3:00.
We got pregame hockey on.
PK.
Like, what
what's
is
his
our
name?
life?
PK Sudan.
Subban. Yeah, ESPN analyst.
Yeah, you be talking crazy about the NBA. You need to chill.
Oh, yeah, settle down, pal. I'm happy the NHL is having a nice little attendance run right now, but settle down.
Your
buddy.
11,000 fans are it's good.
Hey.
No, they be playoff hockey. I do love playoff.
Playoff hockey's legit.
The Sharks will be back next year.
And it's the only playoffs longer than the NBA.
It is.
Or
well, they're about the
equally
same.
as long. Yeah.
They
Any thoughts on OV breaking the record, guys? I know it's been
It's
a while.
been pretty amazing.
Well,
I mean,
it was great to see. It
Class
doesn't
act.
make him the GOAT, but it's a record that a lot of people didn't think would ever be broken. So
Any thoughts on his favorite song being "Bands That Make Her Dance" by Juicy J?
Checks out. He's been in Washington, D.C. for a while.
There's a video of him just singing that before like every game, it looks like.
Yeah, he's been in D.C. for a while. He's been in the DMV for a while, so I'm sure he's heard it at a couple establishments.
Just a big Magic City guy when they're at Atlanta.
Did you have a song that you listened to before every game?
There was like a playlist that I listened to all the time. It had Through the Wire, Kanye. It had You Don't Know, Jay-Z. It had it had Go DJ, Lil Wayne. So those are the ones that come to mind that I would listen to pretty much all the time.
Okay.
But not a song per se that I had to listen to every time.
All right. So as we mentioned, Dame Lillard back tonight. That game starts in about 55 minutes. Does that game start here?
We got Grizzlies Thunder.
Nice.
Grizzlies
we also got
Thunder.
$500 to give away.
We do.
Or we've got your chance to win $500 at least. We've got keywords every day at 11 o'clock and right now at 3 o'clock. Enter these keywords over at ESPN1320.com. It's the Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway, courtesy of Folsom Lake Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, home of the big guy Vince Bloom. Text the keyword over at ESPN1320. Text it on the internet. Text the keyword JUMP right now over at ESPN1320.com. You'll see the enter to win form. You'll see all of that. Go to ESPN1320.com right now and enter the keyword jump for your chance at the Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway. Again, a chance to win a $500 e-Visa gift card over there at ESPN1320.com.
I'm putting 2 and 2 together. I think that was Petey Pablo. That would be my
No, that
guess.
definitely was. Yeah.
That was Petey Pablo.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Carolina, black guy.
Well, that narrows it down. It's either Petey Pablo or Michael Jordan. We know that wasn't Michael Jordan. So, boy, he might be the only one in the building. They just did a crowd shot. It was like, well, okay, I get the stereotype, but.
Again, Carolina, the Hurricanes, they're not in Charlotte, are they?
I think it's Raleigh. Raleigh. How do you pronounce it?
Yeah, Raleigh. Okay.
Look at us. Big hockey people over here.
It was Raleigh, isn't it?
Look at this shot.
It's Raleigh.
Raleigh,
Look at this shot.
That's what we said.
Well, no, I know. I'm aware. I'm aware. Like, they've done a couple of those, and it's like, oh, okay. Like, I don't know who that guy is, but belting out the Star-Spangled Banner.
He's singing his little heart out. But out. Hey,
shout out. Grown-ass man. You said he's singing his little heart out like he's 12. He's a grown-ass man.
I haven't seen one yet.
No. Well, Petey Pablo.
Petey was like, book this.
Nah, Petey had a jersey on. He looked like he was into it.
Well, they give him a jersey.
I bet Petey was all about it.
Well, yeah, you're going to. I would be into it at the hockey game too. Go to a Sharks game.
It has to be tough to be a cameraman at a hockey event. Like, my man he can't even stand up. He might fall. My man can't stand up.
It is turned up. Is this game 1, Jesse?
Sure.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah.
It's got to be, Jay. I mean,
I think I saw one.
Whoa.
I think I saw one. It was a tight shot. I think I saw one.
Stop playing.
It might have been Petey Pablo, though. It might have been Petey Pablo.
I tapped into the streets of Denver after their crushing defeat last night to the Clippers. I wanted to see what the people were saying. They were talking about the Avs.
Really?
Yeah. Now, granted, they're in the playoffs.
Denver is their Broncos first.
Broncos first for sure.
Is Avalanche second?
I think so. I mean, they've had a lot of they've won some Stanley Cups.
Yeah.
They've had a lot of history there. So
are the Nuggets ahead of the Rockies?
I think so now.
Yeah.
Remember when the Rockies first got there, they were like they had
big
a sellout streak and all this other stuff. I think the Nuggets have probably jumped the Rockies.
The Nuggets were in that final series against the Heat, and like nobody cared.
Yeah, they did not care. They absolutely did.
They had some good crowds though. The first 2 games, I was a little surprised. They had some good crowds. They did. I was like, okay, they was turned up, like they're watching, they're there, or whatever. But yeah, they were talking. Now, granted, I tapped in like literally just randomly, so they could have spent 2 hours on the Nuggets and then like, hey, let's get to the Avs. But and also the Avs
It's like when we're talking turkeys. Well, I was just tuned in to hear the Kings, and these idiots were talking turkeys.
They have
turkeys, pools, Kings. That's the rankings in Sacramento.
The Avs are in the playoffs too. They're playing the Dallas Stars.
Oh, that's fine.
Shout out Nathan McKinnon.
But I think that's the shoot that they're above the Nuggets in the pecking order out there.
Yeah, I think they are.
I know it's Broncos above. They probably talked about the Broncos for 2 hours.
Well, I tapped into Detroit, first win in 20 years. They're talking about should they trade their entire draft to move up and get old boy from Penn State.
Oh,
Abdul Carter.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was like, I
Abdul
want to hear
Carter
Detroit probably.
He's almost universally at third
or fourth.
Yeah, top 4. Sure.
I saw him at 3 for ESPN. I think that was this week. CBS, I think, was 3 this week too. Might have been 4.
Top 4.
Should have Sanders slotted to go number 1 or fall out the draft?
Crazy.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy.
Who knows? Mel Kiper's got him as his top quarterback.
The latest ESPN one had Cam going first, and then no other quarterback in the first round. There, if I set the number at 2.5, more or less, 2.5 quarterbacks go in the first round, what would you take?
I'm gonna say less.
Less.
Really?
I might even take less on 1.5.
Yeah.
Really? So you really think Shedeur fell out of the first round?
He might if these teams like.
So tell me,
if they don't like him the way.
If you're the Pittsburgh Steelers and that jackass hasn't told you anything, and you're sitting there twiddling your thumbs like an idiot, and the 21st pick rolls around, you're walking away from a quarterback.
That would be crazy.
That's the
And a
first team I
quarterback
think.
like
If he doesn't go top
Shador.
3, that you take him. But I don't know if they will.
Yeah.
Like if the Steelers exit this draft without taking a quarterback because they're waiting on that idiot, man, shame on them.
That would be a
Shame
fail.
on them.
That'd be an absolute fail. And then, like, especially how you laid out.
I bet. Oh, okay. That's my bad. We know the playbook. We've lived through this before. That's my bad.
What you say?
He gonna announce on Thursday because the attention has to be on him.
Yeah, we lived.
Y'all want to place a bet on that? That dude is gonna announce on Thursday.
We absolutely lived through that.
This guy.
Wow.
He didn't even do nothing, and I'm mad at him.
I'm looking. Yeah, that'd be the first thing. Nobody else before that even needs a quarterback. I mean, you could decide if the Colts need one or not.
I don't think they do. I don't think the Colts can. I don't think the Colts
Carr
can
might
do
be
it
out
yet.
for the year, I think, right?
Yeah, they haven't. They haven't determined yet, which is crazy to me because didn't that report drop a week ago? I feel like I was on my way to Monterey when that report dropped. That Derek might miss the whole year.
Yeah. So the Saints might need one. I mean, Carolina, I don't think they'll draft one, even if they're not like super sold on Bryce.
Yeah, I don't think they will.
So the first one would be the Steelers, and if it's not the Steelers, San Diego don't need one. Green Bay, Minnesota,
San Diego.
Houston, LA.
They're playing at Petco.
Oh, San Diego, Los Angeles, LAC.
They need to be like the Athletics. The Chargers. They just have no. They're just the Chargers. LA doesn't want them. They left San Diego. They're just the Chargers.
If he falls out of the first, I don't think he gets past pick 33, the first pick of the second round. That's Cleveland. Second pick is the Giants. So if they all pass on him in the first,
is that Cleveland's first pick?
In the second, no, that they would have passed on him with the number 2 overall.
Right. Okay.
And then if he gets out of the first round, they've got the first pick of the second round.
Got you.
So I don't think he gets past those 2 picks, like the Browns or the Giants.
All right. We'll come back.
By the way, shout out to Ben. Not eating pizza is wild.
He's late, but that's an evergreen take.
No, that's a. I mean, he's a solid 2.5 hours behind.
This is one of the longest ones.
Yeah, that's
that's
a lengthy break.
Well, we were talking Pizza Hut though. Not Pizza Hut, Pizza Guys on the last break. Well,
yeah, but nobody said they don't eat pizza.
There's no way that's what it was.
That's true.
He was responding.
And already scored a goal. The game just started.
Yeah, shout out New Jersey.
Jason Jones joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Big Martin Brodeur guy.
We need a 420 today. Big bop, boom, boom, bop, bop, bang.
Let's see. Do we have Rock the Mic?
Good one right there.
Yeah.
That's a good one. No.
Well,
we need to make a note of these ones we don't have. Rock the Mic.
Do we have Bring Them Out? T.I.
Yes. We got one with Jay, one without.
Bring Them Out. Bring Them Out. Absolutely, Zabo. May 27th is exhibit Concerts in the Park.
No. I think it's May 23rd.
May 23rd. That's going to be
May 23rd.
That's going to be ours.
Yep.
So everybody tap out there. Also, this reminds me. Hold on, everybody. I'll talk about this more as well. But this Sunday evening, Hoops for Hope celebrity basketball game. Your boy will be in the game playing. Shout out to my man Gus Armstead, Midtown Church. They're going to be at the Elk Grove campus, 10420 Bighorn Boulevard, 5 to 7 celebrity game. I will be in the building. I'll post all the stuff as far as tickets, all this other stuff that you need. But yeah, I think this is my first celebrity basketball game. Maybe my last. Maybe the only one.
Big time. Big time. Holla. We them boys.
Step on the fingers, the blades on me. The rings and things you sing about, bring them out. Our brother Jason Jones set to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Jason Jones, of course, of The Athletic / the New York Times. We'll talk to him about some of the playoff series going on tonight. We'll get his thoughts on WrestleMania. Dwayne. In the big interview. That guy.
It's pretty bold to appear on the Pat McAfee show 2 days after WrestleMania. Just be like, yeah, that was never the plan.
So I also thought about this, and we may just be old and it's just a different era. How do you feel about wrestling being in the news every day? And what I mean by that is, it used to be we would see these wrestlers on Monday, Thursday, pay-per-views. We would hear from these wrestlers only on Monday, Thursday, pay-per-views. And I kind of liked it that way. Now they're on Pat McAfee. They're doing all this. And it's just, I don't know. There was a level of mystique to it. It felt like, and maybe I was just younger, but it felt like a level of mystique of this is when we only saw these guys and heard from them.
I think it's let's bring Jason. Oh boy, he is.
What the hell is this?
Really dead.
Hey, hold up! We're
the hell?
supposed to be matching today. Kenny, remember you texted me? You said we were going to wear this today.
And then
No,
you come over and
I have
say,
nothing of the sort.
why you do that,
Hell
man?
is-
That's wrong. You said we were going to. It's time to rally. You know, we got knocked in the mouth on Saturday. You said that we needed to. You said
bro.
You said Lake Show. We got to go Lake Show, and you texted me. I got receipts.
Show the receipts up.
I'm not gonna
This is a shakedown. I'm telling you this.
I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna go live on IG in the morning and out you. I ain't gonna do all that.
This is a shakedown.
It's
KC. KC when Jason Jones starts talking.
That picture will never go away, no matter what happened. That picture will live, and I've already been sent. For whatever reason, people like to send me their memes, and so I've been sent that. You know, I've seen that already. If I send you this picture, just know I have receipts. Just know, if I send you this, know I'm about to sue you. Yeah.
I'm about to sue you.
I'm still mad that we're supposed to be matching today, man. We were supposed to, rally the troops today.
Unless you were just wearing a white T-shirt, that would be the only way we'd be matching.
Okay.
No Laker
Let
paraphernalia.
that
boy out to dry, man. He looks great too. You could have. It would have been.
No, he doesn't look great. What are you talking about? You see this guy's jacket and his hat?
Dang shame. We were talking about playoffs over the weekend, and how exciting it is to have a playoff team, in the mix. And look what you do.
Stop it.
Did you catch the rock on Pat McAfee today? Actually, I did. I love how WWE is making us watch Pat McAfee.
Yeah, they very much are.
Well,
what did
after
you?
he got choked out yesterday.
Well, he did. What
Somebody
did you?
texted me and says about time somebody choked him out.
What did you think of his explanation that they called me in to help out with Elimination Chamber? I didn't want to be a part of the finish to WrestleMania.
I thought it was kind of weird, but I mean, it's been said for months that he wasn't going to be at WrestleMania, which is why he wasn't in a match.
Mm-hmm.
It just felt weird to have him drop in to do that and then never be seen again.
You set up the biggest angle for the show and then cut.
Yeah. And I'm like, how bad were ticket sales for Elimination Chamber? Where and him saying that was interesting because all we hear from WWE is how sold out show, best gates ever. And then you hear him saying they needed me to go to Toronto because they weren't selling tickets for Elimination Chamber. So I mean, yeah, but it just you could have told that same story without having The Rock show up for 2 nights.
Right.
We were having to discuss, or I was saying something that I wanted to hear Damien's point of view and yours. Is just, maybe I'm old school. Maybe I was just younger at the time, so those things hit different. But we used to only see these guys on Monday nights, Thursday or Friday, whenever SmackDown was. They stay in their little character or whatever, and that was it. And I thought that was a great time. And now we've got them on all these shows and Pat McAfee and blurring the lines once again between what's real, what isn't real, what's part of the show, what's not part of the show. And it's not the worst thing in the world. I don't want to make it like it's a big deal, but it was just like, I kind of liked it better when we would only see these guys on Monday and Friday and get to live in that world. But what you think about how accessible they are nowadays?
I like it. I think it's weird though, like when you have I think I've been tweeting, you have a press conference and some people are in character and other people aren't.
Right.
That's where it gets confusing because in the same press conference, I've been in those, I'm asking a legit question because I'm like, if you want them to stay in character and you want me to interview the character, I should be on the payroll. I'm part of the show. If you want to have me, you want me to engage with the character, but are we going to have, when I was last October, I was at the AEW show in Tacoma, and the fans were all mad because they were like, no one's asking them questions. And I'm like, I'm not paid. I know Daniel Bryan or Brian Daniels is not really at the hospital. I'm not going to ask about what the doctor said. He's not at the hospital. He's at home. I'm like, I'm not asking that. If you want me to do that, put me on salary. And I will keep kayfabe and ask I figured last night, maybe the private jet for McAfee and the crew had to leave by like 8:30. So you choke him out and get him off of TV so you can get to the airport. So I was like, because
because I was like, the show can't be ending now. Like that to me, that I'm like, okay. And then when the whole crew jumps over the barricade too, I'm like, oh yeah, they're getting to the airport. I'm like, they must have had to get out by a certain time. That was my first thought when I saw that. But yeah, I like the accessibility. I think most people understand that it's a show. I think fans like getting to know the people from the show away from it. I mean, I've done some pretty interesting stories. Like one of my favorite interviews of all time was Paul Heyman, and just breaking down the business and the psychology of it. And I think that's something 20 years ago, they didn't want to do. But I've been told by people like from WWE who said that a lot of the wrestlers appreciate when you take an interest in who they are outside of the character. Because you think about it, if you can't wrestle forever, and if you're going to be like The Rock and get into movies and all that, a lot of them are already SAG certified and all that. Do you want to be like Terry Bollea and just play your wrestling character in every film forever? Probably not. So they like being able to kind of, I think The Rock probably did it in part too, because he was being a real a-hole as the final boss, and then he's got to do movies for Disney.
Right. He realized, I can't really keep this up. It's DJ, guys. It's your old pal.
It's DJ.
It's your old pal DJ.
How you guys doing? I'm doing great. Let me put an Instagram photo of me, video of me and the kids having fun, so people know that I'm not really that. I really don't hate Mama Rhodes.
Mama Rhodes.
Said, look, guys, I know you guys saw me out there, but I was really just out there playing a role of the final boss. It's not really me. I'm really one of those guys that are out there in the streets.
Could I pay you to stop? That's just so bad.
I told the guys, we got 6 weeks. 6 weeks, guys, and then we're getting all the way there.
You sound like Kenny with a weird accent. Like you don't seem like that. Did you enjoy Mania?
Overall, I did. I mean, people it was the worst one. I'm like, it wasn't the worst one I ever saw. I felt like
9 still exists. WrestleMania 9 still exists.
Yeah. I mean, talk about crazy finishes or whatever. That's got to be the weirdest of all. Hulk Hogan comes out because he's Hulk Hogan. He can't let the company exist unless he's the champion. No wonder another reason why Bret Hart probably hates that man to this day. Probably why the Samoan dynasty does, and that cost Yoko and Bret. Neither one of them left as champion because Hulk Hogan comes back with a black eye and gets to be champion. But I think overall, a lot of the matches didn't have the story build up of 4 months, 6 months, a year like we're used to. And I think that kind of hurt it. Like the fact that they had, say, the New Day going back and forth with the LWO for months, and then like 3 weeks ago, all of a sudden they're going after the War Raiders. Like, okay, you could have been building this chase for the title for a while now.
Yeah.
The Intercontinental title match ended up being really good, even though there really wasn't a natural story between all 4 of them. So I just think I thought that, I think even in terms of the main events, especially the Sunday main event, I think some of Brock's main event matches were worse than that. So, I mean, I don't think that was the worst match ever. I also think too, remember, John can't wrestle anyway.
No, that's what they say.
They say John can't wrestle. I think, and from the fact that he, even how they presented him, I thought they kind of skimped on the intros this year too.
I thought that was strategic with Cena, though.
Yeah, it was Cena. Yeah, I thought Cena's entrance was actually really good, but I thought some of them, I'm like, really? This is it? Like 5 people got something special. Like they just doubled down on with Logan and with LA Knight and Charlotte. You get one car, she gets the other.
I thought Tiffany's was good. She had like a Barbie, I guess.
Yeah, she was the Barbie.
I thought hers was
Barbie. Really good. Yeah, I thought that. I actually thought Logan Paul was pretty cool with the drone. But some of them I'm like, okay, this is just a long walk. I'm like, where's the, I thought Jay's was really cool because that felt like a football game.
Yeah.
With the flags running out. I mean, they had some good, it was like either we're going to go all in on the intro or we're going to give you nothing.
Nothing felt worse than Travis Scott's intro, though. As a matter of fact, I think Travis Scott is still walking to the ring in Las Vegas.
That
He hasn't
ramp,
gotten it.
Stone Cold crashing into the
man.
Oh my goodness.
I was like, oh no, Steve.
Missing the ramp.
All of these years, it finally got him.
Yeah.
All these years of driving that stupid ATV, it finally got him.
They said that in the Mania in Dallas, he drove it down in part because that ramp was so damn long.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I was just, I mean, there was a lot. I thought the matches overall, delivered for the most part. I still wish they'd take that mask off of Gable. I just think it's silly, but I know people were kind of split on the Joe Hendry thing. I liked it because you couldn't bring a heel back. You couldn't bring Rusev back to get squashed for that spot. You couldn't bring Aleister Black back and let him get squashed at Mania. That was perfect because, one of the things to me that makes Mania is the surprise, and it ended up being like comic relief. That camera work was perfect. He turns around and does his turn, and then out of nowhere he gets started. Yeah, I thought that was one. I love that part. People were like, I don't know who that is. I don't like it. I'm like, okay, whatever. The man was in the Royal Rumble. You've seen him before. Stop.
Mm-hmm.
You guys really thought they were going to bring Rusev out there to have a 2-minute match in his return and get squashed? No. That was, considering the pivot they had to make, I thought that was, because I didn't know what they were going to do. And I thought that was, a great way to do it. And, Joe Hendry got a WrestleMania moment before a lot of other guys did.
And knowing where Randy was going the next night, he had to look good. Or maybe not the next night, but on Monday night, knowing where Randy was going, he had to look good.
Yeah. And then even I saw an interview with Hendry, or he was saying that, they were like, well, they made you look weak. He was like, no, I was at WrestleMania with Randy Orton.
Mm-hmm.
He was like,
right.
what do you mean I looked weak? I got RKO twice by a 14-time champion. I didn't look weak. He's like, no, he said, Randy Orton did my signature turnaround thing. That's going to, Joe Hendry has a WWE t-shirt now. I think he's fine.
Yeah.
He has a say his name and he'll appear at WrestleMania. And then even before that, AJ Francis tweeting, please, you better not say his name. They better not dare say his name. So yeah, I thought all in all, it wasn't my favorite Mania. You weren't going to be able to top last year's or probably even top 39, but it wasn't the worst. It wasn't. I think you saw a lot of guys who were going to end up turning. It's going to be hard. It's weird that they all like Dom now. I think everyone knew Becky was going to turn on Lyra within like a day or two. Like that was I was like, oh, so I said that's going to be who attacked Bayley.
Mm-hmm.
I said, because then they can now, she can now join. I don't think Seth and Becky have ever both been heels at the same time. It doesn't feel like they have.
Yeah.
And since we're going to stop, since we're done blurring the lines, why would a heel and a face live together happily?
Yeah, put them out there together.
You might as well just go both be evil together.
Yeah. Let me ask both of you guys, just real quick, just with a little more wrestling. Outside of 9, what's the worst WrestleMania?
Oh, there's a lot. Like 11 wasn't good. The Pandemic Mania wasn't good. The one after the Pandemic Mania wasn't good.
Oh yeah, the one in Tampa in the rain and
it was all bad.
You had some moments in all of those though.
Yeah, like the one where they had Bray like get covered in that. Like, what are we doing here? Like, they went through that phase where either Bray was unbeatable or just like a weird freak, like a sideshow. They know what to do with him.
Mm-hmm.
They had him wearing like that doggone fire suit and what else. Yeah, I think every Mania has maybe a moment or two where you go, what was that? But yeah, 9 was like you had Giant Gonzalez and
I think I knew, like, I could recite the main event and the location and everything from WrestleMania 1 to probably 21. After that, I have no clue. It starts getting like I know there's the Battle of the Billionaires somewhere in there with Donald Trump, which did huge money. That was I don't think that was 25 because 25 had Shawn and Taker, and the main event was
where Vince. Well, it wasn't a main event. I know that, but that's when Vince got his head shaken.
That was the main event, wasn't it?
I don't think so.
The Battle of the Billionaires.
I thought it was
wasn't the
kind of
main
like
event?
a mid card joint.
Maybe it was.
But
It was
that's when he got
Umaga
his-
and Bobby
That's when
Lashley,
he got
right?
his
Yeah.
head shaved,
Yeah.
right?
You know, they let Bam Bam Bigelow lose to a football player one year.
Lost to Lawrence
That
Taylor.
was 11.
Yeah.
11 is very forgettable just in general, but those last two matches were good. I liked them at least. Diesel and
Diesel and Shawn was good.
And then, well, Lawrence Taylor match wasn't good, but it was memorable. I just really remember Salt and Pepper actually.
John Cena beat Triple H at a WrestleMania main event. WrestleMania 22. Oh, it's 23. That's right. It was the 20-year anniversary of WrestleMania 3 when they did the Battle of the Billionaires. The final, wow, I forgot this. The main event was Cena versus Shawn Michaels. And I remember being annoyed because Cena beat Shawn Michaels, and then maybe a month or two later, they had that epic near like hour-long match on Raw that Shawn won without the title. He just beat him. It was a great match. It was incredible. It was 10 times better than the Mania one.
What year was the Miz beat Cena?
That's when The Rock returned. So I'm going to go 14, probably 2014. I don't remember what number that was, though.
Yeah.
What was the main event?
They've had some where I'm like, I guess a couple of the Brock Roman ones were like, okay, Spear versus Spear.
The main event for 25 was Triple H versus Randy Orton.
Oh, wow.
Good Lord.
Triple H had a run where he was like all the
all of them. All
and
of them.
that's when I was gone.
His name is last on a. So that was WrestleMania. That's The Rock came back. 28 was the Miz and John Cena with The Rock back as the announcer or whatever he was, the host.
And they've had a few where they like forced Triple H into like the whole, where it was clear that Daniel Bryan was over, but we got to get Triple H in here with, but it's like, So they've had. I guess this to me, this wasn't the worst one. You'll never top as far as worst Hulk Hogan coming up and ruining the whole damn night again.
Well, if it was
Hey, I was watching that.
You were not. Were the Lakers? Did they play their worst game of the series already?
I hope so. Yeah, that was pretty god awful.
That was bad
on all fronts. I thought JJ was putting his hand in his pockets. I was disappointed in him. I'm like, bro, what are you doing? Like, I'm having flashbacks. What are you doing? They're on a run, JJ. Do something. Don't let Naz Reid just keep shooting open threes, JJ. Get Luka back in the game, JJ. LeBron was on his, I'm going to ease into the series BS, and Austin didn't play the first half. Rui didn't play the second half. It was just bad. I mean, I thought it was the worst looking first round team until Memphis played. And clearly they didn't decide to show up to Oklahoma City. But yeah, they haven't looked that bad in a long time. Like where you just said, God, they looked completely overmatched.
Yeah.
In every way. And I'm assuming that LeBron will realize it's game 2 tonight. So maybe I should try before halftime. And that's one of the most frustrating, and everyone gives him a pass. So, LeBron likes his feel out game. No, I don't like throwaway games in a postseason game. What do you mean he's feeling it out? No, you should go try to win the game. And I hate that like the media has accepted, oh, he's just feeling it out. What if you feel it out, then you lose on a buzzer beater today, and now you're down 0-2? I mean, I'm like, it is what it is, But I think they can't play much worse than they played, And if you're going to get if the big three is going to be Naz Reid, McDaniels, and Anthony Edwards, it just might not be your year. If you're going to get, they out there letting, not exploiting Rudy Go. I mean, Luka got to be offended. Like, he's like, LeBron, I eat Rudy Gobert for lunch. What are you doing getting your shot blocked by him? I just think maybe early on Luka was cooking and they all kind of said, you know what? Luka will get 45 for us tonight and we'll be all right. And they just never, once that first quarter ended, I thought JJ needed to stop that run quick and he didn't. He coached it like a regular season game. And I think he probably stayed up for like 24 hours straight or whatever he claims to do to be crazy and broke some stuff down. So, yeah, I think that's probably the worst they'll play. If not, they'll be home. If they get any worse, they'll be home by the end of the week.
I looked before the playoffs, and I thought Minnesota was pretty dangerous, for anybody who played. And, I've used this expression a number of different times about them. They're crazy enough to think that they're like the best team in the league. They have a certain level of confidence, irrational confidence in some aspects, to not be fazed by anything, to look at all sports writers at ESPN's picking the Lakers and saying, these boys are disrespecting it, like legitimately feeling disrespected, like the Lakers weren't 8 games better than them during the regular season. But there's just something to them that makes them dangerous.
They weren't healthy most of the year. And here's the thing, too. I like the Lakers at 3 a lot better when Memphis was 6. I'm like, I said, if somehow Minnesota can stay 7, I like that. I like that. I like that Memphis matchup way better, but that wasn't going to happen. But the thing about Minnesota too, was that they're liable to go out there tonight and lose by 20. I mean, didn't they? Was it them that gave up that 30-something 5-3 run or something a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, that was against
OKC.
the Bucks.
The Bucks, yeah. So they can be all over the place too. I just think they hit 21, 22 threes. I mean, they were just killing. So I don't know if they can do that 3 more times. I don't know if the Lakers can play that bad 3 more times. So we'll see. If it goes all bad this week, I'll be switching to Dodger gear next week. So
burn that. The Timberwolves are a higher profile version of the Kings.
Oh, that's an insult to the Timberwolves.
Well, it might be able to, but when you
higher profile version of the Kings, what do you mean?
When you beat the Lakers like you do in that situation, and you also give up like 40 straight points to the Bucks, or
I was like,
and all that other stuff, like they've got those capabilities where you don't know what type of Timberwolf team you're going to get from game to game.
I follow you. I thought you were trying to say the Kings were close to the Timberwolves. I'm like, what are we talking about here?
A higher profile version.
Okay.
Like
I thought you might have been on your Pat McAfee. They were calling him high all yesterday on TV. That was beautiful. What do you know, Pat? You're high. I'm like, okay, Pat McAfee broadcast high. Thank you for telling us.
Well, it's still better than what Anthony Edwards was telling fans.
Yeah. As if we needed to hear that. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of women who, I don't want to get into Anthony Edwards like that. It's probably, this is a family radio show, and send the video. That's what Anthony would tell her. Send the video.
Wow. He is
that guy. He's wild. I'll still never get over them leaving him with Obama. LeBron and then ran over like, oh Lord, we love Anthony.
Who left Ant over there?
Who left Ant with Obama? Go get him.
I know you're not a big Clippers fan. We talk about Kawhi Leonard a lot. He was obviously the focal point of attention last night with a massive performance. KC asked, and this has been the sentiment all day. This has run across Trysta and has carried multiple different conversations. Do you look at Kawhi as a what if?
Yeah.
Like what, man? I had never thought about Kawhi as a what if, because he's a guy with 2 titles. He's a guy we for a stretch regularly refer to as one of the best players in the league. But I guess you realize it could have been so much more.
From 2016 to even before this season, and he just had so much time that he missed. I mean, yeah, he is a big what if, because he's going to be in the Hall of Fame. But what would his numbers look like if he didn't miss just big chunks of time? What did somebody point out? I saw it on Twitter that he's an all-time great 2-way player, but when you look at it, he scored fewer points than Antoine Walker. And you wouldn't think that.
Yeah, not at all.
But you wouldn't think that, but he was, but maybe if he doesn't get hurt, he's up above 20-something thousand. Because when he's on, somebody, what did somebody say? when he's on, he plays like Kobe, but he's bigger and stronger. Like that mid-range game, that fadeaway. I mean, last night he put on a clinic.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he put on a straight clinic last night, and that was you watch that and you go, man, what if he ever could have just stayed healthy for an extended stretch? Because I mean, and who knows, he might end up if you know, if he's all good now, he might play another 4 or 5 years. Who knows? And maybe, you know, that allows him to kind of, you know, change his trajectory in terms of maybe perception. But yeah, he is, to me, for as great of a career as he's had, he is the kind of a, you know, what if, you know, maybe the Clippers win a championship if he doesn't, you know, if he's not hurt so much. I mean, that's saying a lot, but you know, maybe they could have won one.
This is crazy. As I was just thinking about this, and I said, let me see what it is. He hasn't been eliminated from the playoffs by just a loss since 2016. Since 2016, he's either won a championship or his season has ended before the season is over.
Wow.
Due to injury. He had the bubble one. I take that back. The bubble situation he was healthy for that.
Yeah.
But even then, if you say 2 times,
that's just crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, what year did the Clippers make that run and then he got hurt? He missed the conference finals and
21.
Against Phoenix? Yeah, against Phoenix, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why I said it feels like about an 8-10 year gap of what if. And he's had a long career, and half of it is what if. You know, what if, you know, the things don't get messed up in San Antonio with the medical stuff? What if there's not that prolonged trade saga? You know, what if they trade him to LA instead of sending him to Toronto? I mean, there's a lot of what ifs with Kawhi.
The thing that I've been saying all day, because when I asked the question and then Dame and Jesse wrote off his accolades, the accolades are crazy in themselves. He's already top 75. He's already had a Hall of Fame career. And I think about, man, if he had LeBron's health, we might be able to double everything that he's already done in his career. He was that good. And watch, this all comes from like last night, watching him, kind of being reminded of who he is and who he could have been. That was an unbelievable performance last night.
If he has like a LeBron type health, he's probably, especially considering the impact he has defensively, he's legit in that top 10 all-time conversation, I think. Because I'm thinking if he's healthy, he'd probably get to at least one more championship at least. Just because, I mean, when he was clicking, I mean, if you see what he did last night, when he's on, that's what he does. Efficient scoring, you know. He was a lockdown defender. You know, I mean, I hate that he's a Padres fan, but you know, everybody can't be, you know, good people and everything in life. It actually made him smile. He was actually in the stand smiling at the pop.
He's having a good old time.
I said, but then again, he's from the IE. They're not really like the rest of us, like me and Kenny. They're, you know.
Well, I'm from Sacramento. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
You lived in LA County, so you're one of us.
That ain't got nothing to do with nothing.
Yes, it does. That's why you're a Laker fan.
All right. Next question.
You think they could get one this year? The Clippers? Why?
I think they can. I think they're that good. I mean, you know, as long as, you know, James doesn't have his second round fall off, you know, assuming they get by Denver, I mean, that's a tough draw to get in the first round. You know, but the Clippers are a scary good team. I don't know why people are, you know, the Clippers can win a championship, I think. I think if Kawhi's healthy, if James Harden stays at this level, Norman Powell's been good all year. They've got a big and, you know, and Zubac who can play. You know, if they have, I mean, you know, then I guess it gets crazy. If they got to give Ben Simmons a lot of minutes, that might be a problem. You know, Ty Lue saying I have to remind him to shoot still.
Did you see that pass he made though? Woo.
If Ben
been really excited about that pass all day.
If Ben actually liked basketball, imagine how good he'd be.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it's crazy someone that talented is like, I'll just go to LA and come off the bench. I'm cool.
Perfectly fair.
Yeah, I mean, and I've heard that about Ben for years. Like, if Ben actually liked basketball, you know, he could have changed the game. But Ben, people have said Ben doesn't like basketball like that.
Well, we know you love basketball. You love wrestling. You love your Los Angeles Lakers. We appreciate you as always for joining us.
I'm about to get in the car, meet up with Kenny. I'm about to bring him his Luka jersey. We watching the game.
Yeah, all right, man. Timberwolves up. Timberwolves up. Let's go.
Did we go white with the purple numbers? Like what we do for Kenny's Luka jersey?
Nothing.
We're going with the gold. We're not doing the white jersey. I hate the white. Okay. I hate the white. We hate the white jersey. So we're going with that statement, that Jordan one. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Minnesota above all. Let's go.
You just making up. Are you just making up catchphrases?
Twin Cities above all.
He doesn't know what he's like Mall of America on mine.
Jay, we appreciate you, brother. Thank you as always.
Take it easy.
The man Jason Jones right there. Mall of America. Let's go. Goodness gracious, man. Look what this show has become. Glamorizing Ben Simmons passes and hyping up the Mall of America.
Fire. That pass was fire. That was crazy. No, it wasn't crazy. People say that was crazy.
Just a great bounce pass. Casey going crazy for it.
Tonight, I got, as much as I said crazy things about him, I got Bucks, Thunder, and Timberwolves.
2-0.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got Bucks, Thunder, Lakers. That Luka trade had to mean something. Like you can't just be going down 2-0 or whatever in the first round.
Yeah.
LeBron, you got to step up and all that too.
I'm obviously going Lakers. I gotta salvage my thoughts on that series somehow. Thunder, I might go Pacers though.
I understand.
I know. Dame's back.
Dame Lillard legacy game.
Is TK right? Are we looking at like Dame future?
Yeah.
I'm not
like
sure,
if the okay. All of these conversations we've had about whether it's Dame or Giannis, they've mostly been centered on Giannis. Pacers win this first round series. That's where these conversations kick into like ultra high gear.
They're like the Kings. You gotta listen to everything.
Milwaukee, like, what are you
doing?
You can't even get out the first round at this point.
But you don't start with Giannis. You start with Dame.
No, but ironically, it's like Dame in Portland. You're delaying the inevitable. It's the writing is absolutely on the wall. Whether they want to come to that conclusion, Giannis wants to say it or whatever, but it's gonna happen.
Man, do you do it first?
I would listen. If they lose in the first round, I'm like Scott Perry. I'm listening to everything.
What I mean is, I got you. All right.
Yeah, because if somebody comes with a deal that I think is great for the, I'm moving Giannis first.
Is there a player on the Kings? Would you think Dame Lillard would be someone for the Kings?
I'd take him. I'd take him here in Sacramento.
Yeah, I mean,
timelines and all that. Would that even make sense?
The Kings don't have a timeline.
The timeline.
Kings don't have it. The timeline is right now.
Yeah, it leans more towards Dame's timeline than anything else because you got Sabonis, you got Zach LaVine, all those guys.
It's literally like, hey, Dame, Sacramento's cool. It's right by Oakland, bro.
2 hours away from.
Right there, dog.
2 hours away from everything.
Leave at night, you'll get there quicker. It'll be just fine.
Chatty House is out on Dame Lillard.
Of course they are.
Of course. Chatty House hates everybody. They want Keon Ellis and Keegan Murray.
And Mason Plumlee.
When do we run Mason more? I don't know, man. But Jesse's making us end the show. We'll be back tomorrow with another shot at the Jump Shot Jackpot giveaway. First keyword coming at 11 o'clock with James and Kyle on the Insiders. Make sure you're tapped in beginning at 10 a.m. here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Gigantes!
That's a great show. All right, what do we got going over here? Are we in commercial? We good over here. Yep. All right, y'all. We got to run, man. We will see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out with us, as always.